And I just need you to.
There we go. I'm good.
Try your phone.
Okay. Can you mute yours, Francis? Can you hear me?
Richard Kelly.
Okay, we're going to get started. Thank you for joining us for this City of Oklahoma City video conference city council meeting. We have a few announcements to make regarding this virtual meeting. If the video conference is disconnected at any time during the meeting shall be stopped and reconvened once the audio connection is restored. If communications are unable to be restored within 30 minutes, items remaining for consideration will be continued to later today, October 13th at 1:00 p.m. via video conference, unless we have the opportunity to state a different time. The agenda and documents are located on okc.gov. Anyone wishing to speak about an agenda item, public hearing, or to speak under citizens to be heard must call 405-297-2391 or text 405-219-7927 or email cityclerk@okc.gov to be allowed to speak. When recognized to speak, press *6 to unmute your device. Speakers will be allowed 3 minutes to comment. We'll begin this morning with an invocation from Father Tim Shung Humans, Associate Priest at St. Paul's Episcopal Church, and serves as head chaplain at Cassidy School. Father, it's great to see you again. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. So before I pray, do preachers try to give speeches before they pray?
Not generally. They usually just work it into the prayer, I think.
Right, that's typical. Right. No, I just wanted to tell everybody this is kind of nice for me. It's the first time I've ever done this for the Oklahoma City City Council. But I'm also going to be doing my first time jury duty next week. So this is like civic service for me. I'm really excited. Before I pray, our bishop, the Episcopal bishop, sends greetings from all of the Episcopalians in the state, across the state, but particularly in the metro. And one of the things that he has asked us to do from now up until the elections in November is to pray in our services the prayer attributed to St. Francis. This prayer, connecting us to God, will help us in the challenges that we face as a people. And so that's what I wanted to pray for all of us today, is the prayer of St. Francis. So let us pray. Lord, make us peace. Let us sow love where there is injury, pardon. Where there is discord, union. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. And where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. Grant that we may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive, it is in pardoning that we are pardoned, and it is in dying that we are born to eternal life. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Father.
Mayor,
Good luck with jury duty.
Thanks.
Mayor,
Yes,
can you,
sir?
Father,
Yes.
thank you for that particular prayer, though that is not my particular religious belief. I have to tell you, the prayer of St. Francis is, hand to God, one of my very favorite things I've ever heard written in my life.
It's a beautiful prayer. Yeah.
It speaks to someone who doesn't necessarily share that faith, but I very much appreciate that sentiment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you again, Father. Be well. All right, we're going to call this meeting of the City Council to order, which brings us to item 3 on the agenda from the Office of the Mayor. We've got item A here. This is actually, let's handle first Fire Prevention Month. That is a proclamation, so it doesn't appear on the agenda, but Fire Department would like us to read it, and we are happy to do so. So we'll begin there. Francis, would you mind reading our proclamation for Fire Prevention Month?
My pleasure. Whereas the Oklahoma City Fire Department responded to more than 79,000 calls for emergency assistance in 2018. And whereas during that same year, fire killed 13 of our citizens, injured 25 others, and caused property loss of nearly $16 million. And whereas the men and women of the Oklahoma City Fire Department are witness to the loss and devastation caused by fire firsthand, not only for those citizens who have lost loved ones or their homes and belongings to fire, but for the co-workers injured or killed in the line of duty. And whereas the Oklahoma City Fire Department is actively engaged in year-round risk reduction programs to raise awareness of fire safety, to help prevent the frequency and severity of fires in our city. Now, therefore, David Holt, the mayor of the city of Oklahoma City, does hereby proclaim the month of October to be Fire Prevention Month in Oklahoma City, and he encourages all citizens to learn about risk reduction and fire safety and to apply these practices at home, at work, and throughout our city.
Thank you, Francis. Chief Kelly, are you on the line?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes. Did you want to say a few words?
Yes, sir. Thank you. First off, I really appreciate Mayor and Council, just your continued support of public safety. But this is an important time for the fire department. Just as it said in the proclamation, we're a year-round community risk reduction department. But this is a month that we can really focus and try to ensure that we get the efforts out to our residents and to try to reduce the number of fires that we have within our city. We would love to be a city that had 0 fires. We recognize that's a tall task, but we're going to work hard every day to do that. And we're really appreciative of the support that we get from the leadership of the city. I would be remiss if I did not recognize our fire marshal, who does an incredible job, who's over that division, and that's Harold Thompson. And also our fire prevention public education battalion chief, Kevin Barry. Together, they do an incredible job to ensure every day that we're out there preaching the message on fire safety. And it's not just fire safety anymore, it's full community risk reduction. That's health, life safety, water rescue, any of those type of events that we have in our city. So thank you, Mayor, for this and the opportunity just to be out on the forefront and to assure that we have good fire protection and risk reduction in our city.
Thank you, Chief. I know I speak for everybody when we express our gratitude to you and your whole department for all that you do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, item 3A on the agenda is a resolution recognizing and commending Daniel Shirk on his selection as the October 2020 Teacher of the Month by the Foundation for Oklahoma City Public Schools and Rotary Club of Oklahoma City. I expect we'll hear from Daniel maybe in a minute, but maybe let's first learn a little bit more about him. And so I would ask the clerk to read this resolution.
Whereas Daniel W. Shirk has been Teacher of the Month, has been named Teacher of the Month for October 2020 by the Foundation for Oklahoma City Public Schools and Rotary Club of Oklahoma City. Whereas Daniel has been a high school teacher for 13 years, 7 years at Harding Fine Arts Academy. And whereas Daniel received his doctorate degree in microbiology from the University of Oklahoma Health Sciences Center and his bachelor's degree in biology from Cameron University. Daniel is Department Chair for Biology, Conceptual Physics, and Environmental Science. Whereas Daniel has taught pre-AP and AP Chemistry and has had several professional research papers published, and he received the Award of Excellence from the Oklahoma School of Science and Mathematics. Whereas Daniel has received several grants and awards, including an Ingenuity grant from Devon Energy and a grant through Donor's Choice for lab supplies and Chromebooks. Whereas Daniel has volunteered with Touchstone Youth Organization as a youth mentor and a rock climbing coach in Habitat for Humanity. He enjoys rock climbing, mountaineering, and indoor soccer. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the City of Oklahoma City that they do hereby recognize and commend Daniel Shirk on his selection as October 2020 Teacher of the Month by the Foundation for Oklahoma City Public Schools and Rotary Club of Oklahoma City.
All right, thank you, Francis. Daniel, are you on the line here? Are we not seeing him, Francis?
He isn't here.
Okay. Well, might be teaching right now. Okay. Well, this is a resolution, so we need a motion and a second to adopt it.
He's teaching in Ward 2, isn't that right?
Yes, I believe so.
Well, then I'd like to commend his work and move the resolution.
Great. Let's see if we can do that digitally here. Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
I'm here, Mayor. I haven't
Yeah,
logged
I
in.
see. Yeah, I see that. Can we record Councilwoman Nice's vote? How do you wish to vote, Councilwoman?
Yes, please.
Okay, Francis, will that be recorded? Oh, there we go. We got it. Okay. All right. Francis, still no sign of Daniel? Okay. Well, we are certainly grateful for the service he provides to the young people of our city, and congratulations to you, Daniel. Okay, next up is item 3B, notification for David Greenwell to serve as vice mayor for the 6-month period beginning today. Todd, thank you for your 6 months of service. You've done yeoman's work, and it's always something that I'm grateful for personally for each of you when you serve as vice mayor. And David, now it's your turn. So we'll, I guess we need to vote on the notification, Francis, is that?
No,
It's just notifying. Okay. Consider you all yourselves notified. All right. Thank you, Vice Mayor Greenwell. All right. Now moving on to item 4, Journal of Council Proceedings. We can take both of these items with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilman McAtee, have you voted?
There we go.
There we go. Passes unanimously. All right, item 5, request for uncontested continuances. Mr. City Manager?
Yes, sir. We have several on today. On page 9, item 7AS. 7AS. This is the transfer of the property of North Crescent Hills Elementary School from the city to Urban Renewal Authority. We've decided to strike this item. We'll bring it back at a later date.
Okay.
Page 14, item 9E1. Under dilapidated structures, we have 2 items that we're going to defer to November the 10th. That is D 2204 North Kelly Avenue and H 2629 Northeast 21st Street. Both of those will be deferred to November the 10th. Continuing on page 14 with item 9F1, unsecured structures. All of these items will be stricken from the agenda. Item A, 3107 South Broadway Avenue, the owner is secured. Item F, 1708 Homa Avenue, to re-notify the owner. Item G, 3217 North Lindsay Avenue, the owner has secured. Item I, 4800 Southwest Minster Road, the owner is secured. Item K, 2115 Southwest 8th Street, the owner is secured. Item L, 1840 Northwest 14th Street, the owner has secured. Item Q, 2208 Northeast 24th Street, the owner has secured. Item S, 1621 Northwest 28th Street, the owner has secured. Item V, 1826 Northwest 29th Street, the owner has secured. Item W, 10717 Northeast 39th Street, the owner has secured. Then on page 15, under 9G1, abandoned buildings. Again, here we have 2 items that will be deferred. Both will be deferred to November the 10th. That's item F, 2204 North Kelly Avenue, and item N, 2629 Northeast 21st Street. Again, both of those are deferred to November 10th. And then the rest of the items that I will read will be stricken from the agenda. Item G, 3217 North Lindsay Avenue, the owner is secured. Item I, 4800 Southwest Minster Road, the owner is secured. Item J, 2115 Southwest 8th Street, the owner has secured. Item K, 1840 Northwest 14th Street, the owner has secured. Item R, 1826 Northwest 29th Street, the owner has secured. And item S, 10717 Northeast 39th Street, the owner has secured. That's all the items I have.
Okay, thank you. Item 6, revocable permits. We have no such applications today, so we will recess the council meeting and convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority, where we have items A through D we can take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilman, there we go. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCMFA, convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority, where we have items A through C we can take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We will adjourn OCPPA and convene as the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust, where we have items A and B we can take with one motion. A motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We will adjourn the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust and reconvene as the council. We are going to do something we've done before in respect to our public health officials who we want them to be on the job today and not tied up with this business all morning. So we're going to pull up item 10A, ordinance to be introduced and adopted with emergency, amending chapter 23 entitled Health and Sanitation. This is our it's extending the Oklahoma City COVID-19 safety code. And we do have a presentation from the Oklahoma City County Health Department. Councilman Stonecipher, is it okay if we maybe call on Dr. Patrick McGough and begin there?
Be perfect. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Dr. McGough, are you with us?
We are. Can you hear me, sir?
I can. Please just proceed when you are ready.
Okay, we need permission to share the screen, Mayor.
Okay. Permission granted from me, but I don't actually have any control over that.
Thank you. Well, while they're
Somebody's
doing
working
that,
on
I want to say thank you, Mayor Holt, and thank you to City Council for all of your efforts to take care of our city and our population. We greatly appreciate this opportunity to be on today. So if you're able to see this first slide with me, and I hope you are, this is the 30-day COVID-19 trends for Oklahoma City metro area, September 10th through October the 11th, 2020. This is a cumulative case count and deaths for Oklahoma County, the state of Oklahoma, and the United States. As of October 11th, 2020, Oklahoma County has 20,620 confirmed cases. Oklahoma has 100,184 confirmed cases. The United States has 7,762,546 cases. 7,762,546 cases. Deaths, 202 in Oklahoma County. In the state of Oklahoma, over 1,000 now with 1,104. And in the United States, 214,768. Next slide, please. This is our daily new OKC Metro COVID-19 cases. The orange line is a 7-day rolling average on a longitudinal chart. The lighter yellow line that is vertical is the date that Oklahoma City first placed the mask ordinance into place on July 17th. And so we see thereafter a fairly significant decline up until about August 29th. And then coinciding with schools and universities putting back in place, we've seen a peak, and then it looks like we're beginning to see a decline again. Next slide, please. I think it's important to take a look at this chart, this graph from the Oklahoma State Department of Health and their epidemiology department. What's important about this, if you'll look up in the left-hand corner, mask per 100,000 population, and then you look over to the right of that where it shows percent change 8-1 to 10-7. There was a 10% change in mask, and then in no mask there was a 79% positivity rate. And if you look at it again, 9-1 to 10-7, it's 24%, and then no mask 50%. And I really just wanted to draw out the differences in the numbers on this. So I think we're looking at 348.6 on mask and almost double that, 634.9 on those without a mask. Next slide, please. And then comparing our cities with masking policies by percentage, and the change in the positivity rate by date is what you're looking at here. Our navy line is all the masking cities in the state of Oklahoma, and then Oklahoma City in the orange line, and we're falling significantly less than the others, where our percentages are drastically dropping in the positivity rate by the date. And that's what you're seeing, particularly 8/23 and again on 9/15. Next slide, please. And then comparing cities with masking policies by date elapsed since the policy enacted. Again, the navy line is all masking cities in the state of Oklahoma, and then the gold or orange line, I'm sorry, is Oklahoma City. And so the number of days out since we've enacted masking policies, this shows that 21 days, there was a significant decline, again on 42 days, and then again 56 days out. Looking at Oklahoma County daily new case count, September 5th through October 6th of 2020, we have seen a steady trend line increase. We're now at 191. The green line marks the 3-day rolling average. And again, I think this is why it's important to note the differences in masking versus non-masking cities. Next slide, please. Our Oklahoma County daily current hospitalizations from September 10th to October 11th, we've seen an increase up to 219. The orange line on this chart is the trend line. The green is the 3-day rolling average. And this does include all COVID-19 hospitalizations in Oklahoma County hospitals. Next slide, please. And I think that was it on this topic. I think it's important that we note again that masking reduces the transmission of infection in the community by 70 to 85%. And our goals with it are to prevent death and morbidity, to ensure that hospitals can function at capacity, and that we enable businesses to stay open. Thank you, Mayor Holt.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. McGough?
I do have a few questions. And basically what you just said is, hospitals being able to function. How is that going? I've been hearing from, I believe he's the head of the hospital association, that it's not good.
So we have, I'm not sure if she's on the line, but we have a person with us from the regional medical system. And Councilwoman Hammond, the reason that I've invited her is because, as you know, the hospital situation with the Oklahoma Hospital Association is the statewide association, and it is functioning with other state health departments and other state departments in general. And so we don't have a lot of control and as much insight to that as others that are operating in a statewide system. However, we do receive our hospitals' information directly from the hospitals, and we work with them in any way that we can. But I'm going to see if we have our representative on the line, and if not, then I'll answer that. But she's much more qualified to answer that question if we have her on. It's Heather and from RMRS. If you're on the line, if you'd please speak to council on that item. And we don't see her, so we'll move on. I'll just say that in conversations on Friday, I know that one of the hospital CEOs was saying that they were watching it cautiously. There's concern. They don't seem to be panicked. I think the real burden is still, Councilwoman, it's about the ability for hospitals to find the staffing that they need. Nurses primarily, is my understanding, is what they're in need of, probably physicians as well. That I'm less attuned to. But I think there are beds. We're still receiving reports that there are beds available as late as last night. But we don't have control over the amount of nurses in the area. There was a nursing shortage before we even went into this pandemic, as we all know, and it's only heightened the need for nurses. And I'm understanding now that Heather Yazdanapur is on the line with us, and she's the representative from RMRS, and she's who reports to us from the hospital. So we'd like Heather to respond to your question, Councilwoman Hammond.
She'll have to be unmuted.
And she needs to be unmuted. If someone could do that, please.
Yes, could you spell her last name, please?
Yes.
Yazdanapor.
Okay, yes. Just give me a second.
Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi. Sorry, I have a really long, weird name, but I appreciate you guys having me on today. Just to kind of address your question on how the hospitalizations are going and how the hospitals are handling it. I think the Hospital Association was correct in telling you that it wasn't going very well. Looking at our numbers just this morning, I don't have any ICU beds available in Oklahoma City. I know that the numbers will show that I have a handful. The problem with that is, I think what Dr. McGough touched on, is we're having a shortage of staffing. So I may have beds that are technically listed as part of that hospital's capacity. What I don't have is a capability to staff it to take care of a patient. We are very limited in our COVID-19 resources. A lot of these patients require ICU capabilities. They're requiring negative pressure rooms, which all provide limitations onto what our hospitals are able to expand to meet. Some of the other things that we're seeing is the type of patient. If I put a patient who has a psychiatric disorder with COVID in a hospital, they can't be sent to the psychiatric facility to be taken care of because they have COVID. Well, now that takes 2 extra nurses because you have to have someone 24/7 with that patient. So it takes a nurse from being able to take care of other patients that now has to focus on this one patient. And then we have an issue with the DOC, the Department of Corrections patients coming in. Those also require extra hands. So with limited staffing, limited space, and limited stuff, we are definitely feeling an increased surge. I am moving patients out of our region, unfortunately. We'd love to keep them here, but if I need an ICU bed and I don't have one here, then I've been spending a lot of overnights, and I apologize for my voice, but a lot of overnights calling other regions in Oklahoma to see if they have a hospital bed that can take that patient, and then finding transportation to get that patient to that bed. So we are definitely feeling a crunch, and all of our facilities are well above capacity. They're functioning at about an average of about 110 to 120% capacity. And it just, hospitalizations just seem to keep creeping up on us. So, and that's just kind of where we are today.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I think that touches on the second question I had is if we know it kind of, because I also hear that, you know, people will be sent to us from other areas of the state, and it sounded like we're also trying to send people to other areas. So do we assume or have any information about that most of our hospitalizations, if those are, and I recognize that those aren't necessarily all COVID patients, but it's like if someone has a heart attack today and needs an ICU bed and it's not COVID related, like it sounds like they're kind of out of luck and need to be sent somewhere else. And so but I'm curious whether if we know that if most of those hospitalizations are coming from Oklahoma City proper, or if we have any data about if people are being sent to us from other areas of the state.
So normal referral patterns are the counties that surround us, our southwestern region and southeastern region of Oklahoma tend to send their patients to Oklahoma City. We do have,
Do we have people signed up to speak on it?
Yes, we do.
We do have the highest level of acuity facilities. So we do see a lot of referral pattern into Oklahoma City. I have facilitated several transfers of patients that weren't COVID, that needed a higher level of care. I was able to find them beds here. We do have facilities that have the capability to expand medical surge beds and things like that, that just don't require all those COVID resources. So we are able to surge a little bit to maintain the non-COVID patient. In terms of numbers, I have worked really hard to keep everyone in our region that should be in our region, but I have unfortunately just over the last week have had to send 7 patients outside of Oklahoma City because I just did not have a bed. And those were going to Tulsa because they have a higher acuity facilities up there. So those patients that are requiring what we call ECMO, which is basically extracorporeal oxygenation. They're doing it mechanically outside the body. Those we're having to send, unfortunately, to Tulsa, and that's added stress on that patient's body. It's added stress on EMSA, who has to, put their specialized truck into use and drive it all the way to Tulsa. So we're putting a lot of stress on the medical system just in terms of trying to find beds and then trying to find transportation to get them there. But we are able to surge for non-COVID here and there. We can make some squeezes. But in general, for COVID patients, those are the ones that my office is involved in trying to help move as part of the COVID surge plan that we're currently writing to address some of the new things that we're seeing happen with this particular pandemic.
If you could ask city leadership to do anything in addition to masking, what would it be?
Oh, goodness. I don't know that I am in a position to say what to ask for. I really, unfortunately, wouldn't know. I think masking is so important. We understand what masks do, how it reduces spread. We're wearing masks for other people. We're not wearing it for ourselves. We're trying to protect each other from those asymptomatic carriers and things like that. So I think a mask ordinance is definitely our saving grace. We could be in a worse shape than we are right now if we didn't have the mask ordinance. I think Dr. McGough's and OCCHD's numbers prove that, to see that downtrending, which is nice. What we're seeing is these folks that are coming into our region, into the hospital, are from those areas that don't have mask mandates. A lot of the traveling around my region, I have 7 counties that I take care of, and there are a lot of counties that, they just, not trying to be political, but they will, you get laughed at and looked at funny when you wear a mask in some places. And unfortunately, that's where these patients are coming from, is our more rural areas that those sick patients are having to come into our region and surge our numbers. So I don't know, maybe you can urge other places to put masks in.
Well, I appreciate the information. And I guess that question is maybe more so appropriate for Dr. McGough and his staff. And sort of dovetails with, I guess, what would be my final question is, I know I haven't really seen the Serious series for a while, and I'm just curious if you have sort of some information or about like where are we seeing the most spread over the last month or so.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And who I have with me today is Bill Maytubby, and he's our Chief Operations Officer, and he's over our epidemiology department. And I'd like for him to explain what they've been seeing during the time period you're talking about.
Sure. So the reason that we're not putting out the series for a while is because it had become quite ubiquitous. It was kind of in all realms. We have seen surges in both universities and school settings, and also in the correctional population. So those are the 2 things that are driving us right now. Yes, we still have other elements, but it's pretty widespread. We just have pretty widespread activity right now. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. And obviously I'm supportive of extending the mask ordinance. I just worry that we're not doing enough as leaders of the city. to support our health professionals, and we're letting them have to bear the brunt of this, as well as, when we talk about economic health, yes, there's a cost to, limiting indoor dining or indoor bar capacity for those businesses, but the individuals who work in those businesses also have the financial cost of likely not having health insurance and having huge hospital bills. So it's not that they're not going to be able to pay any timely fashion. So either those individuals in the workforce they're the ones bearing the brunt of us not enacting policies that support, people not doing things, like eating inside without a mask on and potentially spreading COVID, as well as putting that burden on our hospitals to bear the cost when those things are not going to be paid back by an insurance company. And what I hear from my connections in the service industry, the people who work as servers, as bartenders, who feel they have no other option but to go to work because they need to pay the bills, and then they get COVID and get really sick, is that they're gonna have to cross that bridge when they come to it. And so when I just implore, I guess this is my soapbox that I'm going to get on. I'm going to take a point of privilege that I assume most of the city council is listening, that it's not just about the economic health of people or bodies or corporations or even small businesses as themselves. It's about the people in that, because the economy is our people. So, I just thank you all in the public health world and all of our nurses and doctors who are working to essentially pick up the pieces of failed policies across the state. So I appreciate y'all's input and the information you provided today.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman. And I do want to say, when you're asking what is the greatest thing that we can do, it is still the masking ordinance, and it's still, if we could do them as long as possible, I think that's the piece. And of course, if we keep doing them incrementally and reevaluating, that's okay. But we know that in Oklahoma City, we're having an impact on the entire state by the fact that we are having mask ordinances in place. And so that is one of the most, masking is the most important thing versus, one particular business or industry or another. But I cannot tell you how much I appreciate your care and concern for our constituents, because obviously there are others that, across the nation, maybe that don't care as much. But thank you to you and all of our city council for enacting ordinances, because we have truly saved lives. And we have kept our economy from totally rupturing. So thank you very much for what you have done.
Thank you. Any other questions for Dr. McGough from the council? Of course, they're not going anywhere. We can hand it back over to Mark maybe to explain the ordinance. You want to do that, Mark?
Yeah, so I comply with legal. This is an ordinance to be introduced and adopted with an emergency. The ordinance is extending our current COVID-19 safety code. That requires face coverings. It will require face coverings through December 6th, with the ordinance expiring on December 7th. I'd like to add a personal note that the presentations today were quite meaningful, quite helpful. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other? By the way, no one has signed up to speak on this item. Is there any other comments or questions for Mark or for Dr. McGough and his team?
Yeah. First, as always on this particular matter, thank you, Councilman Stonecipher, excuse me. Well, also thank you, Todd, but why not? But thank you, Councilman Stonecipher. I just really commend your leadership on this topic. And then to our health officials, a million praises and thank yous for your work. I don't even know what it must be like to do the work you all are doing as a novel virus has come into our lives. I mean, I don't know. That's something. I would also commend OKC County Health on the education campaign that we've done. I just wanted to share a quick anecdote from my classroom at UCO. It's a bit of a warning to us, I think, in terms of maybe the limits of the education that we're doing right now as a city when it comes to this virus. And I'm a bit at a loss, but I had a student who about a good handful of times this semester, I would notice come into class with the mask beneath their nose. Now, this is something I also see when I'm out and about. I was antique shopping. First time I've been shopping all year. I needed new shelving. And so I went to an antique store, had my mask on, and I noticed several people with the mask beneath their nose. And I was very confused. Knowing everything we know about how this virus spreads, it was very confusing to me why anybody would lower it beneath their nose. So when no one else was in the classroom, I asked this particular student prior to the beginning of the lecture, again, nobody else there, hey, can you explain to me why multiple times the mask is beneath the nose? What's going on? I don't understand, not in a confrontational way, just really trying to genuinely understand. And my follow-up was, do you know how this virus spreads? And they kind of stammered over themselves for a few moments and then ultimately said, no, I guess that's me saying I don't know. I just know we're supposed to wear these masks. And I explained to this student who wants to go to medical school about the nose and the mouth. And when they heard that, they didn't fight me on it. I didn't even have to say, now, will you, he'd already pulled it up by that time. But he was like, oh my goodness, that makes total sense. Thank you for telling me. How on earth it came to be that a freshman college student did not know that information, and moreover, a freshman college student with plans of going to medical school. I don't know. And again, it wasn't a contentious argument. It was literally just a, hey, buddy, like, what do you tell me what you know and I'll tell you what I know. And it works like a charm. I don't know how this happened, because when I go to the OKC County Health, Instagram page, I see the little particles there in some of the Instagram posts talking about how it spreads. Something's falling apart somewhere along the way. And I'm starting to worry that one of the reasons why we're seeing the spread we are in our university setting is not just misinformation, but like a lack of information. And maybe those two things are combining in this way. And this is not at all a critique of the education campaign we're doing. I'm just wanting everyone to know that somewhere along the way, it's not all of our hard work and efforts, including me on Facebook and Instagram, where I share as much as I can on this stuff. It's not hitting always people who it needs to hit. So I just really wanted to make everyone aware about that, because I think that's part of why the university setting and people younger are spreading this virus the way that they are. That deeply worrying. I also, I was talking to my mom about this yesterday when I delivered groceries to her, and she said, well, baby, she said, it's probably, when we're young, we think we're invincible and we will survive anything. And I think her response is partly right, but I also think that there's still a lack of education around this. And something else related to this, I know this might strike all of us on council, is hard to hear, but not everyone pays attention to, quote, politics and the news. In fact, many of my students have told me for the last 12 years of teaching that they don't watch the news because it's, quote, depressing. And then, it's part of my job generally as an English composition teacher to be like, no, but you got to start and you got to find sources from all the perspectives, find you a conservative one, a moderate one, and a liberal one, and try and arrive at the truth on your own in that way. But we just have a whole group, I think, who disconnect from civic life and from the news. And I think that's the challenge to us then, is how do we engage those folk with life-saving information? So thanks.
Thank you.
What
Any
else
other
is-
comments or questions?
No one signed up. This is both the introduction and the final hearing, so I'll move the item at this time once the symbol comes up.
Okay.
Mayor, I'd like to make a comment if I could.
Yeah, go ahead.
As you all know, I am one of the people who believe that masking is fine as long as it's voluntary, but it goes over the limits when it becomes mandatory. And so therefore, I personally wear a mask voluntarily, but I do not think that we should be telling people that they have to wear them. And I still am of that. And because there are questions out there that legitimate people have, experts have, concerning the viability and the efficiency of the masking as being as good as we would like it to be. And so I will be voting against it because I believe that it should be mandatory and not, it should be voluntary and not mandatory. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, we've
Mayor,
had
just-
go ahead.
Oh, just a quick question, right? So this is I just want to make sure.
Yeah,
We'll be
Mark-
voting separately on
On the
the,
emergency, correct, yes. There'll be 2 votes.
thank you.
Yeah, this is just the motion to pass the ordinance, which is really just extending the current ordinance to December 7th. So Mark has made the motion. Is there a second? We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Again, this is not the emergency. This is just passage of the ordinance.
My screen is blank, Mr. Mayor.
Hit escape.
Have you hit escape? So that's the only answer we ever have for you. Have you hit escape? Have you checked the plug? Is the on switch on?
Oh, hang on.
Yeah, how do you wish to vote, Councilman Cooper? We can just
Oh,
push
yeah,
vote check.
yes,
Yes, okay.
to the surprise of no one.
Okay, ordinance passes 6-2. And now we are, we would consider a motion, Councilman Stonecipher, to adopt the emergency.
This time I move to adopt the emergency, please.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilman Cooper, are you still? Oh, nope, you're working. Good.
Well, I mean, I'd argue I'm always working, but
Emergency passes 7-1, and with the required 7 votes. Thank you, Councilman Stonecipher, for your continued work on this issue. Okay, we will now go back. So that resolves that item that was found under items from council. And thank you, Dr. McGough and your team. You are now free to go and save our city. We appreciate you so very much.
Thank you very much for allowing that. And thanks to all the cities in Oklahoma County for passing such ordinances. We greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. All right, we will now return to the consent docket. Item 7. We have scheduled presentations for items U and AY, and that is it. So is there any other item that a council member wishes to pull out for either for a separate vote or just a little bit of separate discussion?
yes, Mayor, I have just a couple items that not for a separate vote, but just to hear a little bit more perspective on them. And one of them is going to be, I'd like to learn a little bit more about 17 and just the housing rehabilitation loans.
That was T as in Tom, is that what you said?
T as in Tom.
Okay.
And
Got
then
it.
A little bit more about 7V5, the Crown Heights park improvements. And then 7AH, the street enhancement project for Portland Avenue between Northwest 23rd and Northwest 36th.
Okay.
And then if we could just provide an update for people on 7AK3, some cool pedestrian improvements heading our way on Western Avenue. And that's it.
Anybody else? Okay, well, hearing none, we will take them in order, which means we will start with item T as in Tom that Councilman Cooper wished to hear a little bit more about.
Jeff Butler, are you on?
This is Chris Varga. I'm on.
Thanks, Chris.
Item T relates to neighborhood housing services servicing our housing rehab loans. The department and the city has a number of programs. Some of them are older programs that no longer exist, but the loans still relate, the Urban Homestead Loan Program. Some of them are current loans. We have a program for owner-occupied whole house rehab that offers low to no interest loans depending on the time the person got the loan for low to moderate income clients, particularly focused in the NERSA area. Our rehab programs have worked with contractors to come in and do needed improvements in the house to bring it up to code. And most of those are forgivable loans or senior loans. The senior loans in particular are forgivable, or general loans, which are 0 to 2%, depending on, currently they're 0%. And they are long-term loans that allow us to evaluate the client's ability to pay. Some of them are, I believe the minimum now payback is $100 a month. And so Neighborhood Housing Service monitors that whole loan situation for us and bills and takes payments and pays the escrow payments for persons who have housing insurance that needs to be paid out of those loans. So they have, right now, we have a portfolio of about 60 of those that they manage. They've been doing this for years for us, and it works out very well. So that's a continuation of the item today. Is there any particular question you have about the program?
I think my follow-up question is, where would someone go for more information on this if they were interested in participating in future loans like this? Like, where would they go? And I think I had requested similarly recently in a conversation, I'd like to, just for my own personal benefit of being able to spread the good news to Ward 2 constituents, like a list of any other similar programs that exist. I just think it's incredible, and I also know there's a need out there.
Yes, there certainly is. For our housing programs, we're in the Housing and Community Development Division. Our phone number for the housing programs is 297-2846. There is information on our website about the type of plans or type of programs that we have. We do have a home exterior maintenance program for those who have code violations and maybe can't afford to address those. In terms of those with a house, we don't do lawn mowing and such, but if there's painting, windows, door issues, exterior issues, we can address those, and those are primarily grant programs. So again, we do have some more information on that. There are a couple of nonprofits that can periodically help with these types of programs too, but they're not always operating. We can give you referrals to that as we know it. Community Action Agency works with us only for emergency home repairs, but we do pay them to do that. If someone has an immediate need, they income qualify, they have a roofing problem or a heat and air or a plumbing problem that needs to be addressed rather quickly, Community Action Agency is our contact for that. So we can certainly help direct people if we get those calls as best we can.
Which website? I got the number. Which website am I sending folk?
Our website is the oklahomacity.gov website, Housing and Neighborhood Programs under Planning.
Okay. Thank you for that. I just think that's a wonderful service that we provide, and I appreciate your work on that.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us to item U, which has a presentation.
Yes, Eric Winger, our Public Works Director, will make a presentation on this. This is an amendment to the Better Streets, Safer City program. And Jeff Butler is also on the line. The Planning Department, Public Works Department work in conjunction with this program to help manage it. So I'll let Eric make the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. The item that you have is item 7U is not one that should be unfamiliar to the City Council. This is in regard to the Better Street Safer City program, and this is just the next amendment to the program implementation plan that's being presented to you today. This was recommended by the Better Street Safer City Advisory Board on October the 5th. And it's just the next in a series of, as they make recommendations for additional projects with available funds under the program. Included in the October 2020 amendment are 6 additional arterial streets, 1 additional arterial corridor, addition of downtown sidewalks, and then also a budget amendment for the general Pershing bike lane. It will reallocate $9.1 million from projects that were completed under budget. It will use $2 million from the Better Street Safer Cities Fund. So the total implementation plan amendment is $11.2 million. And as I mentioned early, there are some additional amendments that are planned in the program as we proceed into 2021 and complete Better Street Safer City as a part of the sales tax. With the council's approval today, these will be the percentages of the funding that have been fully allocated to each of the major project categories. In arterial resurfacing, 99%, residential resurfacing, 96%, street enhancements, 97%, sidewalks, 96%, trails, 91%, and bike infrastructure, 74%. So you can see that the committee has made recommendations, and with the council's approval, nearly all of the funds are fully authorized for projects to be completed, and we look forward to completing as many of those as we can in 2021. With that, I can answer questions, and Jeff Butler is also available.
Any questions from the council?
One question, Eric. This is Mark Sumcipher. It says on October 5th, 2020, the advisory board received an updated implementation plan. And I was just wondering, out of the projects, various projects, 6 projects for arterial streets, 1 budget revision for sidewalks, et cetera, who picked those projects? Was it actually the advisory board or was it staff?
Staff makes the recommendations to the advisory board based on the prioritization methodologies that were previously adopted by the board. So as we look at projects and projects are ranked based on methodology. For example, arterial streets, the most common factors in recommending those are the ones that are in the worst condition with the highest traffic. Most of the bike, sidewalk, and trail projects are recommended out of those priority projects that are in bike walk OKC. But again, they go through a criteria that's based on previously approved information.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any other questions on this item? Okay, we will move on to V5. Councilman Cooper, you wanted to hear about Crown Heights Park?
Yes, I would. Let's hear about Crown Heights Park and what's coming their direction.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Doug Cupper, Parks and Recreation Director. Crown Heights is a 2007 GEO bond project. Was identified by the citizens to put in a improved walking path system, as we have probably put in 60 or 70 parks from the 2007 GEO bonds. We had multiple community meetings with the adjacent neighborhood to go over different scenarios and thought processes as it relates to what kind of trail it should be, where within the Crown Heights Park system we should focus our attention. And what is before you today is the bid documents or we're seeking approval to bid the project that was approved by the neighborhood to proceed with improving the walkability of the Crown Heights neighborhood. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I believe you just did. Thank you so much, Doug. Appreciate the context there.
I appreciate your support, sir.
Thank you. And interesting, did you say, Doug, that was a 2007 bond project?
Yes, sir, it is.
Yep. Sometimes it takes a lot of patience, but thank you. All right. AH, Councilman Cooper.
Yes, same story, different chapter. Just would like to hear a update on this particular item, and yeah, that's it.
Councilman Cooper, this is Public Works Director Eric Wing. I'm happy to update on this project. The actual item that you see, 7AH, is amendment number 1 to the engineering services contract. It's going to provide some additional fee to include 2 additional pedestrian crossings that were mentioned in the preliminary report. We presented this item in August of 2020 to the City Council, and some of the highlights for this project that are up and coming are new sidewalks on both sides of Portland Avenue from Northwest 23rd to Northwest 36th. It includes a new signal with a pedestrian crosswalk. It includes pedestrian medians, landscaping, also includes street trees and lighting, landscape beds and irrigation. The amendment will specifically add 2 additional pedestrian crossings, one at Northwest 27th and then a mid-block between Northwest 33rd and Northwest 34th. So approval of this amendment today will allow the engineer to include those 2 additional crossings. The project is scheduled to begin construction in the spring of 2021 and complete in the spring of 2022. And it is a Better Street, Safer City project.
Thank you for that update. I'm really excited about the signalization there at 27th Street. We had a meeting with Cleveland neighborhood to the east and met with with planning and just being able to see how we're going to be able to connect bulk using 27th Street across I-44, either to Cleveland neighborhood and Venice neighborhood or to Will Rogers Park, and then ultimately to Skyline neighborhood. I'm really excited about that. And so I really just wanted to commend you all for your work there and thoughtfulness.
Well, and a lot of that needs to really go to the planning department and Jeff Butler's staff. They're doing a lot of the stakeholder and community outreach components of that. And most of these decisions and connectivity is part of Bike Walk OKC.
Thank you. And to that point, yeah, I'd like to extend a thank you as well to all the planning staff who've worked on Bike Walk and on this particular project, and specifically Jeff and Lakeisha for taking time to meet with our Cleveland neighborhood folks recently. So thanks.
Okay. Item AK3. Councilman Cooper.
I suspect we're going to hear from Public Works Director Eric Winger again on this.
Councilman, I'm happy to update on this item as well. This is the approval of funding to do some additional enhancements and modifications to the Western Avenue corridor and streetscape between Northwest 36th and Northwest 50th. I think there's been a lot of conversations regarding the chicanes that are located at Northwest 41st and Northwest 45th. So with stakeholder input and decisions moving forward, recommended today is funding of $75,000, and it's going to make several changes to the corridor. What's proposed is that the chicanes at 41st and 45th be removed, that new crosswalks, enhanced crosswalks with continental crosswalk striping be installed, that new LED enhanced crossings with pedestrian button activated lights be included at both 41st and 45th. We're looking to refresh the crosswalk striping throughout the district from 36th to 50th. And then there's also an application being made to further reduce the speed limit. Now in the corridor, it's already been reduced to 25 miles an hour, but there is an application pending to further reduce that from 36th to 50th to 25 miles an hour as well. There are some traffic calming measures that were a part of that district. Just as a refresher, there was angle parking added from 41st to 45th, the narrowing of the traffic lanes to 11 feet, landscaping, and then the original speed reduction. And so we believe with these additional enhancements, we're going to further promote pedestrian walkability and safety through that corridor.
Yeah, and I really want to thank you, Eric, and Assistant City Manager Laura Johnson for taking time to look into this issue, to meet with the Western District Board to discuss not just, removing the chicanes, which when I knocked doors, I heard so many concerns about them. I continue to hear concerns about them. Every time someone, just for public consumption here, every time someone would run into those chicanes, the Western District was responsible for paying for the signage replacement, and it was frequent. I didn't feel comfortable, however, with just removing those chicanes because the goal over there was traffic calming. And so and we could have removed them at any time, but instead we all came together and we explored different ways to continue an emphasis on traffic calming there. And so I'm really excited to see those enhanced crosswalks take the place of the chicanes. But as Eric said, I was pretty insistent that we needed to think about the entire corridor in terms of restriping for crosswalks, the entire corridor. And I'm very excited that we took that holistic approach, and I look forward to seeing it implemented soon. And I just wanted to thank the Western District for their advocacy and for reaching out to me and all the neighbors who through the last 2 years have discussed Western with me. And I just want to, emphasize that walkability is a priority for me. And anyone who saw when our Ward 2 campaign made the New York Times in November of 2018, and you heard from constituents on camera say what their number one priority was, it was walkability, homelessness, and public education. So these were their priorities. I would just include public transit as one that didn't make the video, but definitely was a major priority for Ward 2 folk. So thank you, Eric. Thank you to everybody for your work on this.
If I can provide just one final update, you mentioned timeframe. With council's approval of this item today, we'll make an order for the LED enhanced lighting. We understand that could be as much as an 8 to 10 week lead time, but our goal will be to install all the improvements at once. And so there will be several weeks from today, but we're looking forward to installing those as well.
When you, that you just reminded me, you mentioned the enhanced crosswalk. Would you mind describing, there's an example, I believe, over between 18th Street and 23rd Street, like what should residents in that immediate area expect right there? What will it look like where the chicanes have been?
I think what can be expected is that once the chicanes are removed, obviously the crosswalks will be completely striped through with the wide bars and the bright new paint, just to make very visible to vehicles that are passing through the area, but also where that crosswalk is located. But there'll be new signs that are located on each side of the crosswalk with a pedestrian button, and the signs will identify that crosswalk, but they'll also have a perimeter of LED, high intensity LED lights, so that when that button is pushed, it'll activate that lighting system, which will even be visible during the day, showing walking across that street. Councilman Cooper, you mentioned we do have a mid-block crossing on Western Avenue between 18th and 23rd that activates that way today. So for those that are interested in seeing a similar installation, they could visit that location.
Thank you so much.
Okay, item 7AY has a presentation.
Yes, David Todd is with us, the director of our MAPS program, to discuss this contract for the consulting services for the MAPS 4 program.
Good morning, David Todd, MAPS Program Manager. Really happy to be bringing you this item here today. So this item is, as City Manager said, the contract for program consultant. It's very similar to the previous MAPS programs that we have used a consultant in this manner, and they essentially act as an extension of our office and provide a lot of services. So this contract went through the usual process for consultants, through Public Works with the advertisement, and then the shortlisting and then the interviews. So we interviewed 4 different firms for this contract, and the interview panel included 2 members from the MAPS 4 Citizens Advisory Board. This contract will be paid out of the MAPS 4 funds, and what we do is we take that out of those A&E funds that we have on line items for each of the projects and break that up percentage-wise with how the projects are funded within the program. And then also this came to you as it was previously approved by the MAPS 4 Citizens Advisory Board. The contract essentially has 3 pieces. So the program initialization, biggest piece of that is the implementation plan. And I think that's what we've all been anxious to see and hear and get developed so that we can really get rolling on all of the MAPS 4 projects. And that is very similar to what we've done with all of the MAPS programs, but especially the MAPS 3 because of the pay-as-you-go process. It needs to be structured. Also project research and background information, so the consultant will help us go through and meet with all of the operators and advocates and make sure that we completely understand the projects from their perspective. Then the second part is program administration, obviously establishing and maintaining an office that supports our office, providing monthly reports to us, and as your body requires, we can provide those. I think the most significant part of this piece is that ADG will help us with the small and disadvantaged local business program, and also with our diversity program as it matures and progresses. We will be able to provide reports and help implement those things into the MAPS 4 program. Then also programming, what we're calling refined programming documents. So if we have, for instance, 4 youth centers, they're all going to be similar. We'll come up with the program requirements rather than doing that 4 times with each architect that we hire. We will develop the programming documents and be able to provide those to the architect as they do their design. Then there's the program meetings, and another big piece of this contract that we use a lot within the MAPS program is cost estimating to make sure we stay within our budgets. So that's it in a nutshell. I went through it pretty quick, but I'll try to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Any questions for David? Okay. Well, that concludes all our discussion on the consent docket. We could take a motion for adoption, except for the item previously struck. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilman Greenwell, have you voted? Okay, I see him. Councilman Greenwell, how do you wish to vote on this item? Yes?
He says yes, but we can't hear him.
Yeah, I can't hear you for some reason, but I can read your lips. Yes, okay. All right, we'll record you as a yes, and the items pass unanimously. Item 8 is the concurrence docket. We have items A through N we could take with one motion. Francis, are we able to take a motion? There we go. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilman Greenwell, are you still having issues? How do you wish to vote? Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Thumbs up. All right. That is a yes. Councilman Greenwell, which means that the concurrence docket passes unanimously. Which brings us to items under item 9, items requiring separate votes. Item 9A1 is an ordinance. All of these following items are going to be ordinances on final hearing that were recommended for approval at the Planning Commission. Item 9A1 is at 13000 North Mustang Road, going from PUD 1538 to RA single family 1 acre rural. Is Councilman Griner? Yep, Councilman Griner, you are recognized, and we have the applicant is here, but only needs to speak if there are questions.
Okay, cool. Yeah, this is a rezoning. It actually reduces the density, so it's a downzoning. Staff recommended approval with no TEs, and the Planning Commission unanimously approved it. And so with that, I will move for approval unless somebody has any questions.
Okay.
And I don't think I can vote, so I'll move it verbally.
Oh, there we go. I don't know. Maybe they did it for you, but it says you moved it.
Okay.
We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. And you're saying you're not on Prime Gov, James?
No, I'm not yet.
How do you wish to vote?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman McAtee, have you voted yet? Passes unanimously. 9A2 is at 927 East Reno, going from I-1 to SPUD 1107. This item has been deferred several times beginning on May 7th. Councilwoman Nice, there is somebody who signed up to speak. I don't know the nature of their comments, but I'll turn it over to you first.
Okay, we'll go ahead and hear whoever has called to speak.
Okay.
But with that, I will say that we have asked for the applicant to withdraw the application because he wants to change the use. So I'm going to ask for us to deny the application, but I'll go ahead and let us hear from whoever has.
Okay. This is Frederick Gadala. I don't know if that's the applicant or not, but is Frederick on the line, Francis?
Yes, he is. We can't hear it.
Frederick, if you could push *6 or something to unmute. Well, you're not muted, but we just can't hear anything. Yeah, now you're muted. Now you're unmuted. Try again. Yeah, I don't know.
Could you check your volume on your computer, make sure it's turned up?
Volume on his computer? Frederick, are you the applicant? Just give me a thumbs up if you are. Frederick, we can't hear you. Are you the applicant?
Yes.
He's the applicant, okay.
Maybe if he goes out and comes back in.
Yeah, or maybe he calls in. Maybe we can take a pause on this item and somebody can communicate with him and try to figure out how to get him. Since he is the applicant, we ought to be able to hear from him. So one way or the other. So maybe Councilwoman Nice, maybe we'll set this aside for just a minute, see if we can conquer our technical challenges. We will come back to it. Okay. Item 9A3 is at 4320 North Military Avenue, going from R1 to SPUD 1224. This item was deferred from September 29th. Councilman Cooper, we have quite a few people who have signed up to speak. But I'll start with you.
Thank you, Mayor. So let's start, if we could, with the applicant. I believe David Box is representing them. Let's start there. We've had discussions for the during the interim 2 weeks between when this item last appeared before council and today. And I'm hopeful but cautious. So I'd like to hear from David, and then let's hear from the folk who signed up to speak, if we could, please.
Sure. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. Also with me is the applicant, Jared Smith, as well as Klaus, the architect. So this is an item that was deferred from the council docket 2 weeks ago. There was quite a bit of discussion at that time. It is worth noting it is coming to you from Planning Commission with a recommendation for approval. It is also recommended for approval by your staff. One of the reasons that it is recommended for approval by your staff is, I think it's important that we think to the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan for this area designates these sites as urban medium. Under the urban medium designation, one of the goals that the staff has said, and you, the council, through adopting the comprehensive plan, is that we want to encourage more growth. So I'll read from the comp plan and what it says. Developments are expected to be larger in scale and have a greater intensity and mixture of uses than development found in urban low. So what this is telling us is, as we go into the core of the city, we are expected to have more density. There's been a concerted effort by the council and previous councils to get folks back into the urban core. So when you think of it in terms of that, although we are changing what is zoned R1 to something slightly more dense than R1, is squarely in line with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan adopted both by Planning Commission and this city council. So when we look, if you look at the image before you, there are three separate tracks within this SPUD. Through the SPUD, they are called areas. Area 1 will be the one furthest north, and what we contemplate there through the SPUD as drafted is a minimum of 3,000 square foot lots that all are served off one kind of common street that comes off of just east of Military Court. Then you have areas 2 and 3 that are south. Area 2 is the furthest east. Area 3 is west. So those are zoned R1 right now. What we seek to do through the SPUD is fairly minimal, in my opinion. We simply seek to change what is allowed to be 6,000 square foot per lot to 5,600 square foot per lot. And then instead of having 50 foot of frontage as required under the base R1, we are requesting that to go to 40 foot minimum lot width. So one of the concerns that has been raised by the neighbors is affordability. I would submit to this council that one of the ways that you can ensure affordability, I think, is to ensure smaller lots and smaller homes. In these types of developments, affordability is really a function of the price of the dirt and the price of the construction costs. I think having more density and smaller lots and smaller homes gets you to a point where you are providing a more affordable option than if you developed pursuant to its current R1 single family designation. So one of the things that has been talked about is some form of a square footage limitation. What my client is willing to do within Area 1 is limit the maximum square footage to 2,200 square feet. Again, Area 1 is that furthest north tract. So 2,200 square foot is a maximum on that area. On areas 2 and 3, we prefer not to limit the square footage, but in an effort to try to satisfy concerns by neighbors, we're willing to limit the main structure to 3,000 square feet on area 2 and 3. So what that does is it now takes what you could build a 6,000, or excuse me, you could build a home on a 6,000 square foot lot that could be upwards of 4,000 and greater. And now we're reducing the lot size slightly, but significantly reducing what could be built there to limit it to 3,000 square feet on the main structure. So all of those things combined, I think we have a product that is not only compatible with the comprehensive plan, but compatible with the area, will allow for, I think, a wonderful new development that is fully in line with what you might expect to see within the urban core, and specifically what you might expect to see within an urban medium designation pursuant to your comprehensive plan. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and we would ask for your approval as modified as I just read, that being area 1, a maximum of 2,200 square feet, and area 2 and 3, a maximum of 3,000 square feet on the main structures.
Thank you, David. David, would you mind just one more time, because I think some of that information about area 2 and 3 with the square footage, I think that's probably pretty new information. Probably pretty new information for the neighbors. I know we had talked about, I presented to them yesterday the idea of 3,000 square feet, but could you walk us back through other, like what square footage right now is allowed there? And
sure.
Yeah, thank you.
So right now there is no limit pursuant to its current zoning on the square footage. The only limitation that you might have are going to be based upon the size of the lot, your required setbacks, your required coverage ratios, and your limitation on your height. But on a 6,000 square foot lot, it is not impossible to conceive that you could have a 4,500 to maybe even a 5,000 square foot home without any sort of approval from City Council. So we are reducing it, I think, fairly significantly from what could be built today by right.
And am I understanding this right? Could someone actually, like with what you all are proposing, would there even be enough space for someone to build a 3,000 square foot home and then have an ADU behind it?
Probably not, maybe. I mean, so the 3,000 becomes a maximum. So certainly there are other options. And if these are customs, then you could envision a smaller home than the 3,000. We're just trying to limit what the, what the low end could be. But so 3,000 is a maximum. That would mean that all of them will be 3,000.
How did we arrive at that 3,000 number?
My client's review of the market.
Okay.
One of his concerns is, given the fact that right now, again, it's zoned R1, and we're only modifying the R1 district by 400 square feet on size and 10 feet on lot width. If you start reducing square footages, you start to find that you're kind of putting yourself outside the market, and you're going to run into a problem with buyers who may want something around 3,000 square feet.
Thank you, David. And then Mayor, whoever else has signed up to speak.
Okay, you want to go there now? David, you said the architect is Klaus, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so does he want to speak as well, or he's signed up?
I think we're good unless there's specific questions, maybe after the meeting.
All right, I also have a slip for Jared Smith, but that's your client, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Rachel Bundy. Is Rachel on the line?
This is Rachel. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. If you'd state your name and address and keep your remarks to 3 minutes or less. Thank you.
Okay. Hold on. Just a minute. Okay. Is that better? Can you all hear me without feedback?
Yes.
Sorry about that. I do want to say, I really appreciate all the time and effort that Councilperson James Cooper has helped with this process. And we do appreciate both Klaus and the applicant Jared Smith's time in meeting with us and working with us. Essentially, we, as the neighborhood of Helm Farm, we feel like modifying this many lots in our neighborhood becomes a pretty significant project and a pretty significant effort in our area. We would like to request for area 1 that the lot coverage be 50% maximum lot coverage. It's currently written into the SPUD that 75% lot coverage is acceptable, which is different, than R1. That is one of the points that we've requested for Area 1. And as Mr. Box said, limiting the coverage on that lot is one of the things that would help kind of keep the scale and proportion of these homes more in keeping with the current neighborhood fabric. And that is one of the issues we're concerned with is they're reducing the lot sizes, they are increasing the density. We understand that density is keeping with Plan OKC, but we're also trying to maintain the overall kind of feel and proportion of our neighborhood right now. I mean, our neighborhood has seen, a lot of renovation, a lot of new build. It is, we already have a mixture of density. We already have kind of a mixture of options within our neighborhood. We don't necessarily feel like, a project of this size and scale coming in is like saving our neighborhood or turning it around or something like that. Our neighborhood has been, up and coming, and which has made it, something that developers are going to want to come in and now buy our properties and really make our lots more like a greater asset than our homes. We also feel like this SPUD, we are still talking about demolishing 6 homes. Many of these homes people are living in right now or have been living in, up until the applicant purchased them. And so, we do feel like approving this and moving forward is setting a precedent within our neighborhood that, more developers will be able to come along. I mean, we saw Mr. Smith looking at some properties catty corner from us that are for sale right now, which just makes us feel like, there's going to be more of this happening if we allow it to happen on these 3 big parcels and at the scale that they're asking for right now. We had asked for them to limit the square footage. We were thinking more in the 1,800 to 2,200 square feet range for all 3 of the areas. And that is really in keeping with the average house size of our neighborhood. The average house size of our neighborhood is around 1,800 square feet. And I understand that, with R1, if they weren't modifying this to be a SPUD, that they could, build a larger house on those properties. But again, it's like they're, wanting to build on average what's larger than in our neighborhood now and reduce those lot sizes, which we feel like is just somewhat kind of disruptive to the scale of our neighborhood right now. So, I mean, at this point, we would like to maintain the 50% green space on all 3 of the areas. It's already written in for areas 2 and 3. And, we would like to request that the home sizes would be in the 18 to 2,200 square foot range for all 3 of the areas, in keeping with the current neighborhood fabric. Thank you very much for your time and listening.
Thank you. Kelly, sorry, the handwriting was a little rough here. Dillo? Is Kelly on the line?
Hello.
Yes, we hear you. If you'd state your,
apologize.
no problem. State your name and address in 3 minutes.
Kelly Dello, 1201 Northwest 41st. So I just want to kind of echo what Rachel has said, that I support her comments. And I'm opposed to this project, not because I'm opposed to density or development in the neighborhood. It just doesn't seem to be right now in a way that is going to be responsible for not only current residents, but future residents. It's not in line with the suggestions with Adapt OKC in terms of making OKC more resistant to things like climate change. So looking for some of the environmental issues like stormwater and urban heat island effect. There's nothing in there that is going to substantially address that, which we have issues right now in this neighborhood with those things, and more development is going to worsen it. And then the issue of making these homes affordable for the type of residents that are currently in the neighborhood. I agree that limiting the square footage will help do that. We want to keep the types of people that can currently stay here here, instead of making it where you have to have a substantially higher income. So those are my comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Cassidy Smith.
Hi,
Okay.
I'm Cassidy Smith. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I am the neighborhood president. So I would like to echo what Rachel and Kelly have said, with a couple extra things. We are talking about, as Rachel said, those 2,200 square foot homes, and we understand that some people might want a larger home, but the home size that's being proposed is larger than anything we currently have. And we hear a lot about this market forces thing, but looking last night, we saw that there are actually a number of new builds that are 2,200 square feet across Western and Douglas Edgemere that have been on the market for 295 days. And that just seems like a really long time for a home to sit, that is supposed to be, something that is desirable right now. We have talked a lot about the attainability, and we know that, smaller lots do create, more housing supply. We do worry about, with the BRT coming, who would be able to afford these homes. We also, there's been talk about this 3,000 square foot, and I know he said like it's not likely that an ADU could be included, but that it seems like the word likely isn't really guaranteeing anything. And if they, even on that 50%, if they're still giving us 50% lot coverage in areas 2 and 3, we do worry about a 3,000 square foot house max with an ADU. That just seems like a lot being crammed into a smaller lot. And we also have concerns, about what we've worked into the SPUD as it stands. Like, are those things going to stay? Like, what are we looking at here? We as a neighborhood, do have a lot of, different housing options along Western or Classen in our neighborhood. We have the, smaller kind of quad buildings that are front and back. We have duplexes. We do have a couple ADUs. We have smaller homes and larger homes. We have a really good mix, and we don't quite understand what kind of benefit this works in with these larger homes. We just don't feel like they would be as attainable, and we don't feel like we have really reached like a good middle ground on this, if that kind of makes sense. So I thank y'all so much for your time, and thank you, James, for everything you've done, and thank y'all all so much for just kind of hearing us out these last several months.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Cooper, that concludes the people who signed up to speak.
Okay, so I really appreciate everybody's time that they've dedicated to meetings to discuss the concerns from the applicant, from Klaus and from Jared. Really appreciate Jared and Klaus taking time to meet with me outside of the meetings that they had with the neighbors. I really appreciate the neighbors taking time to sometimes in a pretty last minute way be able to meet with me. And I appreciate David Box texting me late last night. So to be able to, actually try and still negotiate some of these deals. Just hearing all sides here of the conversation, I think where I'm the most comfortable as the council person here is because it seems like area 2 and 3 remain the most contentious part as it relates to square footage and these things. I still maintain that at present, the best compromise for us going forward would be to just focus on area 1 with the square footage that David has described, that 1,800 to 2,200 square footage. I think that is our most productive way forward right now. And it's something I can support. So that would be my first thing I would say. I personally would recommend that the area 2 and 3 within this SPUD, I think there's really two ways forward on them, quite frankly. I think either we, and I've talked to legal about this, and I really appreciate Councilman Stonecipher a few weeks ago suggesting I have those conversations with legal. And I also want to thank legal for taking time to meet with the neighbors, to meet with me. I think that area 2 and 3, I would recommend, instead of just completely throwing them out with the bathwater, I would recommend within this single SPUD, deferring those two, like creating, 1224.1, 1224.2, and that would keep the applicant from having to go back through the planning process. That would keep the applicant from having to spend more money to go through that process. We can determine right now a time that we want to revisit those two areas, and it can just come right back to council. I would recommend that timeline focus on when we feel realistically that the market would dictate such construction could and should begin on such other areas, and bring it back before council and let's hash this out. That would be my recommendation, because I'm not going to be able to support all three at once. I stand by that. I feel, as I said earlier 2 weeks ago, all three at once is dramatic. And even, quite frankly, even if it had the square footage of 18 to 2200, I still think all three at once is a dramatic shift. But that's not even on the table right now. So that'd be my recommendation. I'd like to hear from David what he thinks, but I'm not a developer. I'm not the neighborhood president. As I said on my last meeting with Jared and Klaus in the neighborhood, I'm a council person trying to hear both perspectives here. And I'm also, an English composition argument professor. So I'm hearing arguments and I'm trying to arrive at some sort of middle ground that maybe doesn't make both sides happy, but at least can move us forward. So David?
Yeah, so first on the area 1, the 18 to 2200 is kind of what we envision. We don't want to state it as that in the SPUD. What we want to state it is as a maximum of 2200 square feet, because certainly it could be less than 1800 square feet. And I don't think that would offend the neighbors. So what we propose is just setting it as a maximum of the 2200 square feet. As it relates to areas 2 and 3, understanding on paper, it looks like it is a dramatic change, but understanding that the reality is developments take time to develop. It is not going to be, over the course of 6 months that all of these things develop. Developers need some element of certainty when they're dealing with banks and financing and development costs to be able to know that their project as a whole is entitled through the city, but the market is going to dictate the timing of those things. What we do if we defer portions of them is we provide significant uncertainty to the developer. It doesn't remove the costs, because there will be costs associated with coming back. We will have to renew ownership lists. We will have to re-engage architects, perhaps lawyers, to come back to city council to get approval for what I believe the test to be in this instance is what we have proposed appropriate and compatible. The objective criteria that you have to review the case against are the comprehensive plan, ordinances, and other regulations. And the comprehensive plan undoubtedly supports what we have proposed in all three. Considering that area 2 and 3 are already zoned R1, frankly, what we're doing is not a dramatic shift. We're simply reducing the lot size by 400 square feet, and frankly, giving the neighbors what I think is a significant concession, in that limiting the square footage of the main structure in area 2 and 3 to 3,000 square feet. That area, again, has no square footage limitation whatsoever at the current moment. And so I think by putting those things in area 2 and 3, we're actually providing the neighbors exactly what they're asking for. By not approving area 2 and 3, I think we give the uncertainty to the neighbors that perhaps they are scared of. And so we would like to move forward with the limitations described in all three areas.
Yeah, I hear that. And I want to specify what I mean when I say dramatic. And I'm sure anybody who's followed these virtual meetings long enough has noticed I have a tendency to start staring out to the west. When I'm doing that, that's me thinking and looking out my window. I have a window right here. And when I look at the southwest corner of my street, and I imagine it leveled, and then I look at the northwest corner of my street and I imagine it leveled, and then I look over here at the southeast corner and I imagine it leveled. And if someone came into my neighborhood, the Paseo, and said, I'm going to build, and I don't, whatever it is, I'm going to do something over here on the southeast corner, and then I'm going to do something in about 6 months to a year over here on the southwest corner, and I'm going to do something also to this northwest corner. That is dramatic. That is a shift. That is not what is there currently. And moreover, area 2 and 3, as everyone on this call has noted, has existing housing stock. So you don't have to imagine it necessarily being leveled, these 3 areas that I'm talking about in my neighborhood. Imagine that there were 2 homes on one area or 2 homes on another, and those are going to go away. Dramatic means, what am I seeing in front of me? What am I seeing? How does it square with the present reality I know? And to do 3 areas approved at once is creating an anxiety in Helm Farm. That is the effect of it. So to mitigate that anxiety and to do my best to try and honor the vision that Klaus and Jared have put forward in trying to do work in this neighborhood, I feel that if we were to focus just one, in fact, you might be right, David. I mean, you are a bit more of the expert when it comes to the development world, that level of uncertainty that deferring creates hurts those 2 subsequent developments. And if that's the case, then maybe we just need to drop them, period, and just deal with area 1. There is anxiety on both sides here. There's anxiety on the side of the developer for the reasons you just described, and there is anxiety on the part of the neighborhood. I'm doing my best to try and articulate the anxieties that exist on both sides. And like I said, I understand you all have very much helped guide me through what those anxieties are on the development side. And I understand the financing and that a lot better, thanks to the way you all have walked me through that process. So I'm trying my best here to hear, these 2 opposing arguments here. And I just really think we should just, as a compromise, just focus on the one. And that's where I am right now. I tried to get us as close as I could to try and make everyone happy. And this is the best I got right now at this moment.
Sure. No, you're doing a great job. All I'd add is, the dramatic change, because it is already zoned R1, could take place today with no subsequent approvals whatsoever. What the SPUD does is it ensures that if there is a change, at least the change is going to be at a lower square footage that can be built now. So it is more in line with what the neighbors are seeing right now in their built environment.
Well, and to that point, and I've said this to you, and I believe I've said it to Klaus and Jared, to that point, I personally much prefer the level of density that is present in this SPUD when it comes to area 2 and 3 than I do giant homes taking up the entire, lot the way an R1 would allow. No, I actually do agree with the density in that way. So I would, that's why I say a deferral at least allows us to continue forward with the concepts as proposed, right? Of having those number of homes with the accompanying ADUs, the accessory dwelling units. I personally would prefer to see that than I would to see, some 4,000 square foot, industrial farmhouse or whatever it is that HGTV is up to these days.
Fair enough. For the benefit of my client, would it be possible perhaps here other thoughts from other council people so he can kind of make a decision on how he wants to move forward?
Well, I think I'd like to hear counsel from the other council. Let's do it.
So, although I know people struggle with change and with new development, I'm struggling to see personally where the downside is for the neighborhood in terms of infill. And when I look at this and I see the area 1, 2, and 3, to me, based on my past experience, if you limited it to 1, it would probably kill the deal from a financial standpoint, without knowing that you eventually could do 2 and 3. So that part of it I struggle with. And then the other piece is the 400-foot lot size. Yeah, that's not great, the reduction in that. But with them limiting the square footage, it's even, to me, more of a win for the neighborhood. And between the 2,200 and 3,000 being a max, I don't know that 800 square feet has that much of an impact either way. It certainly does for the potential builder, whoever that is, but living next to it, I don't know that I would see that big of an impact in 800 square feet. So if I owned a property next to this, all I would know would probably increase the value of my property. And that's what I'm kind of struggling to see, is where is it a detriment to me if I was living there. So, and I do get some of their concerns, but to me, the 2,200 to 3,000, I just don't see that as that big a deal. And again, that's max number. They'll build out there what they think the market will support. So those are just my thoughts.
I appreciate that perspective. As before we move on to other council members, Todd, I'm curious how you would respond to this. So yeah, for the homeowner, they likely will see their property values increase. That assumes that everyone who lives in that neighborhood is a homeowner. And you and I both know that that is definitely not the case in our urban core. And so my ongoing, and it's not just Home Farm, not even close to Home Farm, my ongoing grave concern, as I have articulated many times on this council, is displacement. If property values rise and I own that property and I'm renting, I now have an incentive, right, to sell that property. And the renters I've had there, I will wish them the best, right? But it is now in my financial best interest to sell that property. And then when I sell that property, and this is the anxiety, it is a domino effect. When I sell that property, now I can sell it to somebody else who then says, oh, cool, I see they have 3,000 square feet over there. Council set precedent of 3,000 square feet. Then that's what I want to build, right? And then they build that. Or then they go, well, what is this 3,000? Because let's just go ahead 4. So now all of a sudden, right, we have an entire block that is 4,000 square foot. And definitely the person who cannot afford that was that renter, especially when I mentioned my student earlier at UCO, when their tuition is nearly $10,000. It costs nearly $10,000 for someone to attend UCO, to say nothing if they missed being able to attend our career techs, because we know by the age 21, you're aged out in terms of being able to attend that free. So if the person doesn't have a skill and doesn't have the means to acquire that skill, now they're limited in terms of the employment that they can seek. And that limiting of their employment they can seek limits their ability to then gain access to credit and home ownership. That's the cycle the whole country is in right now when it comes to reinvesting in our urban cores. So I think we have to be just that much extra level of intentional about it. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but that's how I think about this.
So I think that's a great point, except that it's already zoned R1. They can go in there and build something over 3,000 square feet. They can go in there and build 5,000 square feet, which only creates a bigger issue, I think, for the existing neighborhood. To me, it's just a question. Do you let them give up 400 square feet a lot and limit them to 3,000 square feet? That seems like a good trade-off to me for the neighborhood.
Yeah, I think there has to be some compromise, Todd. I mean, it's not just we that don't own the land get to dictate everything about what's going to be built there. And I think you said it well, James, when you said, I'm not a developer. Well, I'm not a developer either, but Todd was a home builder. And the one thing I know is that he raises a great point that if this remains R1, people can go in there and build big houses. And that's not what the HOA and the people that live there want. And so this is a friendly compromise that we're trying to come up with. And I think the developer, I darn sure wouldn't want to be a developer right now in this pandemic world. And I admire him for attempting to take on this task. But if you delay it and stagger it out over time, I agree with Todd that there's a good chance that this deal will never happen. You have to go to the bank. You have to show them a pro forma. If you get limited in size, the banker won't loan the money and then the deal's killed. Or if you stagger it out over time and the market changes, let's say interest rates go to 12.5%, the way they were back in the early 80s, then it kills the deal. And so what you end up with is 3 idle lots, 3 dormant lots that continue to sit there for years and years and years. And so I agree with you that we need to think about affordable housing, and that's why we have Ian and the Oklahoma Housing Authority. And so I put the affordable housing over in that tranche, but then I also look at the developer tranche, and then I also look at the HOA. And so you can't just focusing on the developer for a second. It's R1. It meets the comprehensive plan. The developer has come up with a good compromise, which Todd points out as far as density is concerned and lot size. And so not everything's always going to be perfect, but I would rather have something that develops, especially when there's adequate school, fire, and police in the area, than have dormant land sit there for another 20 years.
Thank you, Mark. Any other council members' perspectives?
I guess my thought about that is that I'm hearing that the development is already going to be staggered. So I'm not sure I really understand why kind of putting a just extended process on areas 2 and 3.
Because you got to go to the bank and you've got to show them the infrastructure, and it's got to be built at one time instead of piecemealing it out over 3 different periods of time. And then the banker doesn't want to loan the money because it's not economically viable. You have to put together a working pro forma.
Jo Beth, had you finished your thought there? I'm sorry.
Sorry if I
No, I
interrupted
hadn't.
you, Jo Beth. I'm sorry, Jo Beth.
I don't have anything else.
Yeah. Does anybody else have a perspective?
Yeah, I have just a couple of thoughts, James, that you might want to consider. One of the considerations is that probably the thing that you don't want to have is a series of empty lots in the middle of your neighborhood for a prolonged period of time, and the challenges that presents. This particular plan here seems to alleviate that. The next thing that you want to have is some compatibility, and having the same developer develop all of this. You've got continuity, you've got a development strategy that's cohesive. He's got skin in the game, so you're going to get a better product out there. So it looks to me, if I was involved, I'd really like the idea of developing it all at once, get it in, get it sold, get it matured, and move on to another project. And that's just my insight.
Thank you, Councilman McAtee. Anybody else? So I really appreciate everyone adding their perspectives to the conversation. I still maintain I'm a bit with Councilwoman Hammond on that, like especially hearing David describe earlier, it will not be built all at once. I do not thusly see an issue with specifying then to the best of our abilities when we think that next development would occur, especially hearing kind of Larry's point there that it might make a lot of sense to have one developer do all three just for consistency of character and arguably even proportion. It's still my preference that we just do one. That would be my strong first preference. And then I think a compromise preference would be to say, in terms of a deferral today for the other two areas, to say, we will revisit this in 6 months. And then just from hearing from our other council members here, even if I came out against it, I suspect there are enough people on this council who would support it. But I just don't feel comfortable as it is doing anything beyond what I have suggested. And that's the result of listening to Klaus and to Jared, to the neighbors. And I'll also keep in mind here that what I've had to keep in mind here is that everyone I just named, those are all of Ward 2 constituents. So I'm like I said, I'm doing my best to try and make as many of our folk as happy as possible. This has not been an easy spud, and that's also why I appreciated hearing from my fellow council members. But David Box, those are my two recommendations.
So would it be possible to take a vote on the whole package as proposed and see what happens, and then if we have to pivot, so be it? As proposed, meaning with all at once, but the 2,200 square foot max on area 1, the 3,000 square foot max on area 2 and 3.
Say it one more time, I'm sorry.
So I'd like to request a vote, and then if we have to pivot, so be it, but a vote on the SPUD as proposed, except for the two modifications I've voiced today, being a square footage max on area 1 of 2,200 square feet, and a square footage max on area 2 and 3 of 3,000 square feet for the primary dwelling unit.
Except for what I would recommend is I'd like to have a vote on as amended what I'm suggesting, and if that doesn't work, then let's head toward your proposal, toward this original thing. I'd like to have a vote on my proposal of just doing one, and if that passes, then let's move forward. But if it doesn't, then let's move forward and see about your proposed as is. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah.
I'll step in and say only one of you is a council member, so so Councilman Cooper has the standing to turn that into a motion, and he certainly has the right to do that. So.
Thank you, Mayor. So then I have three different. We're gonna have three different possibilities here. Everyone, place your bet. So I'd like to amend to just do to proceed with area 1 with the amended 18 to 2,200 square footage.
Can I ask a question, James?
Yes, Councilman.
Either legal or David. David, how do you do that after the SPUD's been approved by the planning? Can you then amend it I've never seen a staggered out SPUD before like this.
Where's Kenny Jordan, our good friend legal?
Well, yes. Let's see. Okay, my audio is on. So yes, definitely. You can do that. Since this is a SPUD and it's supposed to be a negotiated process, what the status of it would be, essentially, you would be approving the application in part and denying it in part, which I mean,
so Kenny, if Councilman Cooper wants to have it in one vote, that's how it should be framed, as approving in part and denying in part.
Yes, really, that's kind of the better way to do it. I mean, technically, yes, if the applicant agreed to it, you could divide out all 3 parcels into separate spuds and vote on that and just vote on area 1 now. But I think it's kind of overworking this.
Yeah, Kenny, can I interject?
Yes.
I propose the first motion to be to defer area 2 and 3. And then if that's approved, then we're left with area 1 to adopt.
Yes.
That's interesting.
That
seems elegant.
That would be a way to do it. You could defer 2 and 3. I do think that the applicant can probably take that as a de facto denial of it and appeal that to district court on areas 2 and 3, whether or not the deferral is valid. Of course, you can always litigate anything, but then you would also need to amend that. Assuming that passes, you're going to have to amend the square footage per what David and his client are agreeable to for area 1. But
Kenny,
yes, you could do it the way Francis suggested.
Now, a deferral, a very long deferral, as you just indicated, Kenny, is essentially a denial, though that has to be litigated. I mean, an applicant has a right to an up or down vote, basically, if they want it. If they agree to a deferral, that's a different matter. But obviously, the applicant is not interested in a long-term deferral. So
yes, what you said, that is correct. And so essentially, that's correct.
I mean, I the question I had, and I think the mayor may have just answered it, Kenny, is that if we were to consider what James was proposing, the applicant would have to support that. The applicant could say, I want an up or down vote to make a better record for an appeal to the district court.
Right, exactly.
I guess the first thing, James, would have to be, would the applicant be willing to do that? Or does the applicant want you to do an up or down vote where you move to deny it or you move to approve it? I think.
Yeah, I would point out that it's already zoned R1. So there's nothing that would prevent the applicant from tearing down all of these buildings and building a couple of mansions there if he wanted to. So I really think what the applicant has offered is a pretty generous offer to have some type of square footage limitation. Now you can, debate whether the other 2 areas should be 3,000 or something else, but that's really kind of a modest size.
So then maybe, it doesn't sound like the deferral is going to be something that the applicant is probably going to want. So could we, let me just put it this way. I'm not supporting area 2 and 3. I can't do it. So but I would like to support area 1.
The applicant needs to decide if they want to follow your amendment. If they don't, then you can move to deny it.
My client is telling me that he would like a vote as we have proposed.
Okay.
But you will need whatever you do, if you want to, you can move to deny. But if you're going to move to approve area, or if you're going to move to approve it, you'll need an amendment on the square footage, which they do agree to.
Well, then let's amend it at the very least with the square footage, if we could, for, let's amend it for that square footage.
Right.
18 to 2,200 in area 1. And
max of 2,200.
Yes.
Max.
It's maximum interior floor space is what it is.
And then a max of the 3 in area 2 and 3.
Correct.
So I can, while
That's
I won't
a standalone motion just to amend the.
Yeah, I can support that. I won't be able to support the larger thing. And if you all want to support it, that's your prerogative. But I would like to move forward with that amendment at the very least with that square footage.
Okay, why don't we do that? Can we handle that so that's addressed and off the table as an issue, this amendment? Can we do that, Kenny and Francis? Just do a vote just on the amendment?
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. Box, your applicant agrees to, or supports that amendment?
Yes, to the square footage, yes, sir.
So can we walk through exactly, just so everyone on council knows what they're voting for, what exactly this amendment is doing?
So the amendment is altering the master design statement to put a maximum square footage limitation on area 1 to 2,200 square feet and a maximum square footage limitation on primary dwelling units in areas 2 and 3 to 3,000 square feet.
I mean, I just want to be very clear. I really don't like the 3,000, but I worry about them being able to do something more. And so if this is a way for me to at least to do that, then I would move approval of that amendment.
Okay, so this is a motion by Councilman Cooper to amend the SPUD as was just described. This is not.
You know what? Actually, I'm sorry. The more I think about it, if you all want to do the 3,000 square feet on area 2 and 3, can I would just want an amendment just on area 1. That's the only one I feel the most comfortable with y'all.
I don't think the applicant's agreeable to that.
Okay.
Well,
David Box, would you like to respond to that?
If you don't amend area 2 and 3 to 3,000 square feet, then there's no limit on it.
That's right.
So it's actually an improvement to add the square footage limitations.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, yep. Let's put a cap on it.
Back to where you were? Okay.
Yeah, sorry, thanks.
Okay, all right, so we have a motion that Councilman Cooper wants to make for an amendment. I believe we've got that motion now fully explained and on the table. Francis, can we?
It's ready.
Oh, it's ready yet? Maybe I don't have that browser open.
So again, this is a vote to amend this SPUD to put a square footage limitation on area 1, no bigger than 1,800 to 2,200 square feet. And then in area 2 and 3, they cannot build larger than 3,000 square feet.
Yeah, on the first one, when you said no bigger than 1,800 to 2,200, you mean to say no bigger than 2,200 square feet,
Yeah,
right?
I'm sorry, 22, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Whereas, just so we're clear, so everyone following at home knows, right now, without that 3,000 square foot limitation, they can build much bigger. That is correct?
Yes.
Just want to make sure. I just wanted to make sure that everyone knows we are putting some limitations on this. Thank you.
Okay, this is just that amendment. We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, the SPUD is amended as described. Now, Councilman Cooper, do you wish to move for denial?
I don't know what the right way to do this. I don't support it. I can, yeah, I guess it's denial. To move for denial is that's the right approach.
Yes.
Yes.
I think it probably is. It sounds like that's what the client would prefer. Not that they want the denial, but they want to have a vote that demonstrates where everyone is. So
and I would move to deny it.
Okay. So this is a motion to deny the application. So I want to be clear to everybody. If you vote yes, you are denying. If you vote no, you are voting against denial. You're not necessarily approving it, but you are voting against a denial.
Denying the amended motion.
The amended SPUD. Yes.
Amended SPUD. Correct.
Okay, we've got a motion. I'm going to give three more seconds for a second. 1, 2, 3. Motion is seconded.
So can I clarify? I just want to make sense. So
I'm really confused. Thank you.
Yeah, I am too.
I am too.
If I don't approve this and one of the other council members raises it to approve it, does it have those amendments in there still?
Yeah, it is still amended. Yes.
Okay. That's what I would say.
We are now considering the SPUD as amended. in every case from here forward unless we voted to amend it back. But no, it is currently amended. Okay, so.
And
we
James
have a
is seeking to deny this, and the vote is to deny.
So the vote is to deny. A yes is to deny the application. Okay.
To clarify, we are asking to deny the application because we would rather focus on area 1 first instead of all 3.
We're not even there yet.
The client wants the applicant, which they kind of have a right to an up or down vote. I mean, they have a right for their application to be considered as they submitted it, and so they have asked, that it be submitted in whole, and so that's what we're doing right now, I guess. But yeah, I mean, if this fails, then we're sort of back at square one as amended, and then this council can figure out what next step they want to take.
Councilwoman, I'm voting to deny this because I do not want to see all 3 of these at once, even as amended. So if this goes down, then council members would be able to vote to bring it back up to say, well, as amended, do we want to approve it? So someone could move to approve it, and then someone could second that, and then you all can vote. I'll still be a no.
Okay. But on this, you're a yes, just to clarify. You are a yes, Councilman Cooper.
I am denying this, correct.
Okay. All right. We've still got Councilwoman Hammond and Councilwoman Nice, who have not cast their votes on my screen yet. Okay. The motion to deny the application fails 3-6. So now we are back on the item as amended, but with no action taken. Are there any motions?
I'll move to approve it.
So this is to approve the application as previously amended with the square footage limitations in place. We have a motion and a second.
I think I'm confused again, and I hate to be that person, but I am so confused by this one.
So Councilwoman Nice, this is a motion to approve the application. Previous motion was to deny the application. This motion is to approve the application all together, all 3 parts, as amended with the square footage requirements that were placed a few moments ago.
Okay.
And that motion passes 6-3. Okay. Well,
may I just say thank you,
please,
everybody, for, thank you, Mayor. Just want to say thank you, everybody, for walking with us through a very anxiety-ridden process. I don't know that every side got what they wanted, but at least we were able to address the concerns I was hearing. And I apologize. Thanks for following us through the confusion. And thank you to the neighbors and the applicants and to council.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Okay, we're going to go back now. I believe we do have the applicant is now technically able to speak on item 9A2. This was at 927 East Reno Avenue, going from I-1 to SPUD 1107. We had previously heard a little bit from Councilwoman Nice, and then we were going to hear from the person who had signed up to speak, Frederick Gatala, and we could not hear him. And so we believe now, though, that we can. Frederick, I see you. Go ahead. Can you hear you?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah. My name is Frederick Gatala. My address is 1233 Wicklow Lane, Garland, Texas 75044. I am a project manager in construction in Ridgeway Construction and Design Group. And I would like to thank for giving me a chance to speak on behalf of the owner And I apologize about the inconvenience of my origin. Showing on the.
Hey, Frederick, are you speaking through the Zoom and on your phone at the same time?
I already off.
Try on the phone, just on the phone. Okay, try just on the Zoom and maybe mute the phone. Unmute your Zoom, Frederick. We can't hear you at all now. Oh, maybe somebody muted him. No? Can we unmute Frederick manually?
This is Joshua. Can I speak for?
Yes. Sure. Joshua Joseph?
Yes.
Okay, yes, I saw that you had also signed up to speak in the last few minutes on this item. Are you with Frederick?
Yes, my name is Joshua Joseph. I'm the owner and of the property.
Okay, we'll go to you then.
While
I can hear you clearly.
Yeah, while Fred is figuring out, Fred is the architect design for the property, and he literally designed the property. Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you so much, all council members. Especially good to see you again, Ms. Nice, for giving us this opportunity to, come once again. This property was approved by the staff and by the Planning Commission more than a year ago. When it was approved, we did the plans, we kept going full-fledged to start building this, got the financing and everything. And then Ms. Councilwoman Nice had called me and asked me for a meeting. And I agreed to the meeting. And she asked me if I can defer to do anything with this property for at least a year, so she can do some study about the area, because she was not sure if she could 100% support the senior living in that block. So I agreed to wait for a year or defer for a year. So I called planning and deferred it for a year. But again, after a year, this kept coming back on the Planning Commission. So we kept trying to talk, and we kept trying to see what else could I fit over there. And you all know the location. The location is an opening to the Bricktown. It comes in. The place was in shambles when I bought it. Built 3 beautiful hotels without a penny of tax dollar, without a penny of property tax abatement, nothing. All with my own, financing and my own money. Though Bricktown and everybody has TIF and all that, and that's a much better area. Here I did bring this up, a really bad area, and surround, and left the last location, which is the best location actually in the front, because now you have 3 hotels. You all must have seen it. It's on I-27. Entering Bricktown, we built 3 beautiful hotels around it. And the concern Ms. Nice had was there was maybe noise from the concrete dolisi behind us, or maybe from the crushing of the cars. I think that's around a mile away from us. And so I told my managers to look out for it and check if there is noise and things like that. And we have 3 hotels running right there, and all brand new. And till today, we haven't got a single complaint for train noise, for concrete noise, or for highway noise. People been really happy in the location, and we are being able to service the Bricktown area and surrounding highways and everything really good. At this at this point, my deferring for more than a year, my project, obviously, my bank canceled my loan after the pandemic, and now I have to go start a new loan. So I'm in a bind by taking a year deferment. I hurt myself, and now I have to start again the process of redoing the loan. All the architectural plans are done. They're with the city. I tried to see many different options to do something with that land, because right now it has an old depleted building in there. I think a senior living will be a great option there. It is surrounded by 3 hotels, so there will be no noise. The 3 hotels, if we had any complaints, you'll be seeing it on the web all the time, or people complaining who are staying with us. But, it is protected, and they're good built hotels, and there is no noise. And you see the area is pretty safe, and it's cleaned out, and we'll be having shuttle service to the hospitals and to senior centers and to downtown and things like that. So I would really request all of y'all, since I had waited this long and I don't see a reason to continue deferring this since it's back on the agenda, I would request all council members to go ahead and approve as is our plan.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
Yes. First of all, let me say again, Mr. Joseph, we appreciate you for deferring it as we continue to see what is going on for the neighbors that are adjacent to this development area. And I understand that there have been a lot of different ways that have impacted everyone as far as the pandemic is concerned. My concern is the fact that we have been communicating with you and trying to understand what you wanted to do. And at last we spoke, which was within the last couple of weeks, you said that you were going to defer for a different use. So I'm quite disappointed that you couldn't let us know that this is something that you wanted to continue to pursue. After, again, I've tried to do all that I can on my end, and I understand you were unable to receive any tax increment or any type of assistance, and it's not as if we did not try to assist in the efforts because of you being so gracious in the deferment. Again, I have a really big issue with housing seniors in this particular area of the city without the proper pieces of development for the seniors to be safe. We are still working through those challenges as far as the noises and the environmental concerns for the community that resides in this particular area. And also, I'm sure the average stay for folks staying in the hotels is not going to be a permanent stay compared to seniors who are going to be living out their sunset days with these types of concerns that I have for them. Because I think of my mother being in this particular facility. If, God forbid she would have to go, but if she wanted to, I am concerned for her. And I'm concerned for other seniors that would be on this particular property, again, living without the conditions of us being able to build out the area more and or address the concerns. And we have been in continuous conversations, I assumed, with you to understand what we wanted to do and move forward in this development and with this property. So I guess those are my concerns when, in fact, I do know that our chief of staff reached out with no response. So again, I do not see the fit for this in this area with the grave concerns for this. And I cannot comfortably ask for us to allow this use for this part of our community.
Well,
Councilwoman Nice, can I add a little context? Maybe you and I have lived this issue of the booms in a way that maybe the rest of the council hasn't, and I want to make sure they understand. There is a long-term issue over there near this property with some recycling plants that crush cars, and they have found it impossible apparently to properly evaluate those cars before crushing, and this causes large explosions to occur. There's no other phrase for it. And it is recurring. It has been going on for years. It's unpredictable, but it's something that Councilwoman Nice has been working on. We've had staff working on it. I've been in meetings on it for 2 years. It's not an easy solution. And why Councilwoman Nice is concerned here, and I share her concerns, is this is a senior living, this is a residence that would go just to the west, I believe, of these facilities I'm talking about. And I think that's for everyone to understand why she is so uncomfortable. And again, I share her same concerns about agreeing to a use that is clearly so incompatible with these recycling plants that are already causing a lot of concern for the neighbors to the north who are also in a residential area. This is currently, obviously, as says on your agenda, zoned industrial, and it very much is, and these booms take that to another level that it was not even designed for. So I just wanted to throw that in, Councilwoman Nice, if that was helpful context for the other members of the council that haven't been dealing with this particular issue over there.
And I appreciate you for doing that. And most recently, within the last, I guess, few weeks or month, there was a huge fire at this particular location around the area. And again, those are my concerns. I think it would be a beautiful facility in another part of our community. I just have a grave issue with it being placed here for permanent residents to be placed as we're still looking at what's going on in the area. In this industrial area.
I appreciate the context, but I'm trying to understand, is there, with this assisted living center, is there some compulsory, mandatory stay? Or is this a free market, standalone assisted living center that competes with others? And if it fails in the marketplace because people don't want to live there, it fails. But there's 3 hotels there and people are staying there. And I don't know a lot about this, and I'm learning quickly. But in my mind, the biggest factor would be is if people move there voluntarily, that's one thing. If they move there because it's mandatory or it's compulsory as imposed by some state agency, that's totally different.
Well, Mark, but they're, the market's going to fail them because they're not going to be told that there's a large explosion every 3 days when they look at living in this senior center. And then when that starts to happen, they're going to call Councilwoman Nice and they're going to say, why did you ever allow us to, why did you ever allow someone to build a residence next to this exploding recycling plant?
Yeah, and like I said, I'm not arguing here. I'm not advocating one position. I'm just trying to learn quickly, but it seems to me if there's 3 hotels there, how are they working? Number one.
Well, I think that's a temporary state. I think what Councilwoman Nice was getting at was that would be an acceptable use because they're not there for very long. Isn't that right, Councilwoman Nice? You were suggesting a hotel, right?
That's what we actually suggested in lieu of. Again, I don't see a difference between people being mandated to stay and people volunteering to stay. I care about seniors, and I care about them living out the rest of their days in comfort. And right now I have people who are residents and own property who are very uncomfortable with what is happening around them. And this particular space is no different than what the neighbors in the next neighborhood are subjected to almost every single day.
I share your concerns greatly for senior citizens, and the question is, and I don't know, is that something that what you're saying, Mayor, is there wouldn't be informed consent? In other words, somebody would
that's
buy
right.
a place, and I'm not trying to play lawyer, and I don't want people having to sue to get out of a contract, but if they've been misled, that's called deceit. Some would call it fraud. And so if you're hyping a place as being a comfortable place to retire and live the rest of your life, and every 2 weeks an explosion goes off, that's not the truth. So I'm not saying I'd vote either way. I'm just right now trying to learn. Usually in a free market economy, if there are assisted living centers, we let them build them, and they either succeed or fail. That's the way I was raised to believe.
Okay, but Mark, the question here is zoning, and this is an industrial area. There's no question about that, and they're trying to change the use to residential, and we certainly have a right to say whether that's an appropriate change in use or not.
I totally agree. I totally agree. Was the were the hotels built on industrial?
Yes, if I may, it was a high commercial industrial area, and when I approached at first place to build, this is exactly what I was said, that the hotel would be a very bad, that would be very bad for a hotel area, and I had to go through this. At this point, that is, all the 3 hotels are extended stay kitchenettes. People stay for long term, people stay working for long term, and they're surrounded. And honestly, I stay in the hotel too. I'm still trying to hear what explosion are you guys talking about. Once in a while, if they are crushing cars over there, I haven't heard, my staff haven't heard. We are there for 3 years. We build a hotel, we are there 3 years. Now for Ms. Nice, Councilwoman Nice, I deferred the property for 3 years, 2 years, not building anything, because I want you to do your study. And I was still ready to continue deferring it. But the last 2 weeks back, I was told that it cannot be deferred anymore. It is it's going to fall out of the thing, out of the schedule. And that's why I had no option but to come into this meeting. So there was, there was nothing out of place. So, when we came to know day before yesterday, the meeting is going on, that's when we decided to, come and attend it, because we knew it is going to fall. But I want to assure you, I have the GM, the manager, I can get them to dial in. I had given Councilwoman Nice the opportunity to come and talk to any of my staff, any of the guests in the last 2 years. And they're all 3 extended stay hotels. And till today, in the 3 years I have been there and built all these 3 hotels, I have not heard any noise, any blast, any fire. The guests have been really happy. They're very grateful that we are just right outside Bricktown and we're able to serve Bricktown. I really think it's going to be a great place for a senior living, because again, just like you said, there is no compulsion, there's no contracts where people come and stay. It's going to be an independent senior living where they have the option to come, stay, pay, not stay, but we were going to provide services for them to go to the park, for them to go to the hospital. And at this point, around Bricktown and that whole area, I think this is a great area. And especially with 3 extended stay hotels surrounding it, At this point, with hotels and other locations, not the best option for that, and the easy access it has to the hospitals, I would request your approval for this project. And I'm here ready to answer any of your questions, but all the 3 hotels around me are extended stay hotels, and they all have full kitchenettes. And we have no complaints in the last 3 years. And I myself stay there every week almost, and never, no staff, no guest, nor we ever heard of any blast, any. You talk like there is a dynamic plant over there that bombs rocks and things like that.
No one said that. No one has said that it does dynamic rocks and bombs.
Yeah, but the car, there is no noise of car crushing.
Okay. Yeah.
Here, I'm going to go ahead and ask that we deny this application. And the reason why, again, as we're looking at even the picture that is in front of everyone, it is I-3 surrounding this area. And it is also before, when they came for this, the prior application for those hotels, it was commercial industrial. This is not commercial industrial that we are asking for in this application. This is for a commercial industrial with a residential. Changing it to that SPUD for residential use for seniors. And again, I don't think, and I understand even with Mr. Joseph, having in Texas, which is what he explained to me when he first came to talk to me, is in Texas on Highway 635, they have a senior living facility. It does not look in the area that this is for our community in this particular area of Bricktown. As you can look and see, everything that surrounds this is heavy industrial. And I have a really bad issue and concern when it comes to walkability, transportation, accessibility for seniors having to be subjected and living in this particular space of the community. So with that, I am going to ask that we deny the application.
May I ask one more question?
Please.
Yes.
Hello?
Mark, go ahead.
Yes, please. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is a question to the developer. If you were to build it and I was wanting to take my mom or dad to live there, are you saying that I'd have to buy a unit within it? I'd have to have a minimum 12-month lease. I could be month to month. What is the development plan long term for these units?
It's a month to month, but if somebody feels there is noise and want to move, they'll have a full refund for any noise or any type of complaint. Since we do hotels and extended stay hotels, that's been our policy. If somebody is dislike the room even for one night, we refund it. And that's the same policy going to be for the senior living. They have an option to stay. If for any reason, and I assure you guys, it'll be in writing that for any reason, if they wanted, if they didn't like the stay, they will be offered the same day. But, our services are going to be basically to the hospitals, to the, transportation, free transportation to the hospitals, to the parks, to other living centers. And this is just, an extended stay where independent seniors will have an option to stay and just will have, medical care. And it's not Alzheimer's care. It's not deep medical care. It's basically independent senior living, where some of them will be able to drive in, drive out. Some of them will stay and will have nurse care and maybe a doctor visiting sometimes. So it's not like Alzheimer's care or a nursing home where people are forced to stay with noise or anything. Here, everybody will have their independent option to come, go as they like. And if there are people needing our services, we'll be offering free shuttle services, doctor appointments, medical, help with, their medication and things like that. So it's a light service and not a full-blown nursing home or a full-blown Alzheimer's care. It's just a senior living where people can come and go as they please, and they can ask a refund anytime and move on.
Nikki, one last question.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Go ahead.
I was going to say, this does not say independent living facility on the request. It says assisted living facility. Therefore, it will be an assisted living facility. So we have a concern with the language of what is said in here compared to what the actual use will be. So either way, there's a concern. Which one is it? Is it an assisted living facility or is it an independent living facility? If either, we're going to have to change the language if that, or the use, if that is what you're asking for. As it is for an assisted living facility, I will not support it. Even as an independent living facility, I have a lot of trouble supporting that. And how can you guarantee that once people move in, we have seniors moving in, probably selling their homes, depending on what their lifestyle may have been, to live in these types of facilities, to say, oh, we don't want to stay here anymore because of what is happening around us, and you grant them to leave, where are they going to go? I know that's not a concern for anybody else, but that's a concern for me as we're dealing with, again, the issues of noise, the issues of environmental concerns that will surround this particular area of our community.
Well, I would think you would be happy a brand new facility will do much better than a lot of other facilities that is really bad shape around downtown. But you know, it's up to you. I just wanted an up and down vote. If you approve it, great. If you want me to change the language to independent senior living, I can do that. You can make that amendment. But if you don't approve it, it means it's up to you. I'm ready to invest $10 million there. If you don't want it, I'm okay with it.
Well, again, this is not about the money to invest. This is about caring for folks in the community. This is not an argument of an investment. This is, again, I want to ensure that if I have seniors that are going to be staying here, that they are safe. And right now, I can't guarantee safety with you doing this development. And it's nothing to slight you or what you're doing, because I think it would be beautiful. But however, in this particular area of the community, I have a grave concern. And it's unfortunate that you don't understand that concern that I have been tasked with, again, in caring for this particular area. And what I have, and the mayor has also explained, we have had continuous conversations with our fire department, with DEQ, with other different organizations, not only in our city, our county, but with our state, to address what the concerns are for our residents in this particular part of our community.
It's a great location, and it has everything is needed. It's
again, I have already asked for what. I'm just waiting for the screen to pull up, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
I did have one last question. Hello?
Go ahead.
Has anybody, whether it be the city, the developer, state agency, done a noise study as to this property?
So if you want a 3-hour briefing on this, Aubrey McDermott can give it to you, and it may be that that's necessary. You know, this is intersecting now with obviously this zoning case that affects all 9 of us. And but there is a written document Aubrey can share with you that is lengthy, but is really interesting. I mean, she's convening a working group of multiple state agencies. I mean, I can't even give you the tip of the iceberg on all the issues that we've had to try to deal with in relation to these explosions over there. So it's a huge issue. Councilwoman Nice has been working on it for years. I've been involved for years. That's why it's so front of mind for us. I recognize that nobody else on the council has ever really probably even heard of this issue before, but it's now front and center for all of us because of this zoning case. But yes, we would noise studies, you name it. I mean, there's all kinds of work that's been done in this area. Somebody Leslie Batchelor represents the Housing Authority. Mark, you might visit with her. She offices over there, and she's her agency that she represents offices over there. And so we are in continual communication with Leslie about this issue. So that's somebody I know you know well that might be able to help you learn a little background on this. But it's quite a conundrum we've been facing.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
I've got a quick question. The reason for the year-long deferral, was that so that we could work through that issue? Or we were attempting to work through that issue?
I was told to defer it so Councilwoman Nice could do some investigations and talk to my customers and talk to my employees and about the leak, about the complaints of noise. But it's almost 2 years. I haven't heard anybody talk to my staff, anybody talk to my employees, my general manager, nobody. So, or nobody even asked me, other than, we kept deferring and deferring until I was told last week that they cannot defer anymore. I'm ready to, if you all want to study some more, I'm ready to wait. I have no problem. But, because it came to a position where it's going to drop off and they cannot defer it anymore, that's why I'm here. But if you all need some more time to study it, and give me, be fair with me and let me know if you can do it or you cannot do it, I'm more than willing to wait.
Okay, well, I think that's where the issue is, because there wasn't a conversation of that. Even when you started talking previously, there was no conversation of that. So now I understand we're changing the conversation to wait. And yes, this was deferred in May of last year, so it hasn't been 2 years yet. But as we are looking at this again, my concern, and unfortunately, because of the impacts, it took longer than a year for us to understand, and we're still trying to work through the issue of understanding where this impact is coming from. And I know Ms. Aubrey can speak a little more to that, and I know she's with us. I would ask if you don't mind, just give us a small, brief summary of what we have been facing over the past year and where we are currently, so our other council members will understand we haven't just been sitting on this and waiting for a year to pass for us to just start looking into this issue.
Sure, council members,
Aubrey.
Go ahead. Assistant Manager. This has been a really complicated and challenging thing, as Mayor Holt had mentioned, but one of our biggest concerns is how far the impacts of the explosions go in the surrounding area. Residents in the area have been keeping logs of the disturbances and explosions, and pictures of things like cracked walls and slabs on their property that they attribute to those explosions. The way that the explosions happen, the fires and the smoke and things like that can disperse in different directions depending on the wind direction or just how sound waves carry. So our concern is for not putting incompatible uses next to that, such as residential, because we've already seen so many residential and business uses affected by those operations. In the meantime, we're really trying to work with agencies who regulate the operations to reduce the amount of explosions and fires, but that is really farther beyond what the city can control. So in the meantime, I think that the question around here is compatibility of land use and not trying to perpetuate challenging problems with adding more residential uses within that kind of footprint of the area of disturbance. Councilwoman Nice, is there anything else that you needed me to cover?
No, thank you very much.
Let me just one last moment say, I see that, I waited. I lost a loan for it. I've spent a lot of money doing this plan. We came up to this year, this far, and the case is almost going to drop. Let's do an up and down vote. If you all think it's not worth it, I'm ready to move on. But let's do an up and down vote, and so that I don't live in a life of another year or two. This is the project that was going to be on the highway, but So let's do up and down votes so I can just, move on and not keep waiting another year and then come back to the same position down. So I would like to just put a close on this chapter.
Nikki, if you don't think this is something that can be worked out over time, I'm going to follow your lead on this.
Okay, well, it's very unfortunate, Mr. Joseph, that we are unable to work this through, because again, I can't with good conscience allow us to continue to work through this without being able to go through the process to understand where the impacts are actually coming from. So I have asked that we deny the application. And I add thank you for deferring it for a year to understand what we were trying to do. And we're still working through that. So I apologize that you had to be in the middle of what we're doing. But unfortunately for me, the community comes first with anything in our city when it comes to our development. So I just want to ensure safety for everyone and less impact if possible. And again, the compatibility use is where the concern is for me. And I've asked that we deny this application.
Just in the last word, as a developer, I would never put my money into a project that I would not think was safe for my guest or would not think it was beneficial for the city and me. I identified that as a great location, and I did that after I built 3 brand new hotels, senior living, 3 extended stay hotels. So after I built 3 hotels, I see that was a perfect location, and I thought it was going to work, and that's why I did. And it gave me 3 years of time to make sure there was no noise, no complaint. So that is why I went ahead with it, but I respect your position on it. And, at least this will put to rest of me thinking if I can go forward or not.
And Mr. Joseph, let me say that I'm very grateful for your willingness to invest in our community. And it's unfortunate I'm going to support this denial as well, but it doesn't mean that I don't think you would do a quality job or that this isn't needed in our community. And I hope there's other ways that we can find common ground for your investments here in Oklahoma City. It's just that I personally, as well as Councilwoman Nice, have repeatedly, had to look in the faces of people who live over there who feel absolutely terrorized by these explosions. It has been one of the most impossible issues that I've dealt with as mayor, and I just can't in good conscience imagine creating more such faces. I can't, put more people in that position who will then come to me and wonder why they have to live like that. And so that's why I will be voting with the denial, but it is not something I do with relish, because I certainly appreciate your willingness to invest in our community and your willingness to provide high quality housing to our seniors. It's just that this location is just not compatible for that, I'm afraid.
And I share in the sentiment. I just saw the renderings. It is beautiful, and I know it would be useful in another space of our city where our seniors could truly feel comfortable and know that they are safe in that space without any worries of noise or impact. So I'm just looking at an email right now of another one of those noises and explosions that happened within the last 24 hours. So it is, again, a concern for our city and that part of our community.
Okay. If there are no other comments, we have the window up here to make a motion for denial. Councilwoman Nice has made that motion. There is a second. This is to deny. I think we got this down on the last item. Everybody understands if they're voting yes, they are voting to deny the application. So cast your votes. The denial passes 8-1. So the denial is approved, meaning that the application has been denied. And Mr. Joseph, again, thank you for your time, your willingness to invest in Oklahoma City, your patience with this case over the course of the last year. And I sincerely do hope our paths cross again.
Thank you. I also want to say thank you to Mr. Joseph and for your patience, because I know this was not an easy process for you. And I hope that we can find a different place for this development, because I would like to see our seniors housed independently in a place where, again, they are comfortable. Thank you.
Okay. We are now on item 9A4. We have gotten 3 planning cases checked off. I bet the next 3 are going to go a little faster. 9A4 is at 1335 West Sheridan Avenue, going from I-2 to SPUD 1239. Councilwoman Hammond, we do have one person who has signed up to speak in opposition, but I'll turn it over to you first.
Thank you. I guess first I'd just like to see if Jesus House or their representative is available to speak to this application.
Sure.
And kind of just to give a sense of what's going on.
Yeah, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. Staff, could you display the renderings of the project? So there we go. So this is an application by the Jesus House to expand their operations and to kind of plan for their future operations and the services that they provide. It'll allow for some new buildings to be built and allow for a long-term plan of some transitional housing to be constructed. We worked with the Planning Commission member, Asa Highsmith, during that process. We did have a Zoom call with some people that had submitted some protest letters prior to Planning Commission, and had hoped that we were kind of in a good place to where some of the neighbors that own property in the area were able to communicate with the folks on the board and the people that work for the Jesus House and get contact information, so that if things arise, they would have a person to call and discuss what was going on with. When we got to Planning Commission, there was only one person that was on the call. We took that as a sign that we had been able to satisfy any concerns that existed. My understanding was the person that was on the call had not been on our previous Zoom meeting. It was brought up by, I believe, Commissioner Highsmith, maybe another commissioner, but most, if not all, of the people that were voicing complaints had acquired their property after the Jesus House had begun their operations on this site. Asa had said it very perfectly. I said when he said that this is an area of the city where we have chosen to put our social services. What better place than in an area downtown like this? And this is where we need to continue to allow the reinvestment for these types of services. And so it was approved, recommended for approval unanimously by the Planning Commission with the TEs that we did agree to. And it is recommended for approval also by your staff.
Appreciate that. I guess let's also hear from the resident and then we'll see if we have any questions.
Yes, Councilperson Brian Johnston is the city.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Sorry.
Okay. It went blank for a little bit. So is it my turn?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you for allowing me to join the call, and thank you, Councilwoman Hammond and Mayor Holt. I am a property owner in the area, and yes, I did buy property down there after Jesus House had been established. We have made a large strides. We, as in the collective property owners in the area, have made large strides to clean up the area. We have made significant improvements in the area, and we've brought several hundred jobs to the area that are good jobs. And we have further aspirations to amenitize our area, and we have always reached out and wanted to be good partners with the Jesus House. And unfortunately, we are opposing this at this time because for a few reasons, mainly because we feel like the Jesus House has not been a good neighbor. They have a history of not following through with and maintaining their properties. We have spent thousands and tens of thousands of dollars cleaning up messes. We'll just call it that. We'll just leave it at messes, which include things that I won't talk about and just basic trash. And we believe that the Jesus House is not considered other options, and we believe that placing this facility at the only entrance to the boulevard to our city is very problematic. Everybody's driven east on the boulevard. It's just awful, and it's embarrassment to the city. We do the best we can to maintain our properties that are boulevard front, and it just gets trashed. And while most of us have, a lot of us have bought our properties after the Jesus House has been in existence, that's a terrible reason to that's a terrible justification. Just because an area of our city is downtrodden doesn't mean it needs to be downtrodden forever. We believe that the Jesus House should consider other options. We are willing to work with them to do that. And what we found out in our talks has been interesting is the Jesus House people are not really aware of their city services that are around and that could help them, that could help synergize some of their administration and the way that they treat people. We in the community have been very open and to supporting the homeless, and we have tried our best. We have made friends in many instances with them, but overall it's a problem, and it's a problem because Jesus House is not following through. They don't maintain their property, and to our knowledge, the homeless task force is convening, and Jesus House has not participated in any of those discussions regarding their campus plans. And this is simply speaking in opposition to the way it is currently presented. None of us have really a lot of information. We feel like it's been rushed through and not thought out correctly, not thought out well, and we feel like it'll really harm the western edge of downtown, maybe for the next 50 to 100 years. There are other options that should be considered, and I thank you for letting me speak, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian was the only person who had signed up to speak.
Okay. Yeah, I guess, does anyone have any questions from the council?
Councilwoman Hammond, given your expertise and work in this particular area, I'm just curious if you could kind of give us some thoughts on what's going on in this particular area and what some of the struggles are, and
Sure.
Best remedies, and just kind of provide some context.
Yeah, so I think a lot of folks know that a lot of our social services that have developed over the past 20, 30 so years, have tended to locate west of downtown for various reasons. One of those being that people didn't want those services to be in downtown proper. And so now, as downtown has become a more desirable place to come to, development, of course, is happening in the areas and is sort of starting to reach the areas where these services were once sort of hidden away. So obviously more people coming down in the area, more people see that people are living outside, especially with COVID right now. A lot of our congregate shelters are operating at lower capacities to reduce spread. And thankfully, I've heard reports recently that we've only actually had 3 cases of COVID in our homeless population. And one of those was actually someone coming out of DOC. So that's actually where they got it in our prisons and jails, and came back out into the community and was able to get support to quarantine and get treatment. he tested negative or he kind of moved on to the next stage of reentry. But so yes, so of course I know there's going to be sort of the clashes, I would say, of sort of what do you do when you have longstanding services that people rely on in an area of the city that you know is changing and is becoming maybe more has more less industrial, more commercial, more maybe entertainment. I know there's a brewery and kind of event space that's getting developed just near here. So there is a lot going on in the area. It's right near Star Space 46, which has a lot of folks coming in and out. And I've met with Ryan and some of the other folks in the area. I've met with Tommy of Star Space 46, and you know, I think what we always need to remember in these conversations is that people are homeless for a myriad of reasons, but the main reason is lack of affordable housing, and not just, you know, what that means a lot of different things for different people, but truly for people who have one horrible event and they were teetering on the edge, they can't hold on to that housing because we don't have a living wage. And we don't have enough affordable housing. And unfortunately, what I see happen in some of these areas where these clashes start to happen of sort of new development coming in where longstanding services are, is those services, there start to be more complaints because more people are seeing the lives that people have been forced to live by our free market. And the people that our free market has completely failed and that our government systems have completely failed. So, you know, a private, you know, nonprofit trying to, in my mind, what I see them doing with this is an improvement on the area and on the property. Their building is very, very old. It's actually was the original Black elementary school for the area when this was the area of the city that was where a lot of our Black residents were sort of, resigned to, unfortunately, back in early days of Oklahoma City. So that original building, that's their main building right now, is very, very old, has a lot of issues that have essentially reduced their capacity to serve more people and to have more people in their program. So in my mind, with this, you know, offers this new, being able to build these new buildings and have a little more, change the zoning to have more buildings, have a little bit more residential space for their transitional program, but also to be able to eventually build that transitional housing across the street in lots that currently are empty. And so people are camping there because it's close to services, it's close to our transit opportunities. And so in my mind, this is a great opportunity for the area to be quote unquote cleaned up and actually doing something, being able to do something with those lots, as well as hopefully integrating that kind of transitional housing for folks that need that next level of, maybe they don't need to be in the, you know, a sober living program proper, but can kind of be a little bit more independent as they transition on to hopefully some other, housing in a different area of the city. So I'm supportive of this application. I know there's, you know, issues that continue to be needing to be addressed in the area, like, lack of bathroom facilities for people who live outside, lack of hand washing facilities for people who live outside, lack of trash pickup for people that our community has collectively failed and our systems have collectively failed. And I'm, I don't do this full time, so I try to work on it as much as I can. And I know I have emails sitting in my inbox that are probably months old that I still have not been able to get to address issues like this. But I will say one of the things that I've been working with a few people on as far as trying to address some of those issues includes Jesus House. I've talked with both the Homeless Alliance, Curbside Chronicle, and leadership at the Jesus House about trying to create some kind of opportunity where, instead of what right now happens, for anyone who doesn't know, is as code violations get reported about trash and camps, we sort of let it get to its like most problematic. We like let it all pile up, and then we send in crews to go kind of take all those camps down at once and throw everything away at once, rather than having some maybe ongoing maintenance, preventative maintenance. I will say a lot of the trash in that area also just comes from people dumping. So it's not necessarily even the folks that live outside there. It's like literally people drive through at night and throw tires and other big trash into empty lots that people are not keeping an eye on. So there's a lot of, it's outside of just people who live outside. There's other areas with trash in that neighborhood that we're trying to think of creative ways to address that. But one of those is to try to create some kind of program and opportunity to have some preventative, consistent trash pickup where we actually hire folks who live outside and provide that extra job opportunity. And that's where talking with the folks at Curbside Chronicle to try to weave in some of those opportunities for their participants or people that they might want to refer to that maybe curbside isn't the best fit for that person. So obviously that takes time, and I think, as we all know, if I could wave my magic wand and make it happen 5 months ago, I would have. But in my mind, this is actually a great improvement for the area and a great opportunity, like I said, to put some structures on that frontage of the boulevard that will allow for productive uses of those lots, as well as, and not necessarily even displace the people that are currently there, but maybe even give those folks that are currently there more options for supportive transitional living. So I appreciate the question, Councilperson.
I appreciate the context.
Okay. Well, are there any other comments, or Councilwoman Hammond, do you want to proceed?
Yeah, if there's no
Mayor, I'd like to just say something if I could.
Yeah.
Maps 4 recognized that there was a problem, a serious problem with the homeless, and the voters of Oklahoma City committed $50 million of Maps 4 money to try to address part of the homeless problem. And of course, this is just starting. This particular facility here, along with the City Rescue Mission, tries to do an outstanding job of ministering to people where they are. The facility is not where everybody would like it, but this is an effort here to give it some impetus and move it in the right direction. Appreciate what Joe Beth has been doing down there. Having the area of Meridian and MacArthur and Council on I-40, we house and we take care of the overflow from these other facilities. It is a problem, but it's just not going to go away. And so this investment here is just another step, I think, in the right direction. I commend Joe Beth for doing it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hammond?
I will move for approval if there are no other questions or comments.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilman Greenwell, have you voted? Oh, okay.
There he is.
Councilman Greenwell, have you been able to vote?
I vote yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Passes unanimously. Okay, item 9A5 is at 11820 Northwest Expressway, going from AA to SPUD 1241. Councilman Griner, the applicant is available to speak. Mark Grubbs.
Yeah, this is a SPUD that is changing, that has an underlying commercial zoning. I agree with all the TEs. It's facing Northwest Expressway, so it totally makes sense to make it commercial, and had a unanimous planning commission approval. And so I will move for approval if it pops up.
Okay. Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9A6 is at 505 Oakdale Drive, going from SPUD 1181 to SPUD 1242. Councilman McAtee.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Is the applicant present?
I don't know. No one has signed up.
David Box, 522
There he is.
Colcord Drive.
David, if you would give the group a brief synopsis of why this is here and the fact that it's not a rezoning. Is this kind of taking care of some Scribner errors?
Yes, of course. So this is a SPUD that on this property, the council approved a identical SPUD back on March 16th of this year. After we had the approval, we realized that there was an error in the legal description. The purpose of this application is to fix the error in the legal description. This application mirrors the regulations of the previously approved SPUD and changes nothing. It just simply fixes the legal error that existed in the previous approval.
Thank you, sir. And with the fact that nobody has signed up, unless the council has some questions of this, I move for approval.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Looks like maybe Councilman Griner has left us. There we go. Passes unanimously. All right. Item 9A7 is at 621 North Oklahoma Avenue, going from Downtown Business District to SPUD 1243. Councilwoman Hammond, and no one has signed up to speak.
Okay, is the applicant present?
Jonathan.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jonathan did sign up to speak, and I apologize, Jonathan.
Me?
Yes, Jonathan, and you did sign up, and I apologize for missing that. Yeah, Jonathan Russell, go ahead.
Yeah, if you want to give us an update.
We are adding, the only change to current zoning is that we would be adding agriculture to that zoning for an interior, completely interior cannabis grow at this facility, which is a former OPUBCO warehouse, so heavy industrial use previous. And we have vetted this with Commissioner Highsmith and with Councilwoman Hammond, and it's been recommended by staff for approval. So we would ask that you approve it.
Yeah, are there any questions from council? If not, I will move for approval.
And we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right. Item 9B. This is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval at 3721 North Classen Boulevard, going from O2 to SPUD 1234. There is an 85% protest on this from the area. And so if it were to be recommended for approval, or motion for approval by the council, it would require 7 votes. This was deferred from September 29th. Councilman Cooper, there are 2 people who have signed up to speak. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. So we're going to have to walk through quite a bit here, my fellow council members, so be ready for that. First, if we could hear from, I believe Mr. Box is representing the applicant, if he can walk us through what this application is. David, if you could also walk us through the history as it relates through, the history as it relates specifically to the Planning Commission conversation surrounding this item. And even beyond that, any conversations you all had with folk within that immediate 300-foot radius. If you could start us out there, that would be very helpful.
Absolutely. So for the record, again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. Staff, could you display the PDF with the text boxes that I sent? So when we filed the application, there you go. Thank you. Protest did come in. My belief is that we continued it once prior to the Planning Commission hearing so that we could have a Zoom meeting with the neighbors that had an interest in it. And what that resulted with were a series of concessions made by my client and put into the exhibit that you see in front of you. This is an exhibit that was actually produced by the neighbor that lives immediately to the west of our site. And what it represented to him and his home were a series of concessions that he believed got this in a place where the SPUD as drafted was actually a downzoning of sorts and ensured that something on this site would be compatible. So if you kind of look at the exhibit, you'll notice that there is an access point onto Northwest 37th Street on the north side, and you'll notice that it's angled to the northeast. It's very important that we keep the angled approach to the northeast so that anyone leaving this site would be forced to go to class and not create a situation where traffic was being encouraged to go into that neighborhood. So we agreed to that. To the west of that, you'll see a highlighted green area that's currently grass. What we agreed to do there was to plant additional landscaping to serve as a visual screen and buffer to the neighborhood to the west. The western side of our property currently has a masonry wall. That is something that the code would not require. We agreed that if that wall ever was removed or fell, we would have to go back with a similar masonry product. Then we committed that there be no signs visible from the neighborhood. So no signs on the west, south, or northern elevations of the building. Currently, there is a sign that is a small accessory brick structure, probably 4 feet tall, that is along Classen. We agreed that we would limit our accessory sign to that 4 foot tall brick sign so that we wouldn't create sign clutter. Further, in this SPUD, it's already zoned O2. The SPUD seeks to rezone it to an O2 base and only add one use unit. The use unit would be for retail. Specifically, we then even reduced it further to only allow within the retail use unit a medical marijuana sales dispensary. Then at Planning Commission, there was a request made that we further reduce the ability of the floor to be used as a marijuana dispensary to no more than 1,000 square feet, which we agreed to. After that, it was moved for approval by Janice Powers, the Ward 2 Planning Commission member, and it was recommended for approval to this city council. So we have negotiated this down to a point where I believe it to be very compatible. One of the anomalies in this discussion with the neighbors was we ran into a situation where the neighbors some of the neighbors were unwilling to negotiate. They believe that fundamentally retail along Classen is incompatible with a historic preservation neighborhood. Now, I countered that by explaining that, when you look at historic preservation's neighborhoods, frankly, Putnam Heights is the only one that doesn't have commercial surrounding it. If we think of Heritage Hills, we have 23rd Street on the north with restaurants and retail, and we have office and other commercial type developments south of 13th. Mesta Park has the homeland that is on its west side. And then if you think of Crown Heights, you have Western Avenue that runs along its western side. So the idea that the neighbors believe commercial development next to historic preservation neighborhoods are somehow incompatible is simply wrong. Frankly, being in the inner city, one of the things that you find appealing is the ability to get or to leave your car, walk or ride your bike. Two things. My family and I happen to live in Heritage Hills. One of the reasons we decided to live there was the ability for our kids to ride their bikes to Midtown, ride their bikes to 23rd Street, and have the option to go do things that we like to do that does not require us getting into a car. So the idea that somehow providing retail or other things that humans like to go do that you'd be able to walk to is somehow going to make the neighborhood suffer is simply not true. Now, it's worth pointing out HP neighborhoods always believe that the sky is falling. This is not a new concept. Anytime there is a change promoted next to a HP neighborhood, this is going to rip the fabric of historic preservation. Simply not true. Case in point, when we represented Mr. Gary Brooks on the Edge development, Heritage Hills came out and forced to protest. It was going to rip the fabric of historic preservation and cause a huge problem for Heritage Hills. Well, it's been the opposite. That's one of the favorite parts about my kids' experience where we live. We get to walk to the bookstore. We get to walk to the new marketplace. There's a lot of wonderful things that happen. So I understand that change is always hard for people, but for whatever reason, HP neighborhoods believe that there's something special about them and that change is going to somehow cause long-term damage to their neighborhood. When you're faced with a group that is unwilling to negotiate, there's not much you can do. I'd just like the council to know that every item that was requested of my client by any neighbor, he agreed to. If there's a group that isn't willing to give us any possible concessions, there's just nothing we can do. So if we think about whether or not retail is appropriate along Classen Boulevard, let's think about Classen Boulevard. It is a 6-lane boulevard that carries an enormous amount of traffic. If retail is not appropriate there, where would it be appropriate? It seems to me that from a policy standpoint, that the city should be wanting to have retail in a spot where the cars are and the people are. That's where you're going to generate sales tax. If we look to the staff report, and specifically it's page 11 of the staff report that went to Planning Commission, the staff, in analyzing objectively the comprehensive plan as it relates to this development, had the following finding. No compatibility issues are identified. So objectively, your comprehensive plan supports this. I think objectively, your retail plan supports putting retail and the opportunity to capture sales tax along a route that carries significant traffic. And so Planning Commission, I believe, saw that and provided you a recommendation for approval. And we would ask for your approval as well. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Box. I appreciate that background and context. I believe the mayor said some residents had signed up to speak. Would it be possible to go ahead and hear from them, please?
Yes, Councilman Eric Groves is here and he has some citizens.
Thank you so much.
This is Eric Groves speaking. Can I be heard? Do you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good. I want to correct something the mayor said. We had 4 speakers today, by the way, all registered, including me. We have lost one of them, 2 of them actually, which I'll explain at the end of my presentation. To begin with, for the record, I'm an attorney and I office at 35th and Classen in Oklahoma City. I represent the Putnam Heights Edition Classen Owners Association. This is a group of Putnam Heights landowners combined with the owners of office buildings on Classen Boulevard who oppose this project. To begin, the applicant purchased a building at 3721 North Classen, obtained a license from the Medical Marijuana Authority to have a dispensary, erected a rather large and expensive sign that said Herbal Einstein, I believe is what it said, and then apparently open for business, but prior to filing for the zoning. The applicant filed SPUD 1234 to rezone from O2 to underlying R1. This would be a retail use. And of course, it does abut the rear lot of a home in Putnam Heights, which is listed on the National Register of Historic Places. And of course, is part of the Putnam Heights Historic Preservation District. North Classen from 35th all the way up to 50th is entirely zoned O2, except for the Bradford House, which is a SPUD allowing a boutique hotel. So this amounts to spot zoning in the classical sense. The use is incompatible with the surrounding uses on Classen. Of course, it's incompatible with an HP district, but equally as importantly, it is spot zoning retail use in the middle of O2 zoning, which has been there for a very long time. Whenever this occurs, this kind of zoning occurs, it sets a very bad precedent in two senses. First, retail zoning next to an HP district, which would allow it elsewhere. And I take issue with what Mr. Bach said about retail uses next to HP districts. I live in an HP district in Edgemere, and I think it's fair to say that the only retail use that I know of on the periphery of the district is a bar at 30th and Walker, the Red Rooster, recently refurbished. It's a bar, not a retail store, and it was there before the HP district was imposed. I think the same thing can be said of other HP districts. We have not traditionally allowed commercial uses to retail uses to encroach on the periphery, but in most instances, those uses, to the extent they exist, like Western Avenue next to Crown Heights, were there before the HP district was created. In any event, a zoning decision like this can make a public policy statement. One zoning case can be a public pronouncement of what is to occur in the future. And that's the situation with this case. If this SPUD were to be approved for retail use on Classen, others will ask for similar retail zoning throughout what's now an O2 district. North Classen could be stripped out for retail, or at a minimum would feature a hodgepodge of mixed uses like Classen is south of 35th down to 23rd Street, which is basically not a very attractive arrangement. We don't want to see that arrangement reoccur north of 35th Street. All of this, of course, would be inconsistent with the history of Classen, and I'm not going to recount that to you myself, but one of our witnesses will be Dr. Bob Blackburn. You all know who he is, who will tell you a little bit about the history of Classen and why it is so important that the street be permitted to function as it is. The traffic count, by the way, compiled by ACOG, shows an average annual count at 39th and Classen, daily count, 32,000 cars. Northwest 37th in Classen, 33,000 cars. Classen is a major arterial under the comprehensive plan. And the comprehensive plan also provides that the purpose of a major arterial is to handle traffic flow. Building in spot zoning and individual retail uses on this particular thoroughfare would frustrate that purpose, because it allows turns coming in and out and slows down traffic. It's 3 lanes north and 3 lanes south, as you all know. Classen is serving its intended purpose, which is to move traffic. Now, it's notable that we have 80% protest in this case, which triggers the statutory requirement for a supermajority vote. And we have that protest both from people in Putnam Heights and people on Classen Boulevard, because they do not want to change the present configuration that is so functional and efficient. And we don't want to set a precedent that would allow retail zoning to just strip out Classen. It's interesting to observe that within the last 30 days at 40th and Classen, I believe the fellow's name is Sean Murray, has just opened up a garden center, a retail use in an O2 district. I think I pointed this out in some of my communications to you. I don't know what the city's going to do about this. He isn't zoned for commercial, but there it is. And this is an indication of what's to come if an application like this is approved. Mr. Bach spoke of concessions to the neighborhood. I wasn't involved in the case at that time, but I don't regard these concessions as of much significance. Building walls and regulating signs is not going to change the fundamental underlying problem here, which is this sets a precedent. It sets a precedent for HP districts, and it sets a precedent for Classen Boulevard. So we're going to ask the council to deny this for the good of Putnam Heights and for the good of Classen and all the people who have invested in Classen, and there are many of them. You all know the area, you've all driven it. I drive it every day. And we have a vista of office buildings in which people have made significant investments. Now, there are some spaces along the way which could be acquired to put retail in, but I think that would be a very bad public policy decision. If Classen is to be changed in some way, it should be more carefully done, not haphazardly, as this application would allow. Now, the other speakers that we have today, we had Nancy Anthony from the Community Foundation, but she will not be available. She was available up till 11 o'clock, but your other discussions went on for a while, so she has to be in a meeting. Dr. Blackburn is available, and he will follow me. We had Jennifer Craig. She's general counsel for Reagan Smith, who has a significant office property on Classen, but she ended up in quarantine, so she's not available. And then, of course, Susan Broadbent, who will speak for the association. So having said that, I'm ready to introduce Dr. Blackburn, who will talk to you about Classen Boulevard. Are there any questions that any of you have for me? Am I heard? I'm being heard?
You are, yes, Eric, you are, and it would appear there are no questions.
I thought I might have been muted there somehow. Please go ahead if you have a question.
No, I don't think anyone has one. So you can go on to Bob if you want.
All right, Bob, if you'll unmute yourself or whatever you have to do to be heard, please do so. Bob?
I am now unmuted, I think.
All right, we appreciate it. Please go ahead and we'll follow you up with Suzanne. Please proceed.
Thank you, Eric, and Mayor, members of the council. It's good to come before you again, talking about the history in Oklahoma City, especially as it pertains to our neighborhoods. But before I give you my impression as a historian and an inner city advocate now for the 43 years that I've lived in Oklahoma City and been a champion of diversity and sustainability and walkability, I might just say that I do not want my grandson walking to a marijuana dispensary. So get that personal out of the way and get to the professional opinion as a historian. Classen Boulevard has a unique history in all of Oklahoma City. Very few of our main arterials or streets have such a unique identity rooted in our history. If you go back to 1907, for example, what our city needed in 1907, they needed infrastructure and they knew they needed parks. Well, within 2 years, we would have the Grand Boulevard system of parks ringing the city. They would be looking for ways to have inner city parks, and they needed infrastructure, electricity, and empowering the city during this greatest decade of growth in all of our history. It was that time. Well, they came up with a solution and it was a partnership of private enterprise and the public. We as a community working as a corporate entity saying we can work together. Well, out of that came the streetcar line, which was sustainability, opening up economic development northwest of town, connecting with the Deep Fork River and a dam where they could generate electricity, providing electrical current for other industrial development, raising property values. But yet it created a boulevard concept with a road on either side that we still see today. So envision that streetcar going down the middle, streets on either side, with historic homes popping up, with parks such as Belle Isle Park on the river, with Putnam Park, developed by a private enterprise investor. We now call it Memorial Park, adding to this diversity in a city. But it had its own unique personality to solve what the city needed at that time. Fast forward to the 1950s. We had gone from streetcars and inner city neighborhoods to suburban communities needing ways to move people more quickly. It was the age of the hydrocarbon man, of driving cars and people moving and building the suburbs and still wanting to work downtown, trying to maintain an inner core within the central business district. That's why we have urban renewal. It was there. How do we preserve that? And then if we can preserve the inner core, if we can promote quality of life in suburbs and continue to preserve our older neighborhoods, and historic preservation comes out of that in the 1960s, how do we do all of that? So people working on transportation, quality of life came together, and with a reasoned, long-term, sustainable plan, came up with a plan that retail would not go farther north than 35th Street, that from 35th to Classen Circle. And Larry, you and I, maybe, and Eric, you probably remember Classen Circle as well. Us old timers remember that. But between there, it would be 01, low density, low profile, not replicating the chaos of May Avenue at the time. And I have a quote in a recent book on Frankfurt Short and Bruges. And Truett Costin, the founder, who was an artist himself, said, the city, we are making a mistake by this is 62. He said, we become immune to ugliness. We're allowing things like this jungle of signage, of retail infill and changing an entire part of town. They knew that at the time. And I'll never forget Patience Laddie, Mayor Holt, one of your predecessors. She was so proud of Classen Boulevard because of the unity of the way that the neighborhoods worked with the commercial development, but still had this arterial to get people from the inner city to the suburbs, to connect with Route 66 to the west, with Northeast Highway, out to Turner Turnpike that was completed in 1953, out Northwest Highway. All of this was done with long-term sustainability. Well, today we have a choice. We can either go with sustainable economic development and quality of life rather than short-term profit. We can go with stability and hope that, yes, we are going to get better, and we know with confidence that we can invest and seek benefits out of those investments rather than a knee-jerk or a sudden change in a master plan. So I think here, as a historian, I wrote the history of Heritage Hills in the 1980s. That the decline and the real challenge to Heritage Hills was the retail incursions, not just on 13th Street. At first, the city said, well, 13th Street, major arterial. Yeah, well, soon trying to come into 15th Street, 17th Street, dentist offices, and then fighting back. The story of Heritage Hills is fighting those incursions, of fighting for quality of life. And that generation of the Charles Nesbitts and the Kenneth Drapers and the Charles Coleys, they're our heroes because they understood the decisions that are made every day will have long-term impact. How do we find stability? How do we have confidence in the future? How do we get people to invest? We have a plan that's evolved over time on Classen Boulevard. And for all of those who invested there, who care about this city, we need stability. We need to have the confidence that we have a plan and that we will stick with it. I'll be subject to any questions, Mayor, if need be.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Blackburn. Does anybody have any questions for Bob? Eric, do you want to, is your next speaker Suzanne or?
Pardon me, I had to get unmuted.
Sure.
Our next speaker is Suzanne Broadbent, who is a resident of Putnam Heights and speaks for the association I represent. Suzanne, please go ahead.
Yes, am I on?
Yes, we hear you, Suzanne. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you.
Only
Well, good
see
morning.
the top of your head.
Oh, you see the top of my head?
Yes, and not much else.
There you
Oh,
go.
dear.
There we go. There we go. Okay.
Okay, all right, thank you. Well, my name, of course, is Suzanne Broadbent. I live at 3625 North McKinley in the Putnam Heights Historic Preservation District. And today I'm a representative of the district, I suppose, having lived here for 27 years. And I am also speaking on behalf of our Putnam Heights Addition Class and Owners Association that was formed to oppose this spud. Before I get into my remarks, though, I do want to correct something that Mr. Box said, or it left an impression, at least, that may be quite wrong. The impression that I feel that was left was that the neighbor just west of this proposed spud is in favor of the spud. That's not true. The neighbor just west of the proposed spud on the south side of 37th Street is Charles Minot, and he is vigorously opposed to this spud, which backs right up to his property. The neighbor who is cooperating with Mr. Box, as he has a right to, of course, but it is not Mr. Minot, it is Sean Murray, who lives northwest of this spud and who was referenced in Eric's remarks as having opened the little retail operation farther north on Classen without, as far as we know, proper zoning. So having cleared that up, I'll go on with what I wanted to make sure I present to you today. My focus is on the significance of the protests that we have mounted. As noted on the council agenda, the 85% of owners of the land within the 300-foot radius of this spud have signed the petition supporting, opposing the application. And that, by state law, significantly raises the bar for the applicant. And there's a reason for that bar to be raised. The law recognizes that the people closest to the spud will know that the harm is real. And they are the ones, the experts on what this spud will actually do. Our ad hoc association includes the class and building owners within the 300-foot radius, all of whom signed the statutory petition, plus other owners outside the 300 feet up and down Classen, and several Putnam Heights residents. Now, these office buildings and the Bradford House and our homes represent serious investments that would be degraded by a retail establishment plunked down in the middle of this nearly mile-long office district, willy-nilly, not to mention the domino effect leading to a mishmash of retail up and down Classen. Now, I want to spotlight 3 properties.
Okay, Suzanne has frozen, and I'm told it's not just me. Now her screen has gone dark. I think we've lost her. Eric, are you there still? Eric, are you there? Wait, there she is. Suzanne's back. Suzanne?
I think I'm back.
Okay,
Right.
you were. I think we lost you, and you said I'm going to spotlight 3 properties.
Okay, good. That's a good transition place. Yes, 3 properties and 3 real people who will be hurt as examples of people who will be hurt by this spud. First, Michelle and Kevin Statham, who 30 years ago bought their home that abuts this proposed spud. It was a neglected old house, and it took all the money and sweat and love that they could give it. There, they raised 2 Putnam Heights babies who have become outstanding young men. They love their home and their neighborhood, and they invest in both. I venture that any real estate agent would tell you that retail plunked next to their home will immediately rob the Stathams of property value. Second, the Bradford House, a boutique hotel that opened courageously in the midst of this pandemic. Some have cited the Bradford House as an example of retail in this part of Classen. Well, that so-called comparison misses several key differences. The Bradford House is the result of the young man, Jason Little, who had a vision for a very challenged, huge, old apartment building that was for sale after years of neglect following the death of its elderly owner. You may recall it, the big yellow house at the northeast corner of 38th and Classen. and it was described by many as an eyesore. It was most likely slated for the wrecking ball, and that would have left this large area of land open for possibly undesirable development and resulting in the loss of a historic OKC structure. Jason and his partners have beautifully transformed this building while retaining much of its historic character, investing thousands of dollars, perhaps a couple of million. Here's the important point for this morning, however. Jason's business plan relies and may be dependent upon the surrounding offices driving business to the Bradford House. That's from Jason. Mishmash Retail won't do that. This SPUD would initiate revenue robbery from Jason and the Bradford House. Third, the beautiful building at 3815 North Classen, 2 doors north of this proposed SPUD. Derek Burge, an attorney who currently offices downtown, recently invested $815,000 to buy it and is planning to invest several more to remodel it for his law offices. Certainly a significant investment. But that's not the whole story. The real story is Derek himself. The Oklahoma Bar Association at its annual meeting next month is recognizing Derek with the 2020 Outstanding Pro Bono Service Award, mainly for his free legal services on behalf of the disadvantaged children. Derek is exemplary of the people who are devoting their time, money, and energy sustaining Classen Boulevard and Oklahoma City. Derek, along with others who have invested in this part of Oklahoma City, has signed the statutory petition, hoping to prevent the robbery of the Classen office neighborhood where he has sunk a lot of money and hopes. Your vote against this SPUD application will be something to be proud of. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Eric, does that conclude your neighborhood speakers?
This is crashed.
Oh, he's crashed. Derek, move over here and use mine. He's coming to this computer, Mayor.
Oh, you're in the same place. Okay.
Well, more or less. Same house.
Can I be seen? Can I be heard?
Yes, go ahead, Eric.
The laptop in the other room crashed. I'm available for questions from the mayor and council. Those are all the witnesses we intend to present. So let's take your questions if you have any.
All right, thank you. Councilman Cooper, that concludes the people who've signed up to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my follow-up would be for either Mr. Box or Mr. Groves. I'm just a little confused in terms of who's representing whom here. I just heard someone say that you were representing the neighborhood. So the neighborhood hired you to hire them and to represent them. Is that right, Mr. Groves? I can't hear you. You're muted.
I'm muted too. Eric?
Where'd you
go, Eric?
Form, he'll be on in just a second.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Yes, Eric is able to get back to the laptop that is set up for him.
I see him.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back on the laptop. Councilman, I represent an association called Putnam Heights Edition Classen Property Owners Association. It's a combined group of people from Putnam Heights and property owners along Classen. But I speak for residents in Putnam Heights and property owners on Classen, but technically my client is that association.
But not the
in opposition to SPUD 1, 2, 3, 4.
Thank you for that clarification. But am I understanding this correctly? You do not represent the entirety of the neighborhood. Like the neighborhood board did not vote to have this this legal representation in opposition to this.
That is a separate organization.
Okay.
The association I represent is a combination of Putnam Heights landowners and property owners along Classen. The Putnam City Neighborhood Association is not my client.
Okay. Thank you.
If you that's not to say that people in that association have not contributed to this effort. But what we needed here was not just the HP district, but the class and property owners as well. So we formed a new association that joined both together, and that's my client.
Thank you for that clarification. I was just very confused in terms of whether or not you were representing the board there in the Putnam Heights Neighborhood Association. So I appreciate that clarification, Eric.
Right.
Thank you. So Mr. Box, before I turn this over, I have a lot of questions for city staff because I want to be able to myself get a better understanding of Klassen. And I feel like the best way to do that is from city staff. So we're gonna be here for a while, council, but I want to make sure. I think this is Klassen has my heart, and I want to make sure that as we tend to it, we are doing so delicately and intentionally, and really considering any impact here. So for me, city staff is going to be very important to this conversation. So Eric, before I turn over to staff, is there anything else you would like to add to the conversation?
No, I think we've presented our case, but we are available for questions should something come up in the discussion with staff.
Thank you, Eric. I appreciate you. Also, Mr. Box, I would afford you the same courtesy I just extended to Mr. Groves, if there's anything you would like to add before I turn over to city staff.
Sure. Real briefly, Mr. Blackburn referenced this being incompatible with the master plan. I'm not sure what master plan he may be referring to. He may be confused as to what master plan is in place, because if you look at the master plan that is a formally adopted document by the city of Oklahoma City, it is certainly compatible with this. As such, your staff says no compatibility issues have been identified. So one other, his comment about Heritage Hills is a bit misplaced. The problem Heritage Hills was facing was people were buying the large homes and ripping them down to build office and commercial. That's not what is happening here. We're not seeking to remove a current residential structure. We're seeking to convert what is a building from office to something that is similar to office. So that comparison is simply off the mark. And that's all I'd add.
Thank you, Mr. Box. I appreciate that. And thank you, Mr. Groves. And thank you to everyone who spoke as well. I would like to hear from, and it could either be our Assistant City Manager, Aubrey McDermott, from our planning department, who works with them closely, rather. Or if Mr. Jeff Butler would like to speak, I'd like to hear in detail, please, what our comp plan, or rather what Plan OKC envisions for this historic corridor, and how we arrived at those conclusions for this corridor, and specifically as that relates to zoning.
Yeah, sure. So Jeff Butler, Planning Director. So Klassen Boulevard in Plan OKC, which is, has been said, is the adopted comprehensive plan for the city. Klassen Boulevard, as we know, extends quite a ways, and it has various land use categorizations. But the main underlying it all is what's called the urban medium land use topology layer, and it's pretty flexible as far as what it allows. In this particular area, it is a transition zone. So there is an urban commercial district that ends actually just south of this project, and that extends from roughly 23rd Street all the way up to 36th Street. And that exists because there's kind of more of a mix of retail and commercial type uses, whereas further historically, further north in Klassen, it's been more kind of an office uses have been more prevalent. This particular site is not within the urban commercial districts. It's just outside of it. I will say that it wasn't, Plan OKC is not necessarily the intent for those boundaries to be very precise. But nevertheless, it is outside of that urban commercial boundary. So as I said, urban medium does underlie this area. The entire class and corridor allows for a range of densities that are, more than you might see in urban low areas, which are more suburban in character. And it does allow for a mixture of different commercial uses. Plan OKC, he looks at this as an arterial, a major arterial, where it would be appropriate to put various types of uses. So that's kind of the background. I'm not sure if I answered all of your questions, Mr. Cooper. I'm happy to elaborate on further.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. That is a good framework. And yes, I would like further elaboration. Would you mind walking us through, please, what sort of establishments one might see, within urban commercial, so what we might see from 23rd to 36th, according to Plan OKC. And then as a follow-up, what sort of establishments we might see within the urban medium you described, like what we would see in each of those particular zoning instances, and moreover, the differences between the two.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the differences between which two?
Urban commercial and urban medium, please.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, urban commercial is, it just has more of a focus on, I guess, it's more about the intensity. So, it's still, a mix of uses is still desirable. For example, having higher density apartments, because it does support that commercial atmosphere. So it's not necessarily that you would have a huge amount of, one would expect to see a larger amount of commercial, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a tremendously, solely commercial atmosphere. What it's doing is it's trying to say, hey, we want more. This has historically been, or maybe it's not, but we want more commercial here in the future, and we want a certain intensity that allows it to be more vibrant. And we want that to be supported by kind of higher density residential in some cases. And even office is appropriate there too, because it will generate, customers for the commercial, whether that be, restaurant uses or whatever it might be. Where there is not urban commercial, it like I said, it alluded to earlier, it kind of steps down the intensity a little bit, and it's not saying that you can't have commercial. It's just saying that it's not a particular focus in that area. So that would be the main difference. So we've on a lot of arterials, it's just the base land use topology layer, which is urban medium in this case. In other areas of the city, it's urban low. And so you could put a variety of different uses, including retail, along those corridors and be just fine. And there are urban commercial examples that are in urban low as well. And so the same would apply there. It's just a heavier focus on commercial activity.
So, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, the urban medium would be a mixture of retail, office, and lower intensity housing?
Correct. Yeah, you could have a range of housing in urban medium. But yeah, that's right. Retail, office, housing could all go along that corridor.
And I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. That is in Plan OKC, and it says on Classen from Northwest 36th to Northwest Expressway for urban medium. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
And then the urban commercial is Northwest 23rd to Northwest 26th, or 36th, excuse me. And that is at a higher intensity in terms of housing and possibly office and possibly retail. Is that also correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you. And then you said this was adopted. When did council adopt this?
OKC was adopted in 2015.
And then this particular type of urban commercial and medium commercial here, or medium urban, this is in effect right now? Or when does this become like officially the law of the land as it relates to Classen Boulevard?
Yeah, the urban commercial has been in effect since the plan was adopted in 2015 and was amended and received again in 2017. So it's currently the policy, which is what the Planning Commission would look to when they're making zoning decisions, of course.
Okay. And then the medium urban from 36 to Northwest Expressway, is that in effect at present?
Yes.
Okay. So what am I to understand? This is where I get just a tiny bit confused. What am I to understand when it comes to the development code update right now that we're doing? How does that relate to this particular corridor?
Yeah, good question. So what the development code will look at Plan OKC and we'll also engage with various stakeholders from districts and neighborhoods and try and get a little more detailed and try and implement Plan OKC. So along a particular corridor, say Classen, for example, we would take a look and we would say, okay, what do we need to do to make sure that our code, that what's built by the code or what's regulated by the code and eventually built reflects what Plan OKC has in mind. So for example, going from 23rd Street, there's a transit-oriented development node. We know that bus rapid transit is going to be developed very soon on Classen, and so we expect very shortly, once we know all the details for that, we may end up making some small revisions to Plan OKC if those are warranted. But essentially, that's what it does, is implement Plan OKC. So we would look at 23rd and Classen, for example, and make sure that the code sufficiently allows for pedestrian connectivity because it's transit-oriented development, and sufficiently allows for higher levels of density. So a lot of people can live there and a lot of people can work there and get around easily to and from a transit station. And we would want similar things to occur along the Classen corridor where BRT is going to exist. So, the code may have a little bit more emphasis on building form and site design maybe than it does now, I would expect. But at least that'll be a discussion where we haven't gotten there yet, but we will be soon, as soon as the sign code is finished and moving forward.
Would you mind, thank you for that. And I'll be asking Mr. Fairbrush to kind of speak an update to the BRT as well regarding this, because I think this is all a very important conversation for my fellow council members to hear. And I think it's an equally important conversation for all Ward 2 residents, and particularly those who live along Classen, to hear as well. Mr. Butler, we have a housing crisis in this city. If I'm understanding that correctly, I believe a Journal Record editorial from Kathy O'Connor with our Economic Alliance appeared about a year ago. She talked about a housing crisis that we're experiencing. And I know that kind of runs counter to, I guess what you might call a myth that exists about Oklahoma City. We have this low cost of living, everyone likes to say. Could you speak a little bit more about the housing crisis that's facing us, what that looks like, and how BRT fits within such a thing?
Yeah, and honestly, I wish we had. So we're working on an affordable housing study right now, and our consultant. I wish you asked me a couple weeks later. I wish I had my results a little bit earlier, because I'd love to be able to give you some data, and that will certainly be forthcoming, because we're trying to quantify that right now. Just how much of a concern is there, and what income groups does it hit the hardest, and where in the city do we have problems, and what can we do about it? You know, and it all kind of works together with the homelessness task force study that's going along too, that's happening right now. I would say that what we are concerned about is, you know, lower income folks that have a hard time, you know, paying their rent because they just can't quite make enough money. You know, we know that as you get to the lower incomes, they pay a higher proportion of their wages towards housing, and that can be very difficult for people paying huge percentages of their income for housing and not having much left over for other things. So that's kind of where we're focusing our study, and we look forward to getting the results from that very soon to be able to quantify that a little bit better. And that's kind of where the existing, a lot of our existing programs are focused to those very low income folks, helping them stay in their homes, keep them maintained. So, you know, it is an issue that we hope to have more information on coming soon.
Thank you. If you wouldn't mind, stick around. I'll probably have a couple follow-ups, but I'd like to introduce Jason Fairbrush with Embark to this conversation and perhaps receive an update on our upcoming Northwest BRT project. And Jason, if you can kind of provide an update on that. And then moreover, if you could walk us through what the industry considers transit-oriented development, like what that means, what we anticipate within the transit world when it comes to transit-oriented development, and why the need for transit-oriented development.
Sure. So I'll start with a brief update on the Northwest BRT. So as you know, and just as information to those that might be listening to the meeting, we are currently in the process of designing the city's first bus rapid transit route, connecting downtown to Meridian Avenue via Classen Boulevard and Northwest Expressway. That project is, as you know, funded approximately 50% through federal grants, 50% through local match. Overall, it's about a $28 million project that will bring, again, a new mode of transit to our city that we've never had. With BRT, you can typically expect, you know, less stops, elevated stop platforms, real-time arrival information, basically an enhanced bus service, to say the least. And so thinking about Classen in particular, it's already, you know, one of our best performing transit routes with Route 5 that serves Classen Boulevard. And so to take, you know, an already existing successful transit corridor and enhance that through BRT is, I think, certainly the direction the COPPA Board of Trustees, the support of City Council with the grant application, you know, have supported, and that's what we're working on. The status of the project right now is we are very close to wrapping up 30% design. And of course, we'll take it all the way through final design and construction and plan to open the service in 2023. And of course, although that, you know, sounds like it's a few years away, with projects like these, it had actually moved very fast from a staff perspective. So again, maybe kind of drilling into, you know, this particular location with bus rapid transit, I think it's probably important for council to know, only because we haven't had an opportunity to share this really yet, because we don't have our 30% design completed. We are contemplating both an inbound and an outbound stop platform at Classen and Northwest 36. And so, of course, that's approximately a block from, I think, the location that's being discussed today. So that, you know, if you're trying to look into what the future may hold and how transit can provide connections to this area, again, there will be enhanced transit very close to this area. So that's a little bit of a background on the project. I'm glad to answer questions about the project now, or transition to discussion a little bit about transit-oriented development. And I guess what I would say is you can look at different examples of transit-oriented development all across the country. It usually comes with some type of enhanced transit, particularly with rail transit, but also with bus rapid transit. And the idea behind, or one of the ideas behind transit-oriented development, particularly with a bus rapid transit that again requires significant capital investment, or rail transit, which requires even more capital investment, you start getting some permanency, right? So developers, business owners, people that want to move and live near available transit, there's that permanency factor. So they know the transit is going to be there, it's going to be there to stay, and it's not likely going to move, right, once they make their decision to locate there. So that alone can support what we refer to in the industry, and what I know the planning department is also very familiar with, is transit-oriented development. And that's where, because of the permanency of the transit, you start getting developers and new businesses coming into areas because you have that transportation connection. And typically with transit-oriented development, it's not just an office building, or it's not just a big shopping center. It's usually a combination of different types of commercial properties, retail, residential, and really kind of supports some of the comments that were made earlier, even in this discussion, where it gives people choices to frequent these different types of businesses and enjoy their neighborhood without having to use an automobile to make that connection. So I guess that's kind of my high-level explanation of what transit-oriented development could be. We have not really experienced that in Oklahoma City yet, although I think, as Mr. Butler mentioned, we do have various nodes identified within the comprehensive plan that could potentially support transit-oriented development. But that is one of the things that we are looking forward to with BRT, and we expect it to be, if successful, really kind of a phasing. We'll with the launch of the BRT, we expect the best transit service we've probably had on Classen, maybe aside from streetcars way back when. But we'll have some really robust transit along Classen, and we are optimistic. And if our model follows what we've seen in other cities, we expect additional business and development to occur to take advantage of that transit connection. And then really looking even further into the future, ideally there'd be some transit-oriented development that follows our BRT. And in that case, we would want to, I guess, support connections to all types of businesses, retail, office, other commercial entities. And I think, the more, again, I'm just speaking from a transit perspective, but the more flexibility, we have along that corridor to promote that type of development and growth, we think that's certainly positive for garnering the kind of ridership that we hope to have.
Thank you for that explanation, Jason. Just one quick follow-up, I believe. Well, yeah. Okay, I think there's two quick follow-ups.
Okay.
One is, and again, thank you everybody for your patience listening to this. I feel like if we're going to have a conversation about what should and should not go on Classen Boulevard, then I think it needs to be very, very clear what Plan OKC and what our transportation department are working hand in glove to accomplish. I just think that needs to be very, very clear, so we're all on the same page going forward. So my follow-up, Jason, is it your understanding then that from at least, and I can't speak for Ward 6, of course, Ward 2 starts at 23rd. Is your understanding then that the urban commercial from 23rd to 36th, and then that medium urban from 36th to Northwest Expressway, that would allow for the sort of transit-oriented development you have just described, and which is an industry standard when it comes to rail and BRT?
Well, I'm certainly not the expert that the planning department is on what all those categories mean, but I guess I would answer your question like this and say that, if we're trying to envision what transit-oriented development could be in the future along Classen, I mean, we as a transit provider, if we're associating transit-oriented development, we would see various types of businesses, not just an office, not just retail, not just residential. Again, I guess I go back to the word flexibility. We'd like to be able to have, the community, developers, investors, be able to, I guess, choose and select to a degree for what makes most sense for that transit-oriented development concept.
Right. So I guess that was my actual final follow-up question for you. And, I really appreciate you walking me back through and walking all of us back through what transit-oriented development is. Mayor Cornett appointed me to serve on this board, the transportation board, back in 2015. And I just wanted to make sure I wasn't being ignorant whenever I talk about transit-oriented development. I felt like I had a pretty good understanding of what comes along with a bus rapid transit system, and what comes with a streetcar line, and even what would come with a light rail system. And quite frankly, it sounds like everything you just said is aligned with all the best practices and principles that I've heard. So I just really appreciate you taking time to walk me back through that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. And thank you, Jeff, as well. Okay, so I want to wrap up with my own personal thoughts on all this. And I want you all to know that my own personal thoughts on this, I've derived them from specifically the 5 years with which I have had the honor of my life to serve on our city's public transportation board. I have worked so closely with Jason Fairbrush and the other trustees during the last several years to gain a better understanding of how we can better connect our city. I ran an entire campaign this last go around, in fact, about better connecting specifically our historic commercial districts and our neighborhoods. That was the campaign, and the people responded. I want to talk very specifically about Classen and how that relates to not just my vision, but the vision I heard knocking doors. And forgive me, I'm going to be a bit emotional about this. I won in February of last year, same time as the Honorable Councilwoman Jo Beth Hammond. And before she and I took office in April, a young man, you all remember, and I've mentioned it a few times already, but a young man named Chad was biking home from being a sous chef at the Devon Tower. He left our main street, which, because of urban renewal back in the 60s, became a series of surface level parking lots because we wrecking balled down our historic buildings that made Oklahoma City what it was in terms of distinctive architecture. And the good people of this city, including our staff, the visions of Ron Norick, through MAPS 4 investments, we reinvested in a downtown that, to quote a former city council person, downtown was dead and we killed it. But because we brought it back to life, people like Chad now work downtown. They live downtown. They shop downtown. And on this particular night, Chad was leaving downtown, his job on our main street. And then he turned onto Classen, a 6-lane thoroughfare, 6 lanes that we have designed for 6 lanes for no other reason than peak traffic. I challenge anybody to go tonight to Classen Boulevard, 10 o'clock. See if 30,000 cars are on Classen Boulevard at 11 o'clock at night. See if they're there. See if they're there at 9 o'clock. They're not. But we have created a street designed for automobiles. We have designed a street that has prioritized the automobile over people. That is wrong. And that was highlighted last year when Chad biked onto Classen and at 16th and Classen was hit in a hit and run accident and killed. And we saw his body dragged on security camera. That is the street we have designed, known as Classen Boulevard. Design a street certain ways, it tells people how to use that street. Just last night, I saw someone, as I was getting gas at 7-Eleven, I saw someone speed like the Dickens down Classen for no reason, except for that 3 wide lanes on one side of the street tells that individual, go for it, buddy. You're living in Fast and the Furious Part 10. I didn't know Chad, but I get upset about it because some of my very closest friends that I have known for a quarter century knew Chad. It worked with Chad because my friends, a good number of them, even the ones with college degrees, are our city's baristas. They are our bartenders. They are our servers. They work in retail and they work together and they know each other. And so Councilwoman Hammond and I had the distinct horror to try and comfort our friends last year as they turned to us and begged us. And you all know this because you saw it in Maps 4 last year during the sidewalk, bike, trails, and streetlight presentation. You saw them beg. You saw Chad's sister beg us to make Classen Boulevard for people again. Walkable, bikeable, well lit, with street lights and trees for shade. Not an interstate through the center of our neighborhoods. Begged us. And ever since, Councilwoman Hammond and I have done everything we can, working with the good people in our planning department, the good people in our public works department, the good people in our embark department, to see what we can do to make that vision that those people begged us for, nay, marched for. They, as you all remember, did bike protests on Classen last year. Hundreds of people, multiple times. When our Ward 2 campaign made the New York Times in November of 2018, which is now the second time I've mentioned that today, but I did it earlier in anticipation of precisely this moment. Walkability was one of the very first things, and guess where that individual lived? Woodland neighborhood. And then I saw that individual work at Holy Rollers in my neighborhood in the Paseo. And he would tell me the horror of crossing Classen from Woodland across Classen to get over here to where he works. The idea that Classen is just fine the way it is right now flies in the face of reality, just as those cars fly up and down Classen. But we have a chance to address that, and we are addressing it, and you all just heard it. You all heard it through the vision that BRT is going to bring, where we're going to have a bus, very likely every 15 minutes from a covered bus shelter. So that the people who live up and down Classen will be able to walk to those covered bus shelters to get to their jobs, to get to recreation, to get to education. We believe so much in the vision that Embark was able to secure through that $14 million matching grant. We believe so much in it that Councilwoman Hammond, Councilman Greenwell, myself, the mayor, when it came time for Maps 4, we said, let's do 2 more BRTs, one to the south side and one to the northeast side. And let's create an actual transit system in the urban core where people can depend on a bus being there every 15 minutes for them to get them where they need to go, to connect them to the basic needs. And by God, if that does not honor the vision of Anton Klassen and John Chartel when they put a streetcar on Klassen Boulevard to connect the good people of the Paseo back down to downtown where those basic needs were, then I don't know what does. And also, I would remind everyone that G.A. Nichols' vision for the Paseo was a walkable neighborhood where people could walk out their front doors to their basic needs. That's my neighborhood, wearing the shirt, proud to do it. And I walk daily with a mask to go get coffee at Holy Rollers in my neighborhood. I know my baristas by name. I do not understand why we would be okay with leaving Klassen as is. Because to do so would be to not honor the history. Let me tell you what I'm against. I am against giant asphalt parking lots in front of stores, in front of restaurants. I am against big box stores that you can find in any city, any town. I am against chain food, fast food that might be good for the tummy in that moment, but not going to make you feel so good the next day, not so healthy for you. And so when I hear people say they don't want to see Klassen become May Avenue, me neither. And we must all work together. Planning, Embark, Public Works, we must all work together to make sure that Klassen Boulevard becomes a walkable, bike-friendly corridor with storefronts abutting wide sidewalks. We must be intentional in drawing from the beautification dollars in Maps 4, where there are trees, and we must line Klassen with those wide sidewalks with trees. We must use the streetlight dollars in Maps 4, and we must line Klassen with streetlights. And we must make sure that this urban medium and this urban commercial does not allow for those giant asphalt parking lots in front of stores any longer. And we must do the same when it comes to trying to do everything we can to build buildings that look like the history of the urban core, not cookie cutter. Honor our history. Honor the history in a way that we did not when we tore everything down on Main Street the way I described earlier. I've heard people say, is he a neighborhood advocate? I have advocated for these neighborhoods and I will do so till my dying breath. What I have just described to you about Klassen and Paseo, I live, eat, and breathe it. I love this city. I love Ward 2. Never let anyone tell you otherwise, OKC. My computer's dying, and I have one more thing I need to say. Oh, there it is, good. Ooh. Forgive me for that. Technology. A couple other things. One, I want to see local mom and pop retail along Klassen. I want to see housing that meets the housing crisis needs. Right now, I can't afford to live in Putnam Heights, and I love Putnam Heights. I love Putnam Heights. I love that people in the 80s and 90s took a chance on Putnam Heights when many people wouldn't, and bought homes that many people wouldn't, and invested in homes that many people wouldn't. You all preserved in so many ways the urban core, and I will always commend you for it. But we also must think about the present moment we are in. And we must think about Klassen and Northwest Expressway along that BRT route as an area where we have an opportunity to build mixed use developments, including duplexes that are office and home, retail and office. We must think about that because the need right now is great. A 1-bedroom apartment that is $776 is so out of reach for too many of our people. And we must use Maps 4's housing dollars to invest in the sort of low income housing the permanent supportive housing, the workforce affordable housing that we all heard during those MAPS 4 presentations. And my strong advice, as I have said for almost 2 years now, is that when we build that housing, especially along Classen, we should build it in a way that looks like the fourplexes and the eightplexes and the duplexes and the homes that already exist in Military Park, that already exist in Putnam Heights, that already exist in Helm Farm, that already exist in the Paseo. And if we don't meet that moment, then shame on us. I really think that should be what we should be thinking about. A couple closing remarks. That's a lot, but hey, you all are talking about one of the major thoroughfares of our city. A couple other things.
About a drug dealer.
I'm sorry. Heard something. Someone said drug dealer.
If everybody would just mute. I don't think they were talking to you, James. I think they were just having a conversation. Everybody else besides Councilman Cooper, be sure and mute. Thanks.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just didn't know who that was or what that was. Okay. But it is a good segue. I don't know who said something about dealing drugs. I have, I would like to see, like I said, I love what Bradford House is doing. I think it's incredible. I'd like to see those sorts of establishments continue along Classen. I want to make sure the applicant knows that my concerns about this application have nothing to do with drug dealing. My understanding is medical marijuana, the voters of Oklahoma approved that a couple years ago. And I just wanted to quote from PBS here, that used to be a legal drug before it was made illegal in the 1930s, specifically in the 1900s to the 20s, quote, after the Mexican Revolution of 1910, Mexican immigrants flooded into the US, introducing to American culture the recreational use of marijuana. The drug became associated with the immigrants, and the fear and prejudice of the Spanish-speaking newcomers became associated with marijuana. Anti-drug campaigners warned against the encroaching, quote, marijuana menace, and terrible crimes were attributed to marijuana and the Mexicans who used it. Then in the 1930s, and I'm still quoting from PBS here, which is a pretty centrist source of information, quote, during the Great Depression, massive unemployment increased public resentment and fear of Mexican immigrants, escalating public and government concern about the problem of marijuana. This instigated a flurry of research which linked the use of marijuana with violence, crime, and other socially deviant behaviors, primarily committed by, quote, racially inferior, unquote, or underclass communities. By 1931, 29 states had outlawed marijuana. So I just wanted to mention that because I wanted the applicant to know that I take criminal justice reform very seriously, and I take the undoing of that sort of rhetoric from PBS that we just heard. I take that very seriously. I take the over-incarceration of people who might have been using marijuana back in the day. I take that very seriously. I take it very seriously that disproportionately affected people in all kinds of poor communities, but especially Black and brown communities. I take that very seriously. And I want the applicant to know that my concerns about this application are more about wanting to prevent Classen from becoming, asphalt parking lot and big box stores and chain restaurants that don't honor the history of Classen, and has zero to do with a legal medical marijuana product. Yeah, so I just have a final question, and it's for Kenny Jordan, our legal counsel. Kenny, I understand this has an 85% protest. If this goes to district court, what are the chances of the city being successful in defending this?
Well, it has an 85% protest, so you're going to have 7 votes to pass it. Obviously, as far as defending it in district court, when you turn it down, we will have Mr. Groves and his client will, I'm sure, intervene. So they will be able to present their case directly to the judge. Eric, you are muted. But
Oh, I just unmuted. Yes, as is our custom, should that occur, the association would move to intervene in the case and would join with the city in defending the decision.
yes, we'd be glad to help Mr. Groves if you do turn this down. And based on the city staff report, however, I'm not sure the staff report doesn't help us, but Mr. Groves and his clients will be able to provide a defense that may or may not be successful in district court, but it definitely will be there with them.
And we'll have a few good expert witnesses, Kenny.
Okay, great.
And my understanding is they would, the staff recommendation, y'all also have planned OKC, like it's not gonna be an easy lift, right?
I think we're getting into attorney-client privilege discussion here on the record on a matter that's going to the district court that the opposing counsel is listening to. I would caution everybody about these communications.
Okay. I only mention it to say that as we move forward with this, I'm already to understand that we do not have 7 votes to pass this. I understand that. I'm not naive. But I wanted to walk everybody just to make sure we're clear where we've just been. I just walked you all through using city staff, not my opinions. I walked us all through Plan OKC and the zoning that's coming for Classen. I walked us all through the bus rapid transit and transit-oriented development that's coming on Classen. Those were not my opinions. Those were the facts. Those were the facts before I even put my hand on the Constitution and took the oath of office. So I say all that to say that's going to be tough when it comes to what this council I know is about to do, which is to say no to this. And I just wanted to say thank you in closing to everyone who reached out to me from the neighborhoods to make their voices heard. I responded back to you around September 10th and 11th. I don't think there was a single person who reached out to me who I did not respond to. I even spoke to Eric Groves recently, though he did not ask for a return call, but I went ahead and called him anyway because I thought it was important. And thank you, Eric, for that conversation.
You're welcome.
Former council person, right? So I just wanted to make sure everyone, so, go ahead.
I said I warmed up that seat for you many years ago.
Thank you, Eric. So I just wanted to make very clear that I take very seriously this item and the history of Classen and its future. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to support this particular item just because of the level of protest. But I really want everybody who protested today to hear me when I say this. You heard for yourselves what the future plans for Classen are. And we are all going to have to figure out how to work together because I don't think this is going to be something that we're going to be able to keep doing because the Plan OKC has told us what Classen needs to be. Our housing crisis has told us what it needs to be. So I would just be ready for that if I were everybody. So I'll go ahead and let everyone know that I'm not going to support this. And I want to make sure that that applicant hears me as strongly as possible. Nothing to do with the product that you were wanting to see in this particular instance. And I have pretty grave misgivings about this vote. And I want planning, public works, and Embark, please work with me. And I want the neighbors to hear this as clear as the rain. We must be intentional about how the urban commercial and medium urban comes to exist on Classen Boulevard if we are truly to honor the history of that great piece of our city and make it walkable, bikeable for our people again. Thanks for everyone's time.
Okay, so Councilman Cooper, what do you wish to do with the application?
We're going to say no.
Okay, so you wish to make a motion for denial?
Yes, and again, I make sure everyone knows it's because I already know that most of the council is not in favor. The 7 votes don't exist. So I just want to make sure that that's clear to anybody who's listening.
So that's a motion to deny. Francis, are we bringing that up? Okay. Let me, right window. Okay. All right. We've got a motion and awaiting a second. We have a second. Okay, so I know we've done this drill a couple times today, but to vote yes is to deny the application. Cast your votes.
Mayor,
Yes.
this is David Greenwell.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I'm just operating outside of KC Prime Gov, so I'll vote verbally.
Oh, okay. How do you wish to vote, David?
I agree with James. I vote for denial.
Okay, so that is a yes. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Mayor.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but evidently my Prime Gov is timed out because of the length of this discussion. So I'll have to
how do you wish to
log
vote?
out and log back in and all of that stuff. So
all right, how do you wish to vote on this item?
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right.
I'm gonna be only no on this.
Are we able to close? Okay. All right. Motion to deny passes 7-1. And the motion to deny only needed 5 votes, but it got 7. So that item is concluded, and we now move on to item 9C. These are ordinances on final hearing that were recommended for approval. 9C1 is to close a portion of Northwest 58th Street between Classen Court and North Chartel. Councilman Cooper. We actually have someone who is signed up to speak only if necessary. It's the applicant.
Yes, if the applicant's available, they're welcome to speak.
Okay, Scott Spradling.
This is Scott. I really don't have to speak. This just realigns the 58th Street the way it was originally platted.
Councilman Cooper.
And there's no opposition to it. I would move for approval.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Mayor, this is David Greenwell. I vote yes.
Okay. Passes unanimously. Item 9C2 is to close portions of the north-south alleyways of Orchard Park Addition, etc. Councilwoman Hammond, and it does not appear that anyone has signed up to speak on this item.
Yes, this is just consolidating some lots connected to the zoning application from the Jesus House that we approved earlier. So I will motion for approval.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilman Greenwell, how do you wish to vote?
Oh, vote yes, please.
Okay. Passes unanimously. Item 9D. This is, well, wow, we've completed our various zoning and traffic cases. Okay, 9D. This is an ordinance to be introduced, set for public hearing on October 27th, final adoption potentially on November 10th. This relates to medical marijuana businesses, and city manager, I believe we have a presentation.
Yes, Bob Teener, our Development Services Director, is on and will introduce this ordinance amendment that gets us in line with state law.
Just briefly, this is an ordinance proposed to amend our fee structure for certificates of compliance for medical marijuana related businesses. Currently, we have 4 that we review and issue certificates for. A recent change in the interpretation of the state law added 3 additional ones. This ordinance creates fees so we can start issuing those certificates as well. If there's any questions, I can answer.
Okay, any questions? Hearing none, we would accept a motion for introduction of the potential ordinance. Again, there would be 3 total meetings for consideration. We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilman Greenwell, are you still?
Yes.
Off of Pine Grove? Okay.
Yes. Yes, please.
Yes. Okay. Passes unanimously. 9E, this is the public hearing regarding the dilapidated structures here listed, except for those that were struck at the beginning of the meeting. Francis, has anyone signed up to speak under this public hearing? No. No one having signed up to speak, we'll move on to 9E2, which is the resolution declaring. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I had a question on 9E1C. We're looking at this being dilapidated, however, it was struck by our city manager in 9F1F, the same property. So,
but it wasn't struck here. Well, that's a good point.
Yeah, correct. And the reason there's a notification issue for the unsecured. So I'm curious how that relates to dilapidated or not.
Mr. City Manager.
Chad, can you speak to that issue?
Chad Davidson, Code Enforcement Superintendent. What we're trying to do is strike that unsecured property and rework it as dilapidated. So the stricken part is in F for unsecured because we feel like it's dilapidated instead.
Oh, yeah. So
work that.
Things normally don't appear on dilapidated and unsecured, right? They usually appear on dilapidated and abandoned. Right?
Abandoned, that's correct. So that's why my question is here. Are we striking to bring it back all together instead of, or is this what happened?
Well, we will not be bringing it back unsecured. What we're looking to do is to work it dilapidated. We feel like that with the dilapidation declare, that'll take care of the unsecured.
Okay. And normally, don't we put it under abandoned instead of unsecured as far as dilapidation structures?
Well, I believe this one probably has been declared abandoned before. That's why it's not on that abandoned portion. Okay. So it will remain in that status until the property owner petitions code enforcement to have that and the city clerk to have it removed from that status.
Okay, then I guess I'm still confused because it was taken because it said the owner had to be notified for the unsecured. So has the owner been notified or have they not been notified at all? I'm just curious because I'm confused by this.
We've notified them of the dilapidated and we're trying to hang on just a second. I've got Chris in here and he's going to kind of explain to me what's going on with it. So basically,
and I hate to be confusing, but I'm just curious.
No, that's a good question.
Okay.
So it's unsecurable at this point.
I think the status of the property has changed since the original notification of unsecured. I think when the inspector went back to recheck that property, the rear of the home had collapsed and they felt that it would be a better way to work it as dilapidated. So we're striking the unsecured. And did we strike the unsecured, Chris, as owner need to be re-notified?
Well, we struck it to rework for dilapidation.
to re-notify as dilapidated is how we
And
how
because of the
we
timing
intended
of-
to strike that.
And because of the timing of the meeting, we was able to get both of them on the agenda. So we're striking one because the structure is now unsecurable. So it doesn't make any sense to unsecure.
So the structure now is unsecurable, we feel, and it would be better work dilapidated. I think originally we went and worked at the unsecured, and between the time of a reinspection for that unsecured, we noticed that it had further deteriorated and become dilapidated, and felt that was the better way to work it. We had enough time to get them both on the same agenda.
Okay, so I guess now my question is, has the owner been notified of dilapidation?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I'm still concerned about that, but
Then fucking defer it.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
We have had it. We did.
What did Chris say? What did Chris say?
My apologies to the city council and you, Ms. Nice. I spoke out of turn and was unmuted, and my extreme apologies to council and all staff. Very apologetic.
That's quite interesting for us to have that type of comment on this particular issue when I'm just trying to ensure that everything is working for the good. I'm not trying to question your work. I drove by this house yesterday myself, so I want to just make sure it is heard and known that I look at what's going on as well. So I'm not, again, trying to question your ability to do the job, but that was my confusion, because in the beginning, there was a request to re-notify whoever the owner of the occupancy was of this property. So I'm quite disappointed in that comment, Mr. Smith. But I'll go ahead and what we'll do is go ahead and defer. So thank you so much for that comment, Mr. Smith. We'll go ahead and take your reference.
And again, Councilwoman, my sincerest.
We will go ahead and defer that, please.
Okay, so this is a motion to defer item 9E1C.
Correct.
To 2 weeks to the next meeting.
Correct. And I would hope that we get the correct notice out or the information to us as the council members to understand what's going on. I appreciate that.
Okay, so we've got that up on the screen, Francis.
Yes.
All right, we've got a motion and a second for a deferral of item 9E1C. Cast your votes. Councilman Greenwell, are you still off Prime Gov?
Yeah, I'm still hanging in here. I'll vote yes also.
Okay. Passes unanimously. All right, we are back on item 9E2, a resolution declaring the structures are dilapidated except for those struck and the one just deferred. Is there a motion for that resolution? All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilman Greenwell, how do you wish to vote?
Yes, please.
Okay. Passes unanimously. Item 9F1 is the public hearing regarding the unsecured structures here listed, except for those that were struck at the beginning of the meeting. Francis, has anyone signed up to speak for this public hearing? All right, no one having signed up to speak, we would entertain a motion to adopt a resolution found at 9F2 declaring that the structures are unsecured. All right, got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilman Greenwell, how do you wish to vote?
Yes, please.
Okay. Councilman Cooper and Councilwoman Nice, have you voted? Okay, there we go. Passes unanimously. Now we are at 9G1, the public hearing regarding the abandoned buildings here listed, except for those struck at the beginning of the meeting. Francis, has anyone signed up to speak under this public hearing? No, sir. Okay. No one having signed up to speak would entertain a motion to adopt the resolution found at 9G2 declaring that the buildings are abandoned. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilman Greenwell, how do you wish to vote?
Yes, please.
Okay. Passes unanimously. All right, that brings us to 9H, resolution amending the coronavirus relief funds plan and the subcategory allocations contained therein. Mr. City Manager, I believe you have a presentation.
Yes, Kenny Soodle, Assistant City Manager, is going to give an introduction to this item. It's an amendment to the coronavirus relief funds plan. And Kathy O'Connor, and then Mariana Adams with the Alliance, and then Evan Fay with the Chamber will also give some presentation on what we're looking at with the proposals on this plan. Kenny?
Good afternoon, Kenny Soodle, Assistant City Manager. I'm just going to give a brief overview on the actual item H and what's happening. This is our a resolution amending the coronavirus relief funds plan. So, you know, as I believe this is the third amendment to the plan proposed, and just today's amendments are all in the business support program category. So council's previously approved $22.5 million for the business support program and $3 million for technical assistance and retrofits. There had been some discussion about potentially providing some additional funding for minority small businesses. This amendment, as proposed, would provide an additional $2 million to the business support program and an additional $750,000 to the technical assistance retrofit program to provide potentially a minority small business program. So as you, and also those funds would be reallocated from the city's COVID response expenditures category. And that would leave that category with $47.3 million, which we think is sufficient for our internal response to COVID-19. So as you may or may not know, there's some legal considerations that we face when we try to do something like this, which involves gathering some data and some information about the effects on these types of businesses. And we've been in that process working with Kathy and the Chamber and others, pulling some of that information to potentially bring back a resolution to lay out the facts and the information to support this type of program. So due to the time constraints of the CARES funds, we had wanted to go ahead and get something on to get started on this. So one of the things you'll see if you look at the plan amendment is that it authorizes the funds for this program, but if for some reason we ran into a legal issue or something like that, it allowed, if we weren't able to do this type of program, we could use those funds to reimburse the GOLT funds that we had approved prior to the CARES funding coming into play. So as you recall, there was $5.5 million worth of GOLT funds that we used for an initial business support program. So it just gives us some flexibility in the event that we run into an issue, especially since we don't have a lot of time. But just wanted to kind of give you an overview on what exactly the amendment's doing to the plan. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Kathy O'Connor to tell you a little bit more about the proposed program.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Kathy O'Connor, the President of the Alliance for Economic Development. This afternoon, we wanted to present to you a proposal to create a minority small business continuity program to help those small businesses that are minority owned with their response to the coronavirus. We've gathered some statistics and looked at various research that's available that we would like to present to you this morning that we think makes the case to implement a minority owned business program to help businesses respond to COVID-19. I'd like to introduce, first of all, Mariana Adams from my staff. Mariana is the Executive Director of Progress OKC, and she's been very involved in the research and the work that we've done around this program and our other programs that we're trying to implement at the Alliance. So with that, I think I'll turn it over to Mariana to get started.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and city staff. Thank you all for having me here today. Again, my name is Mariana Adams, Executive Director of Progress OKC, a community development corporation. And as we all know, COVID-19 has transformed every facet of our lives, but today we're here to talk about businesses. So in particular, the disruption to businesses was felt immediately, having unprecedented consequences to the business community and the economy. Specific to Oklahoma City, a combined 78% of small businesses reported a moderate to large negative effect. Next slide, please. As research supports, there are a number of factors preventing minority business owners from achieving the same growth as non-minority business owners. Pre-pandemic, I'll highlight some statistics here. Minority-owned businesses twice as likely to be classified as at risk or distressed. Many minority-owned small businesses are in industries that are more susceptible to pandemic disruption. And these industries include the service industry, accommodations, food services, retail. Next slide. While the business impact of COVID-19 has varied depending on the industry, there again is one group that has been hit particularly hard. Minority-owned businesses have suffered disproportionately amid the COVID-19 crisis. So looking here from the US Census Bureau, we look at February 2020 to through April 2020, we see that 41% of Black-owned small businesses closed, and this is looking nationally, of Latinx-owned businesses, 32%, Asian-owned businesses, 26%, and then white-owned businesses, 17%. So we see the disparities and again, the disproportionate effect on minority businesses as a whole. Next slide, please. So while we know that minority-owned businesses play a vital role in our economy, it isn't always straightforward for them how to obtain means for success for varying reasons. When we discuss access to traditional capital, in particular, even this year, thinking about federal loan programs and federal aid, 13% denial rate for minority-owned businesses compared to 8% denial rate for non-minority-owned businesses. Next slide, please. And then when we take a step further to think about the process for minority and women-owned businesses in particular, again, as it relates to receiving federal assistance, we see some discrepancies as it relates to the approval process. So it on average taking 7 days longer to be approved for this specific program, PPP, Payroll Protection Program, which was a loan program that aided many businesses. So 7 more days compared to white-owned businesses. And then when we look at, for example, there was a study that was put out for the center through the Center for Responsible Lending. They found that 91% of minority-owned businesses were ineligible or didn't qualify because they were non-employer businesses. And by comparison, 78% of white-owned businesses are non-employer businesses. Next slide. And I think it's important as we discuss the contributions of minority-owned, women-owned businesses to our economy, in addition to creating jobs, creating opportunities, creating wages, and adding the essential amenities, goods, and services that many of us enjoy. What we've seen and found through the COVID-19 is they have adapted in ways to actually provide critical services for their communities. So McKinsey & Company, a reputable source, did a poll of 1,000 small businesses and found that 40% of minority-owned small businesses said that they had added new services to support their communities and employers, compared to 27%, which is just as important as well. But what I would say is, before I hand it off to Evan Fay, representing the Greater Chamber of Commerce, is in addition to these facts, and figures. I have spent time with minority-owned businesses. And what I would add to this is I've spent time this weekend with minority-owned businesses that have opened up shop, whether it was opening a free clinic or no-cost clinic in Northeast Oklahoma City, or opening up a barbershop to restore dignity for those that are experiencing homelessness, making sure that young students that are low income or students of color can, author and write their own stories and publish books. These are the sort of new services that we're seeing here locally being provided and added to our community. So I'd pass it off to Evan Fay with the Greater Chamber of Commerce to discuss the program elements for what's being proposed today.
Thank you, Mariana. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Thank you all for giving us the opportunity to propose this idea. And like Kenny said earlier, getting into the nuts and bolts of what we're putting in front of you all, the proposal here is $2.75 million in CARES Act funding, $2 million of which would go toward grants directly to minority-owned small businesses. 500,000 of that would go toward technical assistance and business retrofit, and 250,000 of that would go towards economic recovery and resiliency planning. On that next slide, we'll dive into a little bit of what each of those items mean. So the $25,000 grants, up to $25,000, would go to for-profit businesses that have 25 or fewer employees. These could be used for a variety of purposes, similar to what we saw earlier this year in the Small Business Continuity Program. And these would go to, employer firms, non-employer firms. The technical assistance business retrofit piece would again be going towards qualified providers that would be paired with businesses from the community in which these businesses are operating to assist with everything from accounting and bookkeeping, business advisory and legal support and marketing services. And then the retrofit program would be similar to what we saw with the Small Business Continuity Program as well, reimbursing businesses for physical alterations that were made to their businesses due to COVID-19. That last piece, the economic recovery and resiliency planning, would go towards working with a broader coalition of community members and consultants to evaluate how well existing economic development incentives and tools are meeting the long-term needs of businesses in a post-COVID world, and thinking forward about entrepreneurship and innovation, and cultivating an environment where small businesses of all ownership structures can thrive in Oklahoma City. Let's go to that next slide, please. So again, qualifications are businesses with 25 or fewer employees located within the city of Oklahoma City that are able to demonstrate direct impact by COVID-19 on their business operations. And these expenses must not have been covered by other local, state, or federal programs up to this point. Must be 51% controlled or managed by somebody from the minority community listed below. Next slide, please. So we wanted to kind of evaluate where we were in the process. So knowing that these are the CARES dollars that need to be spent by the end of the year, a pretty aggressive rollout plan. And I'm sorry if the font on the slides is a little bit small, difficult to see. I'll walk through this real quick. So right now, obviously we're making this proposal, and we're also kind of structuring the application at the moment, working with community partners to ensure that it's, the program is communicated, the application meets the right requirements, and is also within reach of a lot of these minority-owned businesses as far as the information that's requested. Pending approval here, our goal is to open up the application on October 26th to allow for about a month of applications to come in. These will be made available on the internet and marketed to businesses in different parts of our community. And we would also like to partner with small business development centers, community action agencies, Hispanic Chamber, Black Chamber, REI, other community-focused organizations to help these businesses with the application process to ensure that we leave no stone unturned. and to make sure that, all of the documents and necessary requirements are met so that they can receive assistance. That is also how we plan to market the program through those agencies as well. On December 1st, the applications will close. And I should mention that I believe at this point we plan on processing the applications on a rolling basis, so it won't be batched. December 1st, applications will close, giving us enough time to deploy the rest of the funds for technical assistance and make sure that we're within the law of the CARES Act. And then the 30th, all of that money needs to be spent in the technical assistance in progress. On that last page, really want to highlight that among the team that's been working on this, we really envision for this to be part of a longer-term suite of economic development incentives and programs that can reach a broader base in Oklahoma City. We hope to put a micro-lending platform in front of this group within the next month that would provide kind of that first step of the capital ladder, micro loans from $1,000 to $15,000 for businesses that don't have access to traditional financing. We'd like to see in the future, low interest revolving loan fund for more short-term capital needs like this program. And then longer-term technical assistance, knowing that that was one of the successes that we saw with the Small Business Continuity Program was that technical assistance piece, the opportunity for businesses to receive everything from legal, marketing, and finance and operations assistance from their peers, sometimes meant more than just direct capital influx. And so with that, I will turn it back over to Kathy to close us out, and we're happy to answer any questions, but thank you again for your time.
Yeah, thank you, Mariana and Evan. I think that the thing that I would like to add at this point is that we would like to try to get started on rolling this program out as quickly as possible. We would like to have as much time as possible to work with these companies to make sure that they can develop the required documentation in order to qualify. We did some of that with the first round of programs that the city launched, but we did not do it on the second round. And we know from our experience that it does take a while for some businesses to get all of the information and document that their expenses or their revenue loss is COVID related and not covered by other federal programs or state and local programs. I think with that, I'll be glad to try to answer any questions. Again, we appreciate all of your support on all of these programs. It has definitely been a team effort, and we've enjoyed, I think all of us have enjoyed working on it, but it's really been in a big additional workload. So I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions for anybody? Thank you all. I know we only gave you this task a couple weeks ago, so you definitely worked hard and fast to get it to us. Thank you. If there's no questions, oh wait, I think actually, I'm sorry. I've got somebody who did sign up to speak, 2 people, so we'll handle that. Joanne Davis.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilperson. My name is Joanne Davis, and I'm currently the Executive Director for the Oklahoma City Black Chamber of Commerce. I live at 14621 Wayfield Circle, Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City Black Chamber of Commerce membership and focus is primarily on Black-owned businesses and supporters to facilitate their growth and sustainability. COVID-19 has severely impacted them. In fact, it has put a huge bright headlight on their inability to access the best kinds of capital. What capital Black businesses have been able to access have much higher interest rates, compounded by the fact that they are twice as likely to be denied that capital, even above that of other minority-owned and woman-owned businesses. This is why it's critical to extend, as you all have already introduced, and expand these funds to assist Black businesses. This help should, if possible, include the availability for lower zero interest loans, grants, and equally important, technical assistance. Small businesses are often so busy running the business that they have little time to devote to the technical side of the management of the business and prepare the adequate paperwork, financial documentation. With that, Mayor and council persons, I do appreciate you allowing me this time to say we concur wholeheartedly in the Black Chamber. We're willing to help and facilitate all that we can to ensure that our Black businesses are sustained and maintained. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. John Pettis. Is John on the line? John, if you push *6, that might unmute you. Is he, but we see him? Okay.
I see his name.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe he stepped away. Okay.
Well, if you don't mind, Mayor, I do want to say
Please.
That we obviously, I know there's a few of us that truly appreciate the efforts where we are with this, and I want everyone to realize and know that this is something that we have continually asked for. So we are happy that we are at the point now where it is coming into fruition for our small businesses that historically have been disadvantaged, and especially during this pandemic, it has been exacerbated as far as the disadvantage when it comes to a lot of the programs that our residents were unable to be a part of and or participate in. So with us as our city entity creating this platform for these same residents and constituents and business owners, this is again what we have been wanting and what our community needs to continue the work of being able to meet the need for our residents. So again, I just want to say thank you to all involved, and we're looking forward to being able to reestablish for some and continue to the sustainability aspect for others as far as the businesses are concerned that have been impacted with the relief funds that we will be able to benefit for those folks. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Well, all right. If there are no other comments or questions, we could adopt the resolution. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilman Greenwell, are you still voting verbally? He's not with us anymore. Okay. Then we shall proceed without him. Passes unanimously.
Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Craig, we have 2 o'clock, we have water trust. Do we have any quorum issues where anybody needs to switch over to make sure we have a quorum for that?
Should we have one switch over?
Yeah, we can have one.
As long as we have one of the council members switch over, we should be okay.
So that would be either Mark or Larry. So you guys
Mark,
work that out, I guess.
so Larry's saying somebody's muted. There you go.
I'm going over.
Okay. Thank you, Larry. All right, item 9I1, authorizing the municipal councilor or designee to file an appeal to the Supreme Court in the case McCraw v. City of OKC. We'll probably, I believe there is a desire to go into, to have a discussion which requires going into executive session because it's an ongoing lawsuit. Before we get to that vote, though, we do have 3 people who signed up to speak on this item. And so why don't we hear from them first now? Then we'll take the vote to go into executive session. Then we'll handle the executive session with the other 2 scheduled executive sessions at the conclusion of our other business. And then if there is any further consideration of 9I1, we'll take it up after that executive session. But for now, is Rania Ferguson on the line?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Rania.
Thank you. My name is Rania Ferguson. I'm the director of the Curbside Chronicle at the Homeless Alliance, and I reside at 1735 Northwest 12th Street. We heard a lot of good reasons as to why this ordinance isn't worth appealing at the last council meeting, but I'd like to mainly talk about its ineffectiveness today. This ordinance has been in effect now for several years, but panhandling and the presence of people on medians is still as prevalent as ever. This attempt to keep people off of medians has been ineffective due to the faulty logic in thinking that a punitive ordinance would be a proper deterrence for these actions. Panhandling is often an act of desperation, usually tied to extreme poverty and sometimes mental health and substance abuse disorders. When you are desperate enough to stand on a median to ask for money because you believe you have no other options within reach, getting a ticket does nothing to ease that desperation. In most cases, it actually intensifies and prolongs that desperation. We know that panhandling is a symptom of a larger broken system. At this very moment, our city doesn't have enough affordable housing, enough mental health workers, enough substance abuse treatment beds, enough living wage jobs, enough resources to address the root issues that cause panhandling in the first place. And until we adequately address these shortcomings, panhandling will continue to be a part of our everyday scenic views. And for people experiencing poverty, it will continue to be a mechanism used to try and make it through another day. Collaboration is the only hope we have to address these deep-rooted issues in our community. I believe that if we spent the same amount of time and resources we have so far on this ordinance, instead on convening a group of city staff, social service providers, and first responders, we could create more effective ways to address panhandling and public safety in our community, and that we would yield far greater outcomes than 700 tickets issued and $71,000 in fines assessed. We could actually help people find pathways off of medians and into housing, healthcare, and employment, like Curbside Chronicle, street outreach workers, and the OKC PD Hot Team are currently doing. I ask that you please vote no and do not continue to spend any more time or money on this ordinance. Instead, let's strengthen already proven concepts and talk about what types of new efforts between the city, social service providers, and first responders we should create to better address safety concerns for individuals living on our streets. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ali Taberer. Okay.
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear?
Okay. Yes,
okay,
please
great.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the council, and thank you for sticking it out through a very long meeting. My name is Ali Taberer. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm a resident of Ward 3 at 4516 West Park Place. I spoke on this issue back on September 29th, and in the interest of all of our time, I'm going to do a shortened version of what I said during that meeting. I again repeat my call for all council persons to vote no on this item. My first reason, the ordinance that was struck down criminalizes the poorest in our community. This is morally wrong and abhorrent and should be enough to cause you all to vote no. But I do continue on, as some members of this council, specifically councilpersons Greiner, McAtee, Greenwell, and Stonecipher, voted for this ordinance back on December 8th, 2015, according to minutes from that council meeting. This is their opportunity to go onto the right side of history, and I hope that they will choose to do that. 2, this ordinance has not improved the issue that it intended to solve, just like Rania so eloquently just talked about, since it was enacted in 2015. So let us let the ordinance die while we have this chance in 2020. 3, We've already spent over $200,000 defending this ordinance that has reached the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals. In a time where our city is facing an uncertain economic future because of the COVID-19 pandemic, let us not commit to spending taxpayer dollars in the hundreds of thousands on what is likely to be a fruitless endeavor. Let us reallocate those funds from attorneys' fees to fiscally supporting efforts that can materially help our community's most economically disadvantaged citizens. Council, I again ask you to stand on the right side of history on this issue today. Don't approve the appeal of this issue. Spend those dollars that you could use on the appeal in a way that actually supports our citizens experiencing poverty, not criminalizing them. For those of you who are still uncomfortable, I say this. If seeing panhandlers on medians makes you uncomfortable, and your first reaction is to try and legislate that behavior so you don't have to see it, first, I believe you have some work to do on yourself so that you have some empathy for our poorest neighbors rather than hatred or disgust. And second, this ordinance has not changed that behavior in 5 years, and it will not do anything to help fix the root cause of this behavior. Thank you for taking citizen comment on the issue. I yield the rest of my time, and I wasn't as short as I thought I would be. Sorry about that.
Came in under 3 minutes. Thank you. Hannah Royce.
Howdy, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of council and Mr. Mayor. Hannah Royce, pronouns are she, her, hers, resident of Ward 6. I reside at 915 Northwest 7th. As someone who speaks often on matters close to me, I'm fully aware that these comments are limited to the item I'm speaking on. However, I must take a moment to acknowledge the interruption of my honorable Councilwoman Hammond by Councilman Stone Cipher earlier today while she was giving her thoughts on the SPUD issue, as well as the incredibly disrespectful comment that we just heard from Chris Smith directed at Honorable Councilwoman Nice. Mr. Smith, I believe, is the same man who was intoxicated while representing the city at a Metro Park neighborhood meeting last year. Both of these situations during the meeting today provoked a feeling within me that far too many women in leadership positions are familiar with, specifically Black, Brown, and Indigenous people of color that are assigned female at birth. Every young woman everywhere heard Senator Harris during the vice president debate say, "I'm speaking." And while I had the moment, I just wanted to encourage all male council members and frankly, any male listening to be aware of the ways in which they're speaking over or interrupting or saying disrespectful things to those assigned female at birth. Now, regarding the ordinance, you heard me speak to you all 2 weeks ago, and my opposition remains the same. City ordinances like this criminalize poverty. It's plain and simple, that there are more effective ways to address panhandling than assessing these fines and fees, such as street outreach, housing, mental health support, addiction programs, and low barrier employment opportunities. We should be sending social workers, not police officers, to address panhandling. When a person is desperate enough to beg for money, getting a fine only makes life harder. And because they likely can't afford to pay the ticket, they remain trapped in a criminal justice system, creating further barriers to employment, housing, and stability. Most of us are aware of the money that the city has spent on this issue, as well as the fact that the ordinance hasn't really done anything to reduce panhandling in our community. I'm going to again quote my favorite female urbanist: "The first fundamental of successful city life, people must take a modicum of responsibility for each other, even if they have no ties to each other." I'm again asking you to take a modicum of responsibility for those you have no ties to, AKA the folks who use our public medians for incredibly important programs such as the Curbside Chronicle. And I am again imploring the council to abandon this failed policy once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess we will take a vote to go into executive session, item 9I2. If somebody wants to make a motion to that effect. All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilman Greenwell, or is he gone? Is he still gone? Okay.
Mayor?
Councilman McAtee. Okay, so I'm sorry. Did someone just say something?
I did, from the void. Yeah, so going into executive session, we're still going to come back and vote on this, and we'll still be able to say something about it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So this would, as I said earlier, the actual action on item 9I1 would presumably come after the executive session. And, you know, it's a free country, so obviously everybody can say whatever they want to say. You know, the reason for executive sessions is because it's an open litigation, but you're not like barred by law, I guess, from speaking. So, but we will have that opportunity for consideration, potential consideration of the item later. Okay, executive session passes 5-1. That brings us to item 9J. Enter into executive session on advice of the municipal councilor to receive confidential communications from its attorney concerning the case of Drew Kevin Cooper, MD v. City of OKC. Somebody want to make a motion? Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9K, enter into executive session on advice of the municipal councilor to receive confidential communications from its attorney regarding pending mediation in the case of Stewart v. City of OKC. Would someone like to make a motion? Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, so we will handle those 3 items of executive sessions after citizens can be heard, and then potentially we will return and then potentially consider item 9I1 after that. Which this now brings us to item 10, items from council. We already handled 10A sometime earlier this week, and now we are at item 10B. This is a resolution recognizing October 26, 2020 as Intersex Awareness Day. Councilpersons Hammond and Cooper introduced this resolution, so I will turn it over to you.
Councilwoman Hammond, do you want to take the lead, and then I'll join?
I'll just start out by I just want to thank Wiley Williams, who put together the memo for this resolution. That was like more like succinct. It couldn't be more succinct and educational. So I really appreciate his work on it, as well as all the staff who worked on putting this together. A resident approached me about us recognizing this day in Oklahoma City. I think for most people who know about issues for the queer community, usually people are more familiar with and aware, I guess, of items related to discrimination against people who are gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, but sometimes we don't always do the extra extra letters on the end of that. But the I when often is listed as LGBTQIA is for intersex, and it is specifically a sexual minority that through the history of our country and likely all of humanity in different cultures have experienced stigma, discrimination, unwanted medical procedures when they're very, very young and cannot consent to those. And as we learn more and more, the medical community recognizes that those things are not necessary to healthy growth and development of a person. So, you know, this is a human rights issue, and just wanted to bring this before the council to say that, you know, we as a council and we as a city are recognizing and educating ourselves and our residents on this matter that does affect people that live in our city. So with that, I'll pass it on to Councilperson Cooper.
Thank you, Councilwoman, excuse me. Yeah, and thanks for bringing this to my attention, and so too to the resident who brought it to your attention as well. To be honest with everybody, I wasn't as familiar. I knew the term. I knew the damage often done to intersex folk, but I didn't know a lot of the history, and quite frankly, I didn't know all the damage. And so the more I learned, the more I felt, sign me up. I'm happy to co-sponsor this. I think one of the things in the resolution that really stood out to me was, while they make up 1.7% of the population, that's about the same number as red-haired people in the population. And I only mention that because, there's kind of two counter arguments I've always heard when it comes to gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, intersex. I always hear kind of two counter arguments to this. One is, well, why are we doing something for such a small percentage of the population? Well, are red-haired people, I would never dismiss them in such a way, that doesn't quite ring true. By the way, I didn't put that red-haired bit in there just to set us up for this moment. It's just something that stood out to me as I was rereading the resolution. So I would really ask everyone to think about that. And then I would also, I've always heard this idea of special rights. LGBTQ people want special rights. And as someone, as you all know, who loves history, I'm very well aware, and I'm guessing you all are by now, if you've heard me speak about it before, but as we became a state, we adopted, I believe it was from South Dakota, could have been North Dakota, one of the Dakotas, no offense, getting them wrong, but we adopted from them a 10-year imprisonment punishment for anybody who express those sort of same-sex desires in that romantic way. 10 years in prison for that. And in 1971, 2 years after the Stonewall riots, by the way, this is LGBT History Month, so maybe now's a good time to remind everybody this. But 2 years after the Stonewall riots in New York City, where police had for years and years just brutalized and harassed and all those things to this particular community. 2 years later, it was still illegal in every state but Illinois to be openly queer. And it would take until 2003 before the Supreme Court intervened and said that not special rights, but human rights, constitutionally protected human rights. That's what they afforded in that decision. Moreover, I've learned more recently that with the lawsuit back in 1983, when you all saw for a very long time today, Eric Groves and myself, and during our class and conversation, Eric was a lawyer at the time, and he defended the patrons of Angles. We have told this story before from council. Angles, for the first 4 months of it being open, police brutality, citing of phantom ordinances. And the owners of Angles sued, those patrons sued. And in their settlement, Eric, it's very clever. And he and I, when we were talking about class and he and I on the phone a week ago, I asked him, could you tell me a little bit more about the settlement? I had our chief of staff dig it up for us. Eric did something pretty phenomenal back then. I mean, like, it should be noted in history books phenomenal. He made the argument that those patrons who the police at the time treated as lower than dirt. He made the case that they had First Amendment, Fourth Amendment, and 14th Amendment protections. And he had to, because the law had not afforded them those protections. And by them, I mean me and anyone else in my community. And by my community, I mean the LGBT community, but of course I mean the Oklahoma City community. Oklahoma, my people. So I've never understood this special rights conversation, and I've never understood they're just a minority of a minority. Why are we singling them out? I guess I would turn that question immediately around and ask, why did they single us out in the first place? Why? What does me holding someone's hand down the middle of the street have to do with anybody else? Don't know. Never understood it. And the good news is the majority of people have come to see that as well. Regardless of their religious beliefs, you find acceptance within so many religions. I understand it's split within religions, but to pretend this is like a anti-religious versus conversation doesn't do it justice. So I may not be intersex, and I may not have known a lot of its history in terms of the movement, but these individuals, they face a level of danger that I don't feel comfortable with. And so I signed on. And if anybody else has any questions, feel free. But yeah, so that's all.
James, in response, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. I just want to say there is one person who signed up to speak, but go ahead.
James, I don't understand persecution, exclusion, discrimination, inhumane treatment. And I think I've told you this before, and I think most people on the council know before, but in 1915, my grandfather had to flee from what was called the first Holocaust, Armenian genocide, where 2 million Armenians were killed just for trying to practice their Christian faith. Mm-hmm. And so at the very root of my existence, from the time I was young at age, my mom, my uncle, my aunts, my grandfather drilled into me the importance of making sure people were not treated inhumanely, making sure people weren't discriminated against, making sure there were not exclusionary practices, making sure there was not persecution. I firmly believe that intersex individuals are valued members of the Oklahoma City community that contribute to the diversity and character of our city. I also firmly believe that intersex individuals deserve both human rights and lives free from prejudice, exclusion, and discrimination. You know, the word, I was looking at it last night, genocide, was a term that Raphael Lemkin came up when he was studying the Armenian genocide. And so to use your term, James, to my last breath, I will do everything I can to stop persecution, to stop exclusion, to stop discrimination and inhumane treatment. But the ordinance in its current form, I have some current concerns about it just because of my lack of knowledge of it. And I wish I would have had more time to spend studying on this, but I have concerns about the fourth whereas paragraph as currently drafted, when it talks about medical intervention, the irreversibility of that intervention, whether that can safely be deferred until a child becomes an adult, the issue of what do we do with parental consent? Is that something that needs to be considered? I also have some concern about the organizations that base the scientific proof for this. I am not familiar at all with the United Nations Higher Commission on Human Rights. I am not familiar with the United Nations Special Rapporteur on torture and other cruel, humane, or degrading treatment or punishment. I am familiar with the World Health Organization. I am also concerned about the whereas clause that talks about we should endorse legislation when I haven't even seen the legislation. And so And I also, in thinking about this, and this is a conversation, I'm just telling you my thoughts, my feelings. There is, within our charter, there are certain grants of power, and there are certain purposes that we are allowed to advocate. And the one thing I'm wrestling with that gives me pause is when you get into global issues, and when you get into national issues, and when you get into things worldwide, does the charter give us the power to do that? And the way I would address this issue, and like I said, I'm just trying to have a conversation and tell you my feelings, is that we have current ordinances for hate crimes. They're found at section 2554, they're found at section 2555, and they're found at section 2556. And what your predecessor, James, used to say was, if we're going to do something, we need to have public hearings. If we're going to do something, we need to be transparent about it. If we're going to do something, we need to have empirical scientific evidence. And the resolution in its current form, especially as to paragraph 4 and to paragraph 6, lack any discussion as to a scientific basis for some of these interventions or lack of interventions. And so all I'm saying is, it seems to me that where we could best serve, if there is a problem and it needs to be addressed, is in our current ordinances for hate crimes, where we add language that deals with the actual problem that exists within our community.
So I have a couple things I would add. One would be maybe Wiley. Is Wiley here? Because he's the one who did a bulk of this research. Maybe he could speak to some of the research he came across here. And then again, the only other thing I would add is this is literally just a resolution it's kind of ceremonial more than anything, to say we're acknowledging this as a day, like we're not really doing more than that.
It's more in ceremonial. We're asking people to consider legislation. We're asking to say that there is a problem in our community. We're asking people to rely on the research that we did to establish that there is a problem. And I think we'd be much better served by actually preparing an ordinance in our current ordinance for hate crimes that addresses this if it's a problem. And it's a problem that needs to be addressed, because, as I will say till my last breath, I will fight all efforts as to persecution, as to exclusionary actions, as to discrimination, and as to inhumane treatment.
Wiley, are you here to kind of help educate us on this this matter, the violence, the inhumane treatment that the resolution speaks to here?
I am here.
Thank you.
Yes, this was presented to me and provided with some information, a study that I went through, a 200-page study by one of the organizations listed in that fourth whereas clause, or fifth whereas clause, that Councilman Stonecipher pointed to. The issue is not so much that things are happening within our community, but that there are decisions being made for these individuals at a very young age that the parents and the physicians aren't always educated on. And the idea is to call these issues to their attention. As I understand, that was the purpose behind the original concept of recognizing this Intersex Awareness Day. I was not familiar with the term intersex myself, but I was familiar with, once I started reading the study, of all the medical conditions that are addressed. And there are a ton of many medical conditions mentioned in the article that that are tough decisions between parents and physicians, and there's a lot of studies done with the children after they become adult age who wish their parents had made different decisions for them. And it comes down to a discussion of whether or not, when should those decisions be made and can they be deferred? And that's kind of the point of the issue behind the Intersex Awareness Day. It's not to call out that we have issues in our community, but that there was just to make people aware that there are medical issues, there are legitimate medical issues, and when should the decisions be made to operate or change the gender or sex of a person.
Well, I mean, if you look at the whereas clause that talks about the United Nations High Commission on Human Rights, et cetera, it says that they have acknowledged the harm these interventions may cause. And so I want to understand what we're proposing. I'd like to get more education. I'd like to read what Wiley has read to understand this. I would prefer that we defer it to the next meeting so I could have some more time to spend with it and receive comments. Otherwise, I'll have to be opposed to it.
Council.
So I would make a motion to defer this to the next meeting.
Okay, well, a motion to defer does take precedence. Can I ask a practical question? Anybody who wishes to answer it. The next meeting is October 27th. The resolution calls for the day to occur on October 26th. Is that Councilwoman Hammond or Councilman Cooper, is October 26th a internationally recognized coordinated day, or was that just a randomly chosen day?
It says it's celebrated nationwide. It doesn't talk about, I don't know.
Okay, but well, yeah. So for the authors, I assume that is not just a day you picked out of a hat, correct?
Right.
Correct.
As the memo describes, on October 26, 1996, a group of individuals who would later be identified as intersex individuals, along with supporters from clinicians and the LGBT communities, convened in Boston, Massachusetts, to demonstrate at the annual conference of the American Academy of Pediatrics, specifically for the purposes of raising awareness of the stigmatization and discrimination faced by intersex individuals and to protest the perceived inhumane treatment that children born with intersex issues were being forced to adopt. So that's the date. The other thing I would note in terms of the hate crime conversation with this, and I don't mean to exclude the idea that someone who is intersex wouldn't experience that level of violence. They very well might. This is much more a conversation around the medical world and making sure that these individuals, that there's an awareness and an education for families so that they know what's going on. It's a bit less than the idea of, that particular individual is walking down the street and they might experience violence in that way, but that doesn't preclude it. So I don't know what that hate crime, including that within there, would actually get at the heart of this particular item. And I will also note that when it comes to hate crime legislation, there's a conversation that's taking place these days about data existing around that in terms of a deterrent versus what restorative justice might be able to provide people, community service, mediation between the perpetrator of the violence or the act and the individual. So yeah, that's what I would say.
The other thing I would add, our meeting ran really long today, and the only reason Larry isn't here to participate in this conversation is he's covering a quorum for Water Trust. So that would be another basis for me to move to defer this for the benefit of Larry's knowledge and input.
Okay. Just to clarify, Larry is in the meeting right now.
Oh, okay, good. Never mind.
Before we vote, didn't we have someone signed up to speak?
Yes, thank you. We do need to do that before we vote on anything. Elena Height. Is Elena there?
Yeah. Hello?
Okay, yes, go ahead.
Hi, yeah, so I am the person who brought this to Councilperson Hammond's attention. So my name is Elena Height. I was born and raised in Oklahoma. I am a PhD student. I am also an intersex person and activist. Just to address some of the questions before I get started with my comments, I really propose this mostly as a way to acknowledge Intersex Awareness Day to promote visibility. So I recognize that there are limits on what the City Council can or cannot do, but I wanted to at least have this sort of acknowledgement of the day so that other intersex people in the city had this sort of public acknowledgement by the city that their existence is valued and accepted. So just to give you a little bit of background, intersex, as you have been hearing, refers to people born with a variation in their physical sex characteristics. So it's 1.7% of the population, which if you apply that to Oklahoma's population, that's over 67,000 people. That's bigger than a population than Stillwater or Moore, Oklahoma. But I only know a handful of intersex people in Oklahoma, and that's not an accident. It's because intersex people, including myself, who lived here until I was 18, moved back when I was an adult. We face decades of shame, silence, and isolation, and we are also, many of us, including myself, are also forced to undergo surgeries and other medical interventions on otherwise healthy bodies in an attempt to make those bodies conform to normative ideas of what men and women should be. And those surgeries often happen without the fully informed consent of intersex individuals. And many parents also claim that they aren't given full information as to the need for and effects of those surgeries. So I am personally from a number of researchers who have spent their entire lives studying this, and it's a fairly common phenomenon that they cite. And those surgeries have really lifelong negative impacts on intersex individuals' physical and mental well-being. And so really the point of this resolution for me was to affirm the people in Oklahoma City who are part of the intersex community, people from every walk of life, people who are artists, lawyers, doctors, teachers, and people who have chosen to confront the stigma and silence around being intersex so that other intersex kids don't have to feel so alone or ashamed. So I really hope that you will vote to pass this resolution and really affirm that those intersex activists and individuals are valuable members of the Oklahoma City community. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, that was the only person who had signed up to speak. We are now have a motion on the table for a deferral of this resolution. At least the motion was made verbally by Councilman Stonecipher. Now it has been made through PrimeGov and seconded. Go ahead and cast your vote. Motion fails 2-4. With what is Larry here? What is that? I haven't seen that before. It doesn't make a difference in the outcome, but what is that?
Yeah, Councilman McAtee, you need to vote yes or no.
How do you wish to vote? For the deferral or against it, Larry?
He's muted.
Okay. Fine. Larry, are you voting yes or no?
There you go. He's back on now.
Can you talk?
Larry, go ahead. How do you wish to vote on the deferral?
I wish to vote abstain.
Abstain. Okay, is that Francis informs me that is not an option.
Councilman, you have to physically leave the room, turn off your camera and your microphone if you want to be absent for the vote.
Nay. Vote me nay.
Nay, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Larry. Okay, so the motion to defer fails 2-5. We are back on the item.
I would like to move to approve the item.
Okay. We've got a motion. Let's make it on the system here. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Okay, so does a resolution require 5 votes or merely a majority of those present? It requires 5 votes. Francis tells me it requires 5 votes, and I am relying on that advice. And therefore, the motion to approve the resolution has failed 4-3.
May I make a comment?
Sorry, I couldn't get my stuff turned on fast enough. A resolution does not require 5 votes. It just requires a majority of the people voting for it.
Okay, Francis, is that Francis, you will acquiesce to that interpretation?
Absolutely.
Okay, in that case, let me redeclare the vote to have passed 4-3.
Right. Only ordinances require 5 votes.
All right. Thank you all.
I'd still like to make a comment.
Yes, go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, Elena, thank you for bringing this to my attention. I did not know what I know now, and I really appreciate that education. And Wiley, thank you for the education as well. And I would just say to the other council members who wanted to learn more, you still can. The research is right there. And I'm going to be also, I have more to learn. I have more to learn. So just again, thank you for giving me that space, everybody, to learn with you.
And if I may too, I just want to say real quick, Elena, we see you, we hear you, and we thank you. And also I fully support it and will continue to support. And that's why we have the Human Rights Commission, so we can continue to support efforts of all of those who reside in Oklahoma City. So I appreciate the council members for bringing this resolution forward. And had I guess I missed it, or else I would have added my name to the cause as well. But I, again, fully support it.
Okay. Thank you. We will now go around the horseshoe. I don't believe Councilman Griner is with us, so we'll start at Ward 2.
Thank you. And first, let me just say super thanks to everybody. I know I had 2 very lengthy zoning cases earlier. I just want you to know since August, those have been so heavy on my mind. It took a lot, and I just really appreciate everyone's patience and each of you adding your perspective when you could. I wanted to say congrats again to Councilwoman Nikki Nice and to Eastside and Ward 7 for the Homeland store. That shovel for breaking ground is now in my council office. I believe my chief of staff is gonna make a little note on it so that I know what it was from. I hope he's listening to that. That's right. Anyway, just congratulations and thank you for all your hard work, Councilwoman, and everybody who was involved in that effort. Just super impressive. I wanted to say thank you as well to the Let's Fix This podcast for inviting Councilwoman Hammond and me to participate, in a discussion. And this might be helpful for the other council members too, and anybody else listening if you're still with us. The podcast episode was about the city charter proposed changes. And I want to thank Municipal Council Laura McDevitt for taking time to join us for that podcast episode. Kenny and Amanda for helping coordinate a lot of that work. But anybody who has any questions out there still about our city charter proposals, you can go to Let's Fix This to their website, and you will actually see that episode there, about an hour-long conversation where we walk you through all the proposals. that's there for everybody. So I just wanted to thank everybody for your assistance on that. I wanted to thank the Britain District, which I share with Councilwoman Nice for their invite the first Friday of October, 89th Street, for opening up their space for us there. It's a music venue. And on that note, I would also, again, like to congratulate the Portland street between 23rd and 36th for that street enhancement. I'm very excited to see where that's going. I've been reading Coronado Heights newsletters for the last several months on the far northwest side of the ward. And I'm very excited to see that progress on a 2007 bond is getting them some park improvements that they have long been waiting for and advocated for. And so I just wanted to say I'm following that closely, and I look forward to visiting the park when those improvements take place. And I wanted to thank our Parks Department for their work there as well. I wanted to say thank you to, again, Councilwoman Nice and also Aaron Wilder for joining me on First Friday here in Paseo for registering people to vote. We got rid of 2 whole boxes of a face mask. We said, which one would you like? You can do either. You can vote, you can register to vote, or you can have a face mask. We don't care. Do either. Do both. Have at it. And the people took us up on it. It was beautiful fall weather too. So I just really wanted to say thank you again, Nikki, and thank you, Aaron, and Aaron's small dog Beta for being there. And then thank you to the Paseo for letting us be there that day. Amanda Bleakley specifically for helping arrange that, and to Krista Yeager for getting the word out, helping us get the word out. Also wanted to say thank you to Kendra Wilson Clements and Sarah Adams Cornell for inviting me yesterday evening to share space with them very briefly because of my teaching schedule to help them discuss and celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day. It's just really nice to go and hear folk in our community talk about something so important. At that same meeting, I heard a Ward 2 constituent who lives near Penn Square Mall talk about her excitement with that BRT we discussed earlier. She was right by there, and she literally said, "I can't wait to take it and use it to get downtown." And my heart almost burst out of my chest. So I really appreciate that invite there. I'm sure my mom is listening too, so I just wanted to say thank you again, Mom, for making me Indian tacos last weekend. I got to go share about a couple hours with her looking through our family photo albums together again through that glass door with my mask on. And it really means a lot to me that the people of Midwest City have approved a mask ordinance similar to ours because it keeps people like my mom safe. Yeah, and I think those are kind of my main thank yous there. I would only add finally that, as Congress debates their next relief package, I want everyone to remember back in May, we passed a resolution saying do some mass testing, do some contact tracing. And one of the other things for our city, I'm glad to see that our revenue is not doing as badly as we thought it was going to be, but I still really worry about that. I think our economic advisor kind of gave us similar concerns. So I'm still very hopeful that the next relief package would include financial relief for municipalities and state governments. And I'll continue to advocate for that as well. So that's it. Thank you all.
Thank you. Ward 3.
Councilman, you're muted.
Larry, you're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I was going to tell a little history of what a bad zoning decision can mean to you. Back in the 1980s, between Northwest 23rd on 23rd Street, between MacArthur and Portland, was a nice little row of nice cottages, very nice street, very comfortable, very quiet. And they made a bad zoning decision when they allowed a professional boxer to put an office in there. As a result, we fixed it finally in 1990 for $12 million. So you guys did a good job this morning on that zoning case. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Ward 4?
I'm good, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. I believe Ward 5 has departed. Ward 6?
Nothing, thank you.
Thank you. Ward 7?
Yes, I do have a few things that I wanted to make mention. First, thank you to Councilperson Cooper for the invitation to be with you in the Paseo District. We did have a really good time and meeting the folks that came out and obviously getting people registered to vote, and for some just changing their address. So it was just that simple of changing addresses for other folks, but we were glad that they were engaged and wanted to do that while we were present on that day. I also wanted to thank Ms. Christy Yeager as well. Last month, in the month of September, we were able to provide folks at our census information and voter registration drives with free masks. So I wanted to give you all an update. We distributed over 320 boxes of 50 masks. So that totaled out to over 16,000 masks that were given away in our community for the month of September, besides the giveaway that we did at Northeast. So we are extremely grateful for just saying yes and helping us to promote our efforts that we're working with our community and folks who need to just make sure they have that comfort of having a mask or face covering for themselves or their family. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. Also, as we recognize and acknowledge October with it being Fire Prevention Month, I also wanted to make mention of Domestic Violence Awareness Month for this month of October. And I'm hoping maybe by the next meeting, we could probably get a resolution to acknowledge that, as well as the Breast Cancer Awareness Month for October. And if you did not know, 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer in their lifetime. And there's no discrimination for men. We do know men have also been diagnosed with breast cancer as well. So this is not just a lady issue. This is an issue all the way around for our communities. And also, as we look at domestic violence, it does not discriminate either. We have seen men as well as women who have been victims of domestic violence. So I just wanted to make mention of, if you did not know, Oklahoma ranks as a state with the highest domestic violence rates. And obviously we have seen through this pandemic that our numbers across the nation have increased, and I'm fearful for what those numbers will show as we go through 2020 to gather that information for 2021. But I do want to make sure we give the information and number for the 24-hour state safe line, 1-800-522-7233. So with that, also, we were able, the mayor, myself, and some of the community leaders and individuals that are a part of the Freedom Center, we were happily there to unveil their sign that shows what is to come for the Freedom Center. And it's beautiful and it's huge. And I hope if you get a chance to drive by on Martin Luther King that you will also get out, look at it so you can see and visualize what is also coming for that area, thanks to our residents saying yes to MAPS 4 and saying yes to the Freedom Center with the Clara Luper Civil Rights Center and the development that's coming with that area. I want to also thank our Parks and Recreations Department. They allowed me the opportunity to kayak with them this past Saturday, and it was a lot of fun. And this was the last kayaking trip that they do for the year, for the season. And it was much joyful and much needed. And it's beautiful to rediscover parts of Oklahoma City, as well as Lake Overholster and Lake Stinchcombe. And so I wanted to thank from the Parks and Rec Department that were with me, Will, Sean, and Scott. So thank you, gentlemen, and to all of the folks who were also kayaking. We had a really good time on that day. I want to just clarify a couple of things as we talk about the groundbreaking, and I know Mayor referenced this, and I want you to re-emphasize, Mayor, that we asked every grocer to come and put a store in Northeast Oklahoma City, and who said yes? I just want you to re-emphasize who said yes. It was Homeland. I'll help
Homeland, yes, sorry.
But I just want to make mention for those who seem to think we are still not doing work to ensure that we get other opportunities and variations of grocery options in our community. We have not stopped the effort. This is not the win-all be-all. We're going to continue to increase access for areas of our community, including other areas of Ward 7 that we know are in a self-defined food desert, which is not just Northeast Oklahoma City. So I want to continue to re-emphasize that. And also thank again Restore OKC for the market that they're bringing that is community owned. So we are looking for more community to assist in helping us to continue to create that space that's coming for our residents on 23rd Street. And before I finish, I do want to just say thank you. I'm humbled and honored by the Journal Record by naming myself as one of the 50 women making a difference for the state of Oklahoma. And I also want to say thank you to 405 Magazine for considering and naming me as a community visionary of this work. I don't do it alone, so I thank everyone that's engaged and involved in the process. And before I finish, I do want to say that we have someone retiring in our office, and I just want to say to Mr. Randy, thank you for all that you've done. It's been a joy and a pleasure to work with you, and I know your retirement will see more and greater opportunities ahead, and I just wish you much success and enjoyment with your family. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Mayor, can I was stole my thunder, Nikki. I had that on my mind to say, and it's been such a long day and my brain is so fuzzy, but yes, I also wanted to just make mention that Randy Bennett is retiring this week, and he is one of our council staff members, does the amazing work of receiving phone calls and emails from residents across the city, and relaying those messages to us and staff, and just kind of doing all of the real day-to-day work of making sure that those needs and requests are addressed. And especially, I know he's going to get to go enjoy time with his cars more. So hopefully that'll be a really just congratulations on retirement, and thank you for all the service and work you've given to the city over the last few decades.
Mayor, may I say congrats? I didn't know retiring. Congratulations, Randy, and thank you for all you do, especially for the council people with whom you work. And I know, and I hope he's watching, I know you're going to miss Randy, the moments where you get to hear all about the Sooners from our other council staff member, Boyd Fulton. I'm sure he's cursing me right now for that. But no, it's just really cool to watch you and Boyd and Debbie work together. It's you all have been very helpful, and just congratulations. And if you leave Boyd your number, I'm sure he'll call and scream Boomer Sooner at you. So.
All right, thank you. Ward 8.
Just to echo upon James, JoBeth, and Nikki's comments, Randy, thanks for always being there. Thanks for always being so kind. Thanks for being so helpful, but most of all, thanks for being a friend. Enjoy your retirement, my friend.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Okay, that brings us to item 11, city manager reports. And I am also going to turn over, I've got to step out. I'm going to turn over the chairmanship to former Vice Mayor Todd Stone, and take it away, Todd, but really take it away, Craig.
Yes. So we have Kathy O'Connor's on the line to give us a quick update on the Small Business Continuity Program.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and City Council. Just a little brief update about the Business Continuity Program. We have completed all the payments for round one. The second round, we have a small batch of payments still to go out, but those should be done within the next week. We did approve 11 venues for funding for a total of $1.5 million. So we still have $500,000 remaining in that program that we'll need to think about what to do with. In total, just to kind of recap it, the reimbursement program, we funded 664 applicants that received over $25 million. In the retrofit program, we have funded, 117 applicants, and we still have 58 that we're working with. On the technical assistance program, we funded 120 applicants, and we have about 77 that we're still working with. So a pretty broad reach through these different programs. And I know we've heard lots of words of appreciation and thanks for our efforts to help the small business community.
All right. Are there any questions?
Yes, I have one. As far as what we just approved for our minority businesses, will they be able to receive funding if they receive funding under the small business continuity, or how or not? I know we should have asked that earlier, but I just wanted clarification, please.
No, that's fine. Yes, they can receive funding, but the funds cannot be used for the same expenses or the same period of revenue loss. So they will have to show us how this funding, will pay for things that weren't covered by other programs, but they will be able to apply.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. So next up, we have a presentation on the Riversport quarterly update, and Mike Knopf is on the line, our executive director for the Riversport Foundation. And I believe that Mike Ming is also on the line. Is he still on the line, Mike?
Yes, I believe he is.
Great. He's the chairman of the Riversport Foundation.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Craig. Again, Mike Knopf, executive director of the Riversport Foundation. I will keep my my comments here brief, and hopefully we'll in strong here. So, but I'm going to share my screen here. It needs to be enabled, I think. If somebody could enable that, or otherwise, I believe Doug Dowler has a copy of this presentation.
We're trying to find your name so we can give you permission.
Okay.
Yeah, and likewise, I can't share my screen either here, Mike. So if you can't find Mike Knopf, Doug Dowler, I can share mine.
Okay, Doug, you have it.
Okay, Doug, if you want to. Okay, thank you all. We're going to go through a quick overview of the activities of the last quarter with the Riversport Foundation. Doug, if you want to go to the next slide. As a financial update, obviously the impact of COVID has been substantial here, in that our capacity was at about 50% of what it would be. You can see that in the number of rafters that were in the venue, 21,000 versus about 41,000 last year. So about a 48% difference in number of rafters. We tried to make up for that somewhat, and you're going to hear about that in a minute, some of the things that we did to make up for that capacity limitation. A lot of that was due to, we were not putting different groups together in the rafts. We were keeping the rafts to just either individuals or family units, or people that came together. And also, of course, our international raft guides were we did not have this year. So operating expenses were about $971,500 less than last year. But total income was down about 1.4 million. Net income was $450,800 less than last year. Again, most of that due to the COVID-19 related capacity limitations. On a bright side, our season pass numbers did increase. Actually, about 3,800 versus about 2,800 last year. We did a special promotion for passes that would allow them to be used for the next operating season as well. And of course, the new surfing attraction did help out with that as well. So we did see a boost from the season pass sales, and also some of our development initiatives, which I highlighted at the bottom of the page with Ann Lacey Foundation support, as well as Lopez Foods and their sponsorship of Surf OKC. So go ahead to the next page. As part of our mitigation plan for the financial impact from COVID-19, of course, we did seek the federal, state, and local assistance that you see here on the page from the PPP loan that we do expect to be forgiven in full here in the near future. The EIDL loan, the EIDL grant, as well as the state Oklahoma Business Relief Program grant, and the Small Business Continuity Grant, and the Coronavirus Relief Fund from the City of Oklahoma City. Those of which we received. We have some other assistance that we're expecting here in the near future. So go ahead into the next. And then as far as the way that we've I call it our pivot. Everyone uses that word, pivot, but we have been doing a lot of different things. For example, we expanded our tubing operation. You can see that photo. It's been very popular with our new family tubing. It kind of made up for some of the rafting limitations. We extended our tubing run and basically had that going on every day, all day. We added these new oar boards, which are like different types of rowing shells that are very stable using stand-up paddle boards. Because we didn't, if you looked at the river over the summer or since March, we've had no big boats on the water, so it's all been singles. And so we've really tried to get people still on the water, but in a different way. Same with our emphasis on kayaking and stand-up paddleboarding. People want to be outside, and we've seen a great increase in our stand-up paddleboard and kayak rentals, both in the Boathouse District and at Lake Overholser and Lake Hefner. So we've expanded that operation. And then we've been doing a lot of live streaming of our activities. You see, we had 24,000 views of just a Saturday at Riversport, and that has also helped really kind of keep our audiences engaged. And then also that kind of also translated into our new seasonal events that we put on live stream. So we went from our one-day big festivals to seasonal events, which have been very well received, and we're currently within Outdoor October right now. So go ahead and move to the next page. As far as performance metrics, despite the fact that we've had, again, more of a limited attendance on site, we continue to grow our social media following. I think a lot of that is due to some of the things we've done, like with the live events, and our customer satisfaction does remain high. In fact, we've increased over 0.5 point on Facebook. So we're very happy about that. Let's go ahead into the next page. And then a quick update on our capital projects with MAPS 3. Of course, we just completed the Surf OKC. We've had 13 operating days that we were able to have with Surf OKC this year. It's been very popular. And we've just started construction on the second floor meeting facilities in the Whitewater Center, which will also be doing some drainage improvements and other improvements to that building for the food and beverage. That should be done at the end of April of next year. They're making good progress, and they're kind of in the demolition mode right now. So go ahead into the next page. And then quick comment on the Surf OKC, that we've tried to make the most of those 13 days with what we call Thirsty Thursdays, Aloha Fridays. We've had a surfing camp. We really made Surf in September. Our camp was sold out. We're going to do another one for fall break. We never thought we'd be surfing in mid-October, but it was crowded on Saturday. So people are really enjoying it. So I think it's been a big hit. Quick update on Thrive Outside. We have had over 600 unique youth participating in free programming throughout the summer and into the fall. A lot of that has been due to these programs that we've offered to our partner organizations, including our Justice Diversion program and youth development agencies. Have had 17 different programs that we've offered, and we've attracted donor support to facilitate those free programs and camps. Total value of about $152,000. You know, one of the things we're doing right now is a camp for kids that are doing virtual schooling. So they come here, we offer the facilities, we have proctored sessions where they're on their laptops or their computers, and they go out and do outdoor experiences. We've had over 337 complimentary season passes also provided to people financially impacted by COVID-19. Go ahead and move on. This is a quick quote. I won't read it all, but this just kind of references the impact. This is Stephanie Bell with Remerge, emphasizing how impactful this program has been to their families that have been involved by providing this outlet during the pandemic for kids to come here and experience Riversport. Let's move on. Next slide. And then other community outreach initiatives. We're really excited about the development of our Opportunity Initiative, the Riversport Opportunity Initiative. Special thanks to RKI, Energy Resources, and Ronnie Irani. Our first initiative in that was to work with Black Space Oklahoma to screen A Most Beautiful Thing a few weeks ago in Deep Deuce and engage really the Northeast community. And we had an open house the next weekend, just really trying to welcome the community into our programming. And so far that's been very well received. I do appreciate Councilwoman Nice's support of this and the ideas that keep flowing to keep the community engaged. We've had a lot of engagement in our camp program with kids from the northeast side of Oklahoma City who we're really trying to reach out here to through this initiative. Let's move on to the next. And then another quick thing I wanted to update. You will hear more about this in the near future, but I want to introduce our new Riversport River Protectors. This is a program that obviously we have a big passion for the outdoors and in our river through our recreation and sport programs, and being truly a leader in the protection of that river, of that waterway. And we've partnered with OKC Beautiful in this, and really the River Protectors focuses on removing trash as it arrives. And so we've had a lot of cleanup programs, over 100 people involved so far. But a new unique feature is that we're actually tagging the trash and we're cataloging it to define the scope and source of the program to really come up with some reasonable solutions for the future. It takes a cultural shift and it takes time, but we wanted to get it started. So that is something you'll hear more about here in the near future. Let's move on to the next. And then circling back to what I mentioned earlier about these seasonal events, we're currently in the midst of Outdoor October. We had Dogtober. This is the first weekend. It was actually working with Bar K and had a free dog park and then other activities throughout the Boathouse District on that day. Last weekend was Oktoberfest. This coming weekend, go to the next slide, is Biketober. So we encourage you to come down in the community. It's going to be all day from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Saturday. You can see the list of events. A kind of a highlight I would mention is our friend Bart Connor is going to be donning his uniform from the 80s movie Rad. If you've seen that, he was the villain in Rad. And so he will be here for our BMX event. And we're actually going to show Rad, the movie, have a screening of it on Saturday as well. So should be a lot of fun. We invite, and we're going to have a community bike ride and maintenance clinic and skills courses. So that bike park has been extremely popular through this, as more people discover it, and we continue to add to it. So if you haven't seen it, I encourage you to come check it out. We'll follow that with an event. Our last event in Outdoor October is Thrive Outside, which will be outdoor activities and, teaching people how to, pitch tents and start campfires, things like that, which will be, and we have a new nature trail also in the Boathouse District that we will kind of showcase that final weekend. So go ahead in the next slide. So So with that, I wanted to kind of emphasize, you see the Olympic rings here. We did renew our Olympic training or site designation through 2022. We're going to have athletes training for Tokyo over Thanksgiving break in our Whitewater Center. And I also thought I'd mention we are going to do a holiday event here, kind of like Outdoor October starting in December, based on the popularity and to keep people coming down and getting outside and being active. So with that, I'll take any questions you might have, and thank you for the opportunity and all of your support.
Thanks, Mike. Any questions for Mike?
Just thanks for showing rad, Mike. That's all I really
We did a promo, and Bart still has the uniform from the movie and the bike, so he'll be out Saturday.
Awesome.
I just wanted to say thank you for all that you're doing, and I'm glad you mentioned the kayaking at Lake Overholser, because as we were kayaking, there was a conversation about how folks could purchase those passes and kayak. So some of those ladies that were kayaking with us were benefiting from the outdoor pass. So that makes mention of how many different spaces that pass can take us to rediscover outdoors in our parts of Oklahoma City. And a most beautiful thing was an excellent documentary. It was so good. So I really hope maybe we'll show that again to get it in front of some more young people or just community to really understand and engage what the river can bring for folks who aren't normally participants of what these sports usually have for our communities in our city. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. City Manager.
That is all that I have.
Excellent, thank you. At this time, we'll be adjourning to executive session. I believe item 12, we didn't have any citizens signed up to be heard today. So we can go ahead and adjourn to executive session, and I will see you all over there.
What do we need to do here, Coach?
Mickey, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're going to vote on I-1. You have I-2 showing.
Okay.
But we'll probably just do it verbally though. Yeah, but I mean, she wants to show, okay, I got you. Okay, all right, we have concluded executive session and we have returned, and as promised, we still have item 9I1, authorizing the municipal councilor as designee to file an appeal to the Supreme Court in the case of McGraw v. City of Oklahoma City. What does the council wish to do with the item?
Defer that to our next council meeting.
All right, there is a motion for a deferral and a second. This would be to the meeting in 2 weeks. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilman Reiner?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Cooper? Councilman McAtee?
Yes.
Councilman Stone?
Aye.
Councilman Greenwell?
Yes.
Councilperson Hammond?
No.
Councilperson Nice?
No.
Councilman Stone Cipher?
Yes, please.
And Mayor Holt?
Aye, item passes, or item is deferred, I should say, for 2 weeks by a vote of 6-2. That concludes all of our business. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work and patience today. And we're now at item 13, adjournment, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, on the off now.
Gotta
On
wait
the
the meeting
leave.
first.